Good evening, all. I'm Carolyn Rye, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I hereby call this formal meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. on this 23rd day of November 2021. Pursuant to the Virginia State Health Commissioner's Order of Public Health Emergency Statewide Requirement to wear masks in K-12 schools issued August 12th of this year, and Virginia Act of Assembly Number 1303, Chapter 456, and the CDC's guidance for K-12 schools, and the board's 21-22 reopening plan, it's determined that physical distancing will be used in school board chambers as a health mitigation strategy. Therefore, as you have noted, there's designated public seating. Members of the public, as always, will be able to observe the school board meeting through live streaming on vbschools.com, broadcast on VVTV Channel 47, and on Zoom. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please take the verbal roll?
Thank you, Chairwoman Rye. Present in school board chambers is Chairwoman Rye, Miss Manning, Miss Anderson, Miss Weems, Miss Holtz, Miss Felton, and Miss Hughes. And attending via Zoom is Miss Franklin, Miss Owens, and Miss Melnick.
Thank you. Ms. Owens, are you on with us?
I am.
Okay, would you kindly state the reason for your absence and location, please?
Sure. I'm on personal holiday break. I am in Dallas, Texas, in the home of my soon-to-be in-laws.
Thank you. And we have Mrs. Melnick zooming in this evening due to a family medical matter. Mrs. Riggs is not with us this evening due to a family medical emergency. And Mrs. Franklin finally is zooming in due to a medical matter. So with that, I'm going to ask everyone here to join in a moment of silence. And please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, agenda adoption.
Madam Chair, we do have a student employee and recognition.
Thank you. So the recognition portion of our evening, and I will turn it over to Vice Chair Mrs. Melnick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, we as a board are pleased to announce the school board recognition recipient for November 23rd, 2021. This evening, we are excited to honor the staff in our Office of Business Services. This team was recognized with a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association, also referred to as the GFOA, for the fiscal year that ended 30 June 2020. This achievement is the highest form of recognition in the area of governmental accounting and financial reporting. The GFOA established the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting program in 1945 to encourage and assist state and local governments to go beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles. Recipients of this certificate highlights the division's spirit of transparency and full disclosure in preparing comprehensive annual financial reports. According to the GFOA, this award represents a significant accomplishment by a government and its management. Congratulations to Business Services on receiving this prestigious award. And Madam Chair, this concludes the recognitions for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and we all join in those congratulations. All right, now adoption of the agenda. And it was noted for those in person and with us through electronic means that the COVID update, which was listed as a workshop item, will now be item 17 on the formal agenda. With that, any other modifications to the agenda?
Madam Chair, let me just clarify. I'm sorry. Thank you. I was confusing that with the piece of that we're going to pull and put into the action item. I just wanted clarification, but we're okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Right, a motion to approve? Mrs. Anderson, and a second. Mrs. Hughes, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Ms. Melnick, how do you vote?
I vote yes. I'm sorry, I put my hand up, but I'll verbally do that each time.
And Ms. Franklin, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Ms. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion passed.
Thank you. And that leads us to Agenda Item 9, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Spence.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. So here are just a few items of interest for you and our family and community to know this evening. First, just a reminder that the CDC is now recommending the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for children ages 5 to 11. And options for obtaining that vaccine include your child's pediatric or family practice office, retail pharmacies, and mobile vaccine units. But another option is the Community Vaccination Center at Military Circle Mall, which offers appointments Tuesday through Saturday from 10 to 7, and walk-ins are also accepted. Would also like our community to know the VB DPH, the Department of Public Health, is also hosting a number of vaccine clinics in our school buildings. That happened this week and last, and if you keep a lookout for information on more vaccination clinics that will be happening in our school buildings as well. As always, we encourage you to talk to your healthcare provider with any specific questions regarding that vaccination. In November, we've been able to highlight American Education Week, Family Engagement in Schools Month, and Military Family Appreciation Month. Looking forward to December, we will highlight Computer Science Education Week and Support Services Appreciation Week. And as a friendly reminder, we will continue to have 2-hour early releases Wednesdays on December 1st, 8th, and 15th. We'd like to thank our Office of Family and Community Engagement staff for their tireless efforts to support our families through Zoom information sessions, face-to-face events, and food and supply drives, and so much more. If you haven't had an opportunity to see all they do, we encourage you to visit the Family and Community Engagement or Face page on vbschools.com. And I'd like to offer my sincere thanks in honor of American Education Week to the educators in our division, whether you're a substitute, veteran teacher, retired classroom teacher, full or part-time teacher, school or classroom assistant, or any of the other myriad positions that support our children. Please know that you are appreciated. And if you haven't had the opportunity to thank these many individuals, it's not too late. When you see these outstanding staff members, offer a verbal thanks, write a quick card, or share a quick post on social media, letting them know how much you appreciate their hard work and dedication. And then finally, I also want to make sure to share my appreciation for our military families and students. Your service and dedication to our country, state, and school division are like no other, and we are proud to serve the many military families who work and live in our community. To close out November, as a reminder, the division will be closed for Thanksgiving starting tomorrow, November 24th through Friday, November the 26th. Today I had the opportunity to visit the Unity Circle at Pembroke Elementary School, where we were reminded by their students about the importance of being thankful, including our fourth graders who sung to us and telling us that with gratitude, you can change the world. So with that, and before we move on tonight, I just want to take this day before the Thanksgiving break to say again how grateful I am for each and every member of our VBCPS staff and community. You've worked so hard these past 2 years, including these past 9 weeks, and thanks to each and every one of our staff, we have successfully closed out the first quarter of this school year, and we want to thank you for supporting our students every day. We know how critical your work is to ensuring children in our division receive the support, love, belonging that they need to ensure a quality education. And we know you each hold a special role in raising, guiding, and educating this next generation. I know it's not easy, but our children are always worth it. So regardless of your position within the school division, please know that I thank you from the bottom of my heart for putting our children first every single day. We want to wish everyone a safe and relaxing few days, and looking forward to seeing everybody back in school on Monday, November the 29th. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you for those thoughts. Right, approval of meeting minutes. This is our November 9th, 2021 regular school board meeting. Any modifications to the minutes? Okay. Hearing none, motion to approve. Mrs. Holtz, and a second. Mrs. Anderson, all in favor, show a raised hand, please.
Ms. Melnick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Ms. Owens, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 10 ayes, and the motion passed.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item 11, public comment. The school board will now hear public comment on matters relevant to pre-K to 12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business of the school board and school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. Persons not called to the podium to address the board are asked to be respectful of speakers so that the board and persons observing the meeting are able to hear and observe each speaker's comments. Persons signed up to speak will be called up 3 at a time. The speaker is asked to proceed to line up when your name is called. For those outside of school board chambers, division staff will bring you into the hallway to line up. In-person speakers will be first, followed by student speakers participating through Zoom or telephone. After that, in-person speakers will be called, followed by those participating through Zoom. Speakers are asked to speak once their name is called. As a reminder, each speaker has 3 minutes to present and may be given a 30-second warning before time expires. Speakers have been asked to refer to the online time tracker to keep track of their time. And once it's expired, kindly stop making remarks and allow the next speaker to be queued to speak. If a speaker is not present when called to speak or is not online when called, the board at its discretion may allow that speaker to speak at the end of the public comment session. Finally, in accordance with newly amended bylaws, the board will suspend public comments at 8 p.m. to hold the information session of the agenda and will return to public comments prior to the consent and action sessions. The school board also invites the public to submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you kindly introduce the first speaker of the evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Yurei Emajuru, then Kenza Zutoni, then Gianna Lathan.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ure, and in the past year, police have investigated threats to persecute Virginia Beach School Board members. Members and speakers are followed home, threatened, yelled at, and more. I am in support of this amendment to policy. Safety of school board attendees should be the #1 priority, especially due to the controversial and emotionally heightened topics dictated during meetings. In January 2021, House Bill number 1909 states, any school board may prohibit the carrying, sale, storage, or transportation of guns or ammunition in or on any building or property. This bill states the exceptions of law enforcement, and after speaking to a law enforcement official who works closely with VB schools, he noted that parents who have weapons at school-related events would be making the jobs of law enforcement harder. He pointed out that if a situation did arise, distinguishing between a perpetrator and parent would make it more difficult. Regarding more explicit issues such as guns and vehicles, it is stated with detail in state law and can be added to the policy for more clarification in Chapter 9, Section 22.1 to 131. This amendment should pass with the addition of more information to avoid gray areas, as it abides by U.S. law, especially with the addition of school-sponsored events. Next, without students, you don't have schools, and without schools, you don't have the school board, said Karma Johnson, the Norfolk School Board student representative. The Norfolk Board was the first in Southampton Roads to have a student rep. Chairman Rodney Jordan of Norfolk said, it grew out of a desire to foster student engagement and provide leadership opportunities back in 2016. Today he says, I grew up in VB schools, and VB then and now shows a positive support of student leadership. What a better way to enhance that legacy than to bring student voice and leadership directly to the board table? These decisions directly relate to the well-being of students, and we should be represented as such. Virginia Beach Public Schools differ greatly from each other, and my peers and I would be happy to guide you all in ways to make sure each part of the city are equally represented. Newport News, Hampton, and Portsmouth are other Hampton Road cities that have a student rep. VB should be up there on that list. As a city, as a district, as a state, as a nation, we are the future. Treat us as such. To
30
make the
seconds.
transition into the seats you are in now much easier. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kenza Zatoni, Gianna Lathan, and then Marissa White.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Kenza Zatuni, and this is my perspective on the proposed weapons ban policy as it relates to students. So to start, I'm not exempt from my bias on the topic, being a student that grew up in the era of unprecedented numbers of mass shootings and lockdown drills. And yet, the majority of people speaking, quote, on behalf of us, have yet to experience the range of negative emotions that come with being a survivor of gun violence in places deemed safe, or even attempting to learn through the ever-present threat of weapons used against you for simply attending school. I'd first like to paint a scene from the past October 26th meeting I attended to speak on challenged books. The group made up of school peers and myself waited outside this building, and in an attempt to understand the rhetoric of parents, we engaged in discussion during the rally. Despite us approaching them with our own logic and research that had been compiled, we were consistently met with remarks on our own inexperience and inferior lived experiences. That made us, quote, unqualified to speak. And there are literal videos of us circulating, probably posted for the sake of ridicule, but what probably went under the radar were specific instances of parents cursing at us with inappropriate language. I was personally called the B word, and something like this would normally not affect me, but when coming from an adult, it held a different power over me. If I can't be respected by an adult, even at my most palatable, it begs the question, what will become of me when I speak the true, full extent of my mind? With groups rallying outside to exercise their freedom of expression with the unwarranted use of threatening language, I ask, how are members of the public, especially students and BBCPS staff, expected to feel safe utilizing their own freedom of expression at something as basic as a public forum? Lives are taken away and forever changed by gun violence. This is an irrefutable truth. Though I don't agree with those who attempt to match violence with violence, I acknowledge that many have a shared goal in mind in the gun debate. We all want to keep our families safe. Evidently, everyone has a different way of going about this, whether you're the type to arm yourself and safely abide by gun laws, use intimidation tactics, or you're the type to just completely reject the usage of guns. It's tricky to please all, but what I can discern from this is that student safety and
30
comfort
seconds.
must be at the center of your decision. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gianna Lathan, then Marissa White, then Georgia Blaine.
Welcome. Good evening. It is a pleasure yet again to speak in front of this school board. My name is Gianna Lathan. I will not be talking about the weapon policy today, but I will be still talking about a prevalent issue within the district, which is book bans. What is very astonishing and ironic to me is that the same school board that claims they're not trying to restrict the public continues to propose policies that restrict the way students are educated on topics of censorship in our history classes and lessons. And libraries. Book censorship isn't just a direct attack on my education, it is just unconstitutional. Books help provide young people a safe and inclusive space to where their identities may not be challenged or judged. I, myself, don't only indulge in books that adequately represent the communities I'm a part of. I also broaden my literature by also indulging in books that I may not be able to relate to as well, so I can see many perspectives. On the issues of book bans, if you only see one perspective and do not open up to many different perspectives, you're not fulfilling your job as a school board member, teacher, or parent. You're setting an example for other students in this district to not open up their perspective as well. Perspective is what makes us human.
if you're not seeing all perspectives or not opening yourself up to many different perspectives, are you really human? Do you truly believe the censorship of these books will help your children? The censorship of real world topics such as rape and racism. It will not. You're preparing your children not to be prepared for society and the social norms that society will place on them. The hardships they will face growing up in this country, big or small, will affect them. You will benefit from looking through the eyes of other people's lenses or perspectives. As I looked through the lenses of the parents who deemed these books as pornographic, I tried to find a common ground, which I did. As parents, you have every right to control the media, books, and many other things your child will indulge in while they're under your roof. But don't make this decision for every parent and teacher. You as a parent have the right to censor your child from these things, but don't take that ability away from other parents and teachers. 6 books up for review are books that include the representation of many communities. But you continue to have books such as Shakespeare in our libraries. Literature such as Shakespeare also dives into the issues of rape,
30 seconds.
racism, suicide, and many other topics, but yet none of Shakespeare's books are on this removal list. If you're going to censor some books, this board might as well censor all VCCPS libraries and the world of literature. Your plan of censoring books is censoring the right for students to learn, the right for librarians and teachers to teach adequately, and the job we all have as a society to open up to many perspectives that may not be our own. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marissa White, then Georgia Blaine. Marissa White. We will go on to our next speaker, Georgia Blaine.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Georgia Blaine, but everyone who has known me knows I go by the name Ajax, and I will be discussing the topic of banning of books. Now, let me start off with a simple question. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of measly words because you understand the potency of a few sentences strung together? Because I find it hypocritical that the school system continues to enforce banned books as if we are still stuck in the mindset of the 17th century when the first book of the United States was banned back in 1637 when it critiqued the societal norms of the Puritans. So please, enlighten me as to why we are still stuck in the mindset despite it being centuries later. Considering you send children away to school for the reason that they should gain knowledge, it is incredibly ironic that you as adults have decided that it is not all right for children to expand their horizons in knowledge and in wisdom, only because it goes against your morals and values. And what morals and values does it go against? And most of the books that you wish to ban talk about racism, sexual harassment, and
Excuse me,
homophobia.
I don't think you realize it's just coming across a little too loud. Just
Oh,
tone it down
sorry.
a little, okay? Thank you.
It's basically asking your child to stay ignorant, only because you don't necessarily agree that queer people or people of color and the problems that they face should be discussed about at all in everyday fiction books, which is completely defeating the purpose of trying to expand your child's brain to accept different truths and realities. Not to mention that the reasons as to why you choose to ban such books in itself is an alarming enough wake-up call. For instance, what morals do you have to stoop as low to call the bluest eye out for pornographic material when the pornographic scene in the book isn't about it's not even about that. It's about sexual harassment, and you should deem it as such. And to try and ban a book that brings awareness to such a taboo topic that most people fight for this topic to just be simply addressed about in normal society is absolutely a sin in itself. It is absolutely sickening that people have tried to silence the voices that come from the bluest eye by deeming it as pornographic, when in reality it is a much more nauseating horror. And yes, for those who are not aware, all that you are doing when you ban books is not protecting your children, but silencing the voices of the people that inflicted the author to write such a story to begin with. Which brings me to my next point, because how dare you assume you have the God-given
30
right to
seconds.
take away the voices of the millions? How dare you assume that you have the power of authority to silence those who have fought for centuries to simply have a platform to communicate their struggles with? Considering books bring thousands of voices to life that are most likely silenced, and to take that away is a sin in itself. Thank you. That is all I would like to discuss today.
And we're going to move on to our in-person speakers. Our first speaker is Vincent Smith, then Tanya Rivers, then Paula Chang.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Vincent Smith. I'm here to convince you to vote against this policy revision 3-63. I'm going to give you 3 reasons why. Number 1, this is not supported by science or statistics. Statistically, most mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. So if you don't want to have a shooting here, why do you want to create a gun-free zone? You're just going to create an area where an evil person knows he has easy targets. So you can't keep doing, as a society, we all can't keep doing the same thing over and over again, something that's proven not to work, and expect something different to happen here in this building. I worked in building 2 next door, and I can tell you that had one employee, I could line the people up here who had opportunities to end that if one employee had a firearm with them. So that, don't you think if they had saved one life or one injury, that action would have been a good one to take? Number 2, this policy is very poorly written. Code of Virginia 22.1, 131.1 most certainly does give you the authority to make this choice, to enact this policy. It does have exemptions in it for school board property where people can have a firearm with them in their car, secured in their car. But it does not have the same exemptions for non-school board property. So when you want to ban firearms at school board events or school events that are not on school board property, you no longer have that exemption, and you've used a very poor and weak word in this policy, the word at. At one point in my history, I argued the definition of at in open court in Virginia, and I got off of a traffic ticket because of it, because at doesn't have a definition in the state of Virginia. So when you ban firearms from a school event, at a school event, does that include the parking lot? If you have a prom at the Westin, does it cover the whole Westin? Does it cover the parking garage? You've not discussed that in this policy. So for that reason, it's a weak policy. Number 3, this building was built in the 1960s when the school board was appointed by council. So the school board appointed council and put you in here. Did your legal team even take a few minutes? Did they take 1 minute? Did they take
30 seconds.
to review how you exist here? I have it from a very high authority, someone you would respect, and if I said the name, you would go and look into this, and I encourage Mrs. Linetti to do the same. Do you have an executed lease? Because Code of Virginia 22.1, 131.1 only gives you authority to ban firearms on properties that you own or lease, and a verbal lease or an assumed lease is not a binding lease in the state of Virginia.
And that is time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tanya Rivers, then Paula Chang, then Kathleen Brown.
Welcome.
Hello. I have 2 children that attend a VBCPS elementary school. I am speaking tonight in support of Policy 3-63, expanding gun-free zones to include areas with school employees, including the school administration building, as well as buildings owned and leased by VBCPS. Virginia General Assembly voted on and passed HB 1909, which permits any school board to deem any non-school zone property that it owns or leases as gun-free. Having spoken in person at several of these meetings, I can tell you that it is not an enjoyable experience. The vitriol and threats that have been directed towards me as well as others for seeking our mind is outrageous. Witnessing people screaming profanities, using profane gestures, making threats, and stalking public figures is not the example that should be set for students that are watching. Allowing guns into this environment of conflict will ultimately be detrimental to everyone. All it takes is one person with directed anger and a gun to cause mass fatalities, as we all should have learned on May 31st, 2019. It is unfathomable to me that we are here debating about creating gun-free zones while steps away from the worst mass shooting in Virginia Beach history, where one person with a gun took the lives of 12 others. Those that are opposed to gun-free zones argue that they need them for self-defense. The fact is, the use of guns for self-defense is rare, making up less than 1% of crimes that involve the use of a gun. The vast majority of gun violence can be attributed to homicides and suicides. Guns that are intended for self-defense are commonly involved in fatal accidents. Across states, higher levels of gun ownership is linked to higher rates of unintentional firearm deaths, including children. A gun is also more likely to be stolen than used for self-defense purposes or to stop a crime. In Virginia Beach, over the past month, 20 guns have been stolen from cars. The Second Amendment sanctuary city, or constitutional city, that passed in City Council is nothing more than symbolic. Attorney General Mark Herring said that those resolutions have no legal effect and that localities must follow gun violence prevention measures as passed by the General Assembly, which includes HB 1909. An FBI study of 160 active shooting incidents from 2000 to 2013 found that only one was stopped by an individual with a valid firearms permit. In contrast, 21 incidents were stopped by unarmed citizens. Stricter gun laws and regulations, along with fewer guns, mean fewer gun deaths. They mean fewer mass shootings.
30 seconds.
The United States has more mass shootings than any other peaceful developed nation. This is because of the sheer number of guns that we have. Many that I spoke to about being here were honestly surprised this building was not a gun-free zone already. Just because you have the right to something does not mean this right should be unconstrained. I support policy 3-63 to expand gun-free zones to include school administration building and any other buildings owned or leased by BBCPS. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paula Chang, then Kathleen Brown, then Dan Chang.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to start this evening. I'm going to start off, but I think my speech is going to change a lot after listening to the students speak. These photos are of thousands of notarized petitions taken. The photo was taken prior to going to a vault. While we have a tremendous amount still left of work to do in this, I'm thankful that these signatures represent the will of the people of this city who refuse to be silenced. Now, before I move on to the other subject, I'm going to say this. I was there on, was it October 23rd or 26th when you guys spoke? And I was instrumental in asking these students to come out and speak. We were exactly thrilled to have them there. And I guess I thought it was a really great exchange of ideas of the things that you thought, and then us giving our answers back and forth. I don't remember people saying foul things to any of the students. If they did, that's unacceptable. But we would hope again, as we have rallies, that you come and speak again and say what it is that you think and challenge us with what we think, because I think that's really great. So I was glad to be here tonight. I'll mention agenda item 12F17, which represents a continued assault on individual rights, in particular the right of the citizens to protect themselves. And regarding the local building where we did have that mass shooting, I will say that that wasn't someone coming in to speak. That was actually someone who did that, who was an employee of the city. So that is not exactly an analogy. Please note tonight that any harm to individuals due to your vote will be on your hands, and will also exemplify why this pile is getting bigger. Now let me pivot to another controversial issue, and that is that the fact that this academic year has had some extreme difficulties, and that is also on your hands. For months, you denied students proper legal education to which they're entitled, and now you have decided that the solution to this weak and stressful year, caused ironically by your previous decisions, was to further decrease instructional time. This cannot be made up. It is amazing. That's not leadership. Leadership is planning, it's details, it's attention, it's working harder on the mission. And the mission is the students. It's standing up when it's difficult, it's showing up, and it is not giving in. Instead, in the time leading up to the start of the academic year, this board was obsessed with strangling the rights of parents and citizens and not with the academic excellence. And Dr. Spence, where was he? He was failing to show up. When there was so much
30
critical
seconds.
items going on, Dr. Spence missed multiple consecutive school board meetings and other duties at a critical time. Where was he? Dr. Robertson appeared to be filling in on multiple levels. His lack of presence then is what is being felt now. He should have been here in attendance, and his absence has led to chaos in the schools. If he can't be showing up and actionable here, then we need a new superintendent. But that's it. I'm going home to later to relax, listen to some Amy Whitehouse,
And that is time.
and happy Thanksgiving.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Brown, then Dan Chang, then Nels Carlstrom.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to discuss the board majority's passing of unconstitutional First Amendment violation policies, the firearms ban, and I will also be discussing masking. I've said it once, and I'm going to say it again. If I were city council, I would want to legally distance myself from the school board also. The majority has constantly violated rights guaranteed by the Constitution. I want to address what you call the facility use permit first. I call it more of an anti-protest policy because that's what it is. We have a right to peaceably assemble and protest outside. We have that right so long as there's no danger or violence, which there has not been, despite people saying it. There was no reports. There was a FOIA. There was no reports. There's no evidence to support this. I don't need permission from the school board to exercise my First Amendment rights. It was already granted to me in the Constitution. So that is our Constitution. You don't have to like it. Pivoting to weapons on school property. The General Assembly did allow you to take a vote on this, but it doesn't mean you should pass it. Just like the anti-parental involvement transgender policy, the work you all have done here is sloppy. This is only one-page policy. You have allocated no money to ensuring additional safety measures in the building, and you continuously escort those you agree with to their cars, but do nothing to protect citizens that disagree with you. This is a catastrophic failure. Criminals don't care about rules and laws. Be prepared for litigation if you pass a policy and fail to take measures to increase safety and there's an issue. I have a right to self-defense. That's the Second Amendment. It's in our Constitution. Moving on to the masks. On August 10th, you passed the reopening policy and discussed layered mitigation strategies. There have been 0 COVID deaths in school-age children in Virginia Beach the entire pandemic. There were almost 60 parents that emailed you requesting the option to make decisions for their own kids' health. Most of the 10 individuals that emailed for asking for universal masking requested it due to a lack of vaccine available. The vaccine is now available for this age group, and now parents can weigh the risks. And Article 1, Section 23 protects our bodily autonomy. Our face is included. That's the Constitution. The time has come to remove the masks. Let's follow the
30
science.
seconds.
Let's put the parenting back where it belongs with the parents. Beverly, you are unmasked in the hall, okay? Dottie, you too. Dottie, you said it was no one's business. I argue it's no one's business what I decide to allow my kid to do and not to do. I suggest that the board move to allow kids to return to school in January with the option to not mask. This way the kids will have the opportunity to see what their teachers and
And that
friends
is
look
time.
like. Let's allow the kids to
Speaker
smile.
is Dan
Thank
Chang,
you.
Nels Armstrong, and Shauna O'Galvin.
Hi, Ms. Rye.
Welcome.
Ms. Rye, as chairwoman with a majority of this school board, your legacies will be remembered as the school board that restricted the constitutional rights of parents, students, and citizens of Virginia Beach. You all remember the oath you took, so I'll just remind you. It's Virginia Code 49 Tech 1. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge all duties incumbent upon me as a school board member. Here's a summary of your potentially unconstitutional actions and violations of your oath under Code 49 Tech 1, First Amendment, freedom of speech, and rights for petition and assembly. Standing rules and procedures that can be amended and repealed as you wish. Allow school board to not follow Robert's rules when you choose to do that. Set expectations, decorum, and what expressive activities for public comment are authorized. Restricting and limiting where we can assemble. Direct how we are permitted to speak, act when addressing the school board, and what we can bring into the school board chambers. Limit our comments on what we are about to speak about. Limit access to the school board chambers during formal school board meetings. Now, this new thing you want to come up with, the violation of our restriction of our Second Amendment rights, which I remind you is the right of people to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. Should you legally be allowed to do this in designating the school board administration building and property as gun-free zones? What threat precipitated this? We all know that bad actors will do what is necessary to circumvent this. The law-abiding parents who attend these school board meetings will be defenseless. What are you going to do to protect us? Your policy does not describe what measures will be in place to enforce this policy and protect us. Any casualties or loss of life will be on your heads. Ms. Rye, you have restricted our constitutional rights, implemented Marxist indoctrination of our children with CRT and SEL. Therefore, you are not the chairwoman of the Virginia Beach School Board, but the chairwoman of the Virginia Beach Schools Politburo. What a legacy. Thank you. I better take my sign unless it gets thrown away.
Our next speaker is Nels Kallstrom, Chana O'Galvin, and then Lindsay Nathaniel.
Welcome.
Hi. I'm not anywhere near as organized as they are. I was just coming in here to tell you, as a survivor of Building 2, that I don't think you should limit the ability in at least this school board building, the ability of anyone who is legally able to carry a gun from carrying a gun, because I'm licensed and I wish I had had mine that day, but it was an employee policy. There was no federal, state, or local law that kept me from having a gun that day. And I could have at least saved one of my friends because I had a face-to-face with the shooter that day. And I couldn't do anything about it. I came face-to-face with the shooter 3 times, and the best I could do was pull out my pocket knife and hope that he didn't come through the door of the office where we were hiding. And it's just, it doesn't make any sense to me to make a gun-free zone unless you're willing to put the security measures in place, either armed guards and metal detectors like a courthouse, and secure this building down. Don't do it. I wouldn't do it if I were you. That was the one thing that several of us, in fact, one of my good friends, the post office is named after him now, Ryan Cox. I had just helped him get his concealed permit and helped him pick out a weapon. He didn't have either with him, and he was shot. Helping women get into a secure office to get away from the shooter. I don't know what more to tell you other than just think long and hard before you close this building down to legal gun owners that may want to carry here. If they're properly permitted and legally able to carry a weapon, you want those people here. You need those people in this building. They're not going to hurt you. They're going to protect you. That's all I have to say.
Our next speaker is Chana O'Galvin, then Lindsay Nathaniel, then Melissa Lukeson.
Welcome.
Good evening. I have 2 children in the Virginia Beach City Public School System. I am also a local lead for the Virginia Beach Norfolk group of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I also carry trauma from the gun violence of the May 31st mass shooting at the Virginia Beach Municipal Center as a 20-year city employee. I am here today to express my support for the school board policy 3-63 to make all school properties gun-free zones as allowed by HB 1909. For the last 20 plus years, our students, educators, and parents have lived under siege with the reality of school shootings. America's gun violence epidemic in the form of mass shootings, gun homicides, non-fatal assaults, unintentional discharges, and firearm suicides has been infecting America's schools. The failure of our leaders to address the root causes of schools' gun violence from all angles is having lasting consequences for millions of American children, teachers, and staff. According to a report from the Everytown for Gun Safety, 58% of shooters were associated with the school. They were either current or former students, staff, faculty, or school resource officers. It's already against federal law to bring a weapon on school grounds. The proposed policy we are discussing this evening calls to expand that ban to include school board administration building and annex buildings to ensure the safety of educators, administrators, and students and parents. We can foster safe, supportive schools, free from gun violence, by addressing the factors that lead to violent incidents and implementing proven strategies that contribute to a healthy school climate. This includes implementing common sense policies to prohibit dangerous weapons on property that conducts school business. This is not about gun control. All we want is common sense legislation that promotes gun violence prevention. Please vote to expand School Board Policy 3-63. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Nathaniel, then Melissa Lukeson.
Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Dr. Spence, and school board members. My name is Lindsay Nathaniel. I'm the mother of a junior at Princess Anne High School. I'm also the local city gun violence lead for Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I'm here to express my support for School Board Policy 3-63 to make all buildings owned or leased by Virginia Beach City Schools gun-free zones, as allowed by HB 1909. This is not a pro-gun or anti-gun conversation. It's a pro-safety conversation. Despite what the gun lobby wants you to believe, the truth is that self-defensive gun use is rare, and that guns are many times more likely to be used for suicide or homicide than they are for self-defense. An armed citizen cannot, in a moment of extreme duress and confusion, transform into a specially trained law enforcement officer. The training they go through is physical, mechanical, and most importantly, psychological. Because in order to efficiently and effectively stop a shooter, one must be conditioned to negotiate that stress. Your average citizen is just not prepared. In a country with more guns than people, the good guy with a gun myth is an obscenity. It's a lie. Guns don't save us, they kill us. We also cannot ignore the fact that the school board members have been targeted recently. The National School Board Association said threats of violence and acts of intimidation directed at school officials were escalating across the country. Stalking, shaming, harassment. It's become the new norm for you guys. It shouldn't. Let's also take a minute to remember students come here to speak. Students come here to be recognized, receive awards. We need to keep this and other school buildings safe and free from intimidation. Nobody should be fearful to speak at a school board meeting. Don't give in to loud voices. Keep doing the good work to keep our students and teachers safe. I support you and I trust you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Lukeson.
Well, please stop the clock a moment. I just think a friendly reminder to everyone in attendance to please abstain from applause. Now, welcome, ma'am.
My name is Melissa Lukeson, and I'm here to support a school board policy making properties owned or leased by Virginia Beach City Schools gun-free zones. The increase in threats of violence against elected officials of this body and across the country is alarming. We have the constitutional right to own guns, but that's where it stops. The Constitution doesn't say you have a right to bear arms wherever you please. It has been years since I've been to a school board meeting, but I came in August. I watched a few speakers, got to see a woman dressed as if she had raided the July 4th clearance section of Walmart, and then I decided to leave. I knew there would be a significant presence of people outside, but I'm not one to be intimidated, so I opened the doors. A gauntlet of angry QA moms lining both sides of the walkway with children tethered to them by obligation and DNA were waiting, and I could see how parents and children wouldn't feel safe around these disgruntled adults. The incessant bullying has become a rallying cry for these low-information parents that cannot articulate more than one sentence of civil discourse, which is why they focus on their meritless arguments of guns, CRTs, and banning books. Do people not see this performative behavior for what it is? Attention-seeking, manufactured outrage? I stand now where Pastor John Blanchard of Rock Church piously spoke to this body just weeks ago. Not long after, may I remind all of you, he was arrested in a sting operation with 17 other men, soliciting sex from a minor. I would like to take a moment to highlight the pervasive hypocrisy of the people whose political message is save the children. I think we should probably save the children from the Christian nationalists, but I digress. What we are dealing with is the disturbing confidence of ignorance. Claims of First Amendment rights being violated because they've been ejected from school board meetings and other gatherings. Issuing death threats against school board members and families, for instance, isn't protected speech. The irony is that Christian nationalists bring their religious beliefs into this room, attempting to quash the words and experiences of others, trying to stifle the free speech of everyone that doesn't share their beliefs. Your religious beliefs cannot and will not infringe on my child's
30
civil
seconds.
rights. There may be societal condemnation for exercising some so-called freedoms, but that's not the government taking rights. That's just society expressing its disgust at horrible behavior. So wrap yourself in your American flag and go weep quietly in the corner about your hurt feelings. I've heard enough parents talk about psychological impacts of their children wearing masks or reading books that make parents uncomfortable. If you are not intelligent enough and capable of civil discourse, you don't need to bring a gun in this building.
And that is time.
Thank you.
Speaker number 10 and speaker number 12 asked to be moved to Zoom. So our next speakers will be Philip Van Cleve, Tara Chang, and then Daniel Hay.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Philip Van Cleve. I'm the president of the Virginia Citizens Defense League. If you remember, there was a massive rally for gun rights last year in Richmond, 50,000 people attending. That was us. I'm here to speak against looking at doing this option on banning guns in the building. The right to self-defense is a natural right. You're born with that. Every animal on earth has the ability to defend itself. Only humans are dumb enough to occasionally give up their right to protect themselves. And antelope, before it goes in the woods, doesn't take its horns off. We're the only one. And that right is your most important right. If you can't protect your life, it's not worth much. Now, we live in a fairly safe country, but you don't ever know for sure. If you'd asked the people in the building that was attacked the day before, if people needed guns there, a lot of them probably said no. They learned the next day that it would have been nice, and it might have saved a lot of lives. Defensively, guns are used in the United States between 500,000 times and 1.5 million a year. Now, that doesn't mean everybody was shot with those. The thing about a gun is just presenting it 90% of the time will diffuse the problem. The criminal says, okay, I'm done, I'm out of here, I'm gone. 10% of the time it goes beyond that, usually when the criminal's on drugs. So while you do have the authority to pass this, while you have the right to do, or the power to do that, I don't suggest it's a good idea. It really isn't. If you wouldn't, for example, take away the driver's licenses of all the people that had a perfect driving record with the idea that you would lower drunk driving, because those people aren't the ones drunk driving. You would want to go after the people who drive drunk and take away their licenses. This effectively is doing that. It's telling the people that don't ever commit crimes, and permit holders are the most law-abiding of law-abiding. You can check with the state police, they track all this. It's so rare that a permit holder does anything, and then it's not violence usually. That it's just extremely, it's extremely rare. So telling them that they can't carry is not going to lower the crime rate. It's not going to make
30 seconds.
Because that's not who these people are. They've had their training, they've been vetted, and the record's there. The state police are happy to answer questions if you want to check with them about concealed handgun permit holders. So I would strongly encourage you to not do this policy. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Tara Chang, then Daniel Hay, then Aiden Jackson.
Welcome.
So my speech will actually be including Delegate Nick Freitas's clip from his famed 2008 House floor. And let me...
While we may be a post-Enlightenment society, the vast majority of horrible atrocities that we've seen have happened in those post-Enlightenment societies. Has happened as a result of governments systematically disarming citizens and claiming themselves to be the sole responsible party for their security, and then turning on those same citizens and punishing them.
And as you know, he's a big Second Amendment legend. And also, last meeting I had the advice for the young female students. This meeting I have advice for the young male students. In a world full of Aaron Spencers, be a Kyle Rittenhouse and a Nick Freitas. Have a good night.
Our next speaker is Daniel Hay, then Aiden Jackson, then Annie Palumbo.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to start by sharing a perspective that captures my beliefs in this topic very well. I stand behind you in line at the store with a smile on my face and a gun under my shirt. And you are none the wiser, yet you are safer for having me next to you. I won't shoot you. My gun won't pull its own trigger. It is securely holstered with the trigger covered. It can't just go off. However, rest assured that if a lunatic walks into the grocery store and pulls out a rifle, I will draw my pistol and protect myself and my family, and therefore protect you and your family. I may get shot before I can pull the trigger, but I won't die in a helpless, blubbering heap on the floor, begging for my life or my child's life. No, if I die, I will be in the pile of spent shell casings. I won't be that victim. I choose not to be. As for you, I don't ask you to carry a gun. If you're not comfortable, please don't. But I would like to keep my right to choose to not be a helpless victim. There is evil in the world, and if evil has a gun, I want one too. Be smart. Don't blame the guns. Author unknown. You're wasting valuable time and resources. Too many of our kids are struggling, being distracted by topics and tasks that do not serve them or their future well. Get back to the basics. Teach our students how to be competitive in the world economy and ready to be productive citizens in society. Too many teachers are struggling to keep up with an environment focused on unnecessary topics and duties. Get back to the basics. Remove the distractions that do not help our students to succeed. This is what you should be focused on. Do not vote to limit good, law-abiding citizens from carrying weapons into yet another space. We are better when good people are able to quickly take action against those intending to do evil things. There are 393 million plus guns in the U.S. It's a lot, no doubt. But guns are not going away. You can put this rule in tonight, but the guns are still going to be here. People that are evil are still going to do evil things. Gun owners are not a threat. Evil people intent on doing harm are the threat. Stop meddling in topics that won't solve anything and focus on how to take care of our teachers so they can take care of our students. It seems the biggest thing that the majority of this board have to fear is difference
30
in opinion.
seconds.
Based upon your actions to limit the voices of your constituents, you are very scared of that. Stop playing around and get to work on items that truly make a difference. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aiden Jackson, then Annie Palumbo.
Welcome.
Thank you. Esteemed school board members and concerned parents and residents of Virginia Beach, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. Once again, I don't plan to take up too much of your time, but I am deeply disappointed with the manner in which citizens speaking before this school board have chosen to conduct themselves. Truthfully, I don't have much of an opinion one way or the other about gun control, but to hear all of you bragging about your gun fetishes and stronger devotion to the Second Amendment and to the God many of you claim to so dearly worship is troubling to say the least. I mean, have we lost our sense of decency and common sense? There's literally a police officer, an armed police officer over there who's here to protect us. I know that a lot of you are feeling emboldened by the verdict of Kyle Rittenhouse, but your weird and newfound sense of vigilantism is not welcome here. Nobody asked you to be the hero in a case of an armed intruder situation. Stop implying that you're going to save the day if something goes wrong. This isn't an action film. Leave your narcissistic sense of vigilantism at your gun shrine at home. We don't need it here. This is a school board meeting. On a related note, we need to stop all this fake outrage and doxing of school board members online. There was a time when school board members school board meetings were boring, but due to recurring crazies coming here to get their 3 minutes of fame, this formerly honorable place has become a clown show. There are serious issues facing our children. Let's deal with them in a civil and productive manner and not in a way that brings right-wing cancel culture, false outrage, weird forms of vigilantism, gun fetishes, and race-baiting rhetoric into this building. School board members, once again, don't buy into this mob. If you choose to ban guns from this premises and other properties, you'd be well within your rights to do so. It wouldn't be an affront to personal liberty or a violation of the Second Amendment. You'd be protecting this building in the way that you see fit. And so in society, sometimes we have to walk as slow as our slowest person. In my opinion, we should all be allowed to take drugs, but we can't because somebody took drugs and hurt their family. We should all be allowed to drive our cars as fast as we want, but we can't because somebody got drunk and crashed into a tree. The same goes for guns. Some of y'all need to grow up, leave your false pride at home, and this is literally a school board meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Annie Palumbo.
Please don't start the clock. You guys have been turning the cameras off, or maybe it's a technical issue, but we've been getting messages saying the cameras are turned off. It's always something. Okay, you could start. 0 complaints. You guys have been FOIA'd a few months ago, or no, it was recently, right? 0 complaints. 0 from parents being violent. So, Yuri Emajura, Kenza Zatorni, or however you say her name, Tanya Rivers, Aiden Jackson, Melissa Luxon, you're all liars. We have videoed the rally where we gave you guys the microphone, and we have it all on video. We were peaceful. We gave you the microphone. We let you guys speak for 45 minutes. You're liars. So I will get clips of their video and make sure I post it all over social media because that's what I'm doing. I'm exposing liars. I want to know why. I was going to talk about guns today. Why do we need guns? I'm in a profession right now where I need a gun. So you know what? You're not going to stop people from us from carrying. You're not. I want to know how much the city paid on these poster boards that are in the lobby telling parents. I'm not even talking to you guys tonight. I'm talking to the public. How parents are supposed to act. And I'm going to harp on masks again because pretty soon we're going to have a new governor. But he still said he's going to leave it up to the localities. I want to know, first of all, why Dottie Holtz, a school board member, is taking pictures of parents speaking. I want to know why Beverly Anderson is doing the same thing. That's very unprofessional of you. That's not cool. You're elected by we the people. I want to know why you want our kids in masks. Yeah, Dottie, tonight we've caught you in the hallway again without your masks. You voted to mask our kids. Here you are. Here's Kim Melnick masked up. She's not here today, but here she is, everybody, without her mask out in public. They want your kids masked all day for 8 hours, but they don't follow the rules. Rules for thee, not for me. And last but not least, my favorite, Trinace Riggs, another school board member. We're up to 3 now. I'm sure I could get all 6 or 7 of them who voted for your kids to be in masks. Here she is all masked up in every meeting. But guess what? Last week, magically, in a city council meeting, no
30
mask.
seconds.
No mask, everybody. No masks. Hypocrites. Hypocrites. Get our kids out of masks. I'm sick of it. And say I yell, I don't care. You all sit up here, you go out in public, you go into restaurants, and they're without their masks, and you all hypocrites walk everywhere without them. Me and about 300,000 parents in Virginia Beach are tired of it. We're tired of seeing you in public without your masks. Meanwhile, having our kids in
And that
masks.
is time.
Let it end.
17 did not check in. So it's going to be Amber Thompson, Amy Solares, and then Lindsay Bowen.
Welcome.
Good evening. At the last school board meeting, my statements around my son wearing a mask in PE were called into question, going so far as to say false accusations were made. Ms. Anderson then directed to Mr. Freeman asking what the guidelines around mask wearing in PE were. He stated that if they are participating in activities in PE, even indoors, they should be able to remove their masks. Per the public health order, that is correct. The exemption to mask wearing is while exercising or using exercise equipment. However, that has not been the case, as I stated at the last meeting. All of our children are being forced to wear a mask while exercising indoors. Upon further discussion over the last week, Dr. Robertson went on to say it was decided that although requiring students to wear a face covering when exercising and 6 feet cannot be maintained exceeds the state health order, it is fully supported by our VDH team. So why in 11.9 did Mr. Freeman say the correct guidelines where masks can be removed while exercising indoors, but now, Mr. Robertson, you are saying that we will continue with the practice of mask wearing in PE, if not 6 feet apart? Where were you on 11.9 when this was brought up? Because it sounds like the communication has been all over the place. The only misinformation being provided here is the data you all are going off of, and it's unacceptable. So my statements were in fact not false. My child did not simply forget to remove his mask. He is told to put it back on if he takes it off, even while exercising, which is not okay. Mr. Robertson, you mentioned that this will be the practice even more so during the winter months when children will be inside for PE, which from where I'm sitting means my child will get even less mask breaks. Any one of us can go to a busy local gym and remove our masks while exercising, but these children as young as 5 years old are being forced to have their faces covered, which impacts their breathing while exercising. How is that okay? How can you attribute low transmission rates simply to mask wearing when they've never had a chance to remove them? Mr. Robertson also mentions that you all are not hearing from parents that this is an issue. I'd offer that many parents had no idea their children were forced to wear masks during PE. You all are knowingly allowing for complete overreach by the school board, which defies the public health order exemption, and half of the school board wasn't even aware of some of this communication going on. More time is spent trying to keep us out and make things harder on concerned parents, when in fact the real issue is most of the people sitting in this room. Another part that really doesn't sit well with me is that Dr. Robertson feels that this isn't an issue because students are used to wearing a mask. So when will this end?
30 seconds.
How can you sit there and justify all of this by saying this is normal to them? This isn't normal and it should never be. I can tell you these children are not used to it. They're scared. The goal should be to remove these mitigations, not get used to them. You know who else gets used to it after a while? And I'm going there, I'm sorry, but domestic abuse victims. When they grow up around domestic abuse, it becomes normal after a while. But it's okay, we're teaching these kids the same messaging when it's made to be the norm. Just get used to it. I'm out of time, but thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Solares, then Lindsay Bohan, then Damian McLean.
Welcome.
Hi. In a school board committee meeting November 10, I believe, Mrs. Anderson stated, "What's sad about it is that type of misinformation given by that person last night told the public that was total misinformation given by that person. That was total misinformation." Mr. Robertson stated in that same meeting, it was an opt-in survey and only 7 families opted in. It was not given to anyone. They are responding to survey questions read aloud in the November 9 school board meeting. These questions contain sex, sexual violence, sexual molestation, physical and mental abuse, suicide, depression, and so on. And they were meant to go to Virginia Beach students. That parent was making sure other parents knew what the majority of this school board, the Virginia Department of Health, and the Virginia Department of Education seem to think is okay to give our children. Their defense was that the surveys were an opt-in, meaning parents had to consent before their child would be given the survey. The fact that anyone would feel it okay to even consider giving any grade school student this type of questioning is shameful, whether or not the parent had to consent. Why didn't anyone stand up to say these aren't appropriate? Mrs. Anderson, it's clear you knew those questions were inappropriate, as you admitted in an email dated October 29 prior to the school board meeting in response to an email from Mrs. Paula Chang questioning the appropriateness. Mrs. Anderson, you also write, quote unquote, trying to curb or give accurate information about sexual activities is something parents need to do. But as we all know, it doesn't happen in all homes. It's unfortunate more parents don't engage in personal talks with their children, unquote. Miss Anderson, you do not co-parent my children. You don't tell me or anyone else who, what, when, where, why, or how we speak on sensitive topics to our own children. And just because we don't want our children exposed to this, in the public school classroom doesn't mean we don't talk to our children. Shame on you. I've mentioned at almost every meeting how this school board is stripping away students' rights and the abilities to succeed. Their rights to be challenged on an intellectual level, and the taking away of gifted and advanced courses to create equity, and how this is wrong. That you were elected to do was to maintain and build
30
on a
seconds.
quality education for Virginia students. In her October 29 email to you, Mrs. Anderson, Mrs. Chang suggests you apologize to that parent. I was that parent, and I don't want an apology. I prefer a resignation from you and anyone else on this board who has strayed from pushing for a quality education in favor of a racist and woke agenda. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Bohan, then Damian McLean, then Barbara O'Donnell.
Welcome.
I'd like to congratulate and thank you all for the extraordinary job you have done this year, particularly in the last 6 months or so. Your hard work and diligence was key to turning Virginia Beach red. Let's recap some highlights. You kept kids out of school last year, yo-yoing back and forth between in-person and virtual classes. This resulted in nearly 2,000 children repeating this school year. And hundreds have left the district to pursue other options like private or homeschool. This is to say nothing about the mental anguish, yes, it's a fact, that you have put these kids through. You've decided to continue masking all of our children against parents' wishes, going against the Virginia Code 1-240.1, which states, a parent has a fundamental right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of the parent's child. You have kept parents out of schools until a few weeks ago. You have re-implemented masking in these meetings. You have reduced our speaking time. You have prioritized children speaking before tax-paying registered voters at these meetings. You've adopted a transgender policy, yet you have failed to safeguard non-trans children. You voted down a resolution that would clarify equity training and teaching in Virginia Beach schools. You've limited the number of people in this very boardroom. You've recently voted to keep us from gathering outside as well, flagrantly violating the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, which states plainly, Congress shall make no law prohibiting the right of people to peaceably assemble, which you took an oath to uphold and defend. You've delegated way too much power to the unelected superintendent who unilaterally decreed recently that student athletes must be vaccinated or tested weekly. You also voted to grant him the authority to issue permits to those of us who want to gather peacefully, again, outside prior to these meetings. I could go on and on, but as I mentioned before, you've limited our time in speaking. So, again, thank you. Keep up the good work. We have midterms coming up in 2022. Tonight you are going to discuss Policy 3-63, and we all know you will vote to further restrict our Second Amendment rights as outlined in the United States Constitution as you continue to pursue your agenda and drive parents away
30 seconds.
and violate and undermine our constitutional rights. Many more parents will continue to wake up to the awful situation we're in and join the movement to elect people who will restore common sense and actually engage with their constituents. The last time I spoke, I invited you. I urged you to come outside and talk with us. You didn't. You didn't. You never will. You never did then. That will be your legacy and the
And
fall
that is time.
of your.
Our next speaker is Damian McLean, then Barbara O'Donnell, and then Doug Henson.
Welcome.
Hey, good evening. I'd like to call your attention to the Equity Assessment Report that was released this month. This was prepared by a firm called Quality Measures, or QM, which I'll use in my talk. I don't know what the school board paid QM for the report, but it should be asking for its money back. The report has a massive blind spot, and here's why. Over 4 months, QM interviewed 366 people, both inside the school system and out. These interviews formed the basis for the entire report. Among those 366 people that QM surveyed, just 3 were parents. That's right, 3 parents. Less than 1% of respondents were parents. Virginia Beach parents were essentially shut out of a conversation about proposals that could affect tens of thousands of students. I'm sorry to say, but the equity report in its current form, it looks like propaganda. It seems to be a fig leaf designed to cover up a predetermined conclusion, namely, more CRT-style policies are needed in our schools. I'm sure you noted the emotion of the speakers who spoke just before me. It's really no surprise that parents are showing up at these school board meetings, angry, frustrated that their children are being taught a curriculum that's at odds with their own values. Parents have a right to be upset. They're being shut out of conversations like these ones that are laid out in this equity assessment. I suggest the school board go back to QM and request the firm put an honest effort into including the most neglected and perhaps the most important voice in this discussion, and that's parents. Until then, this report should carry very little weight with the school board and be recognized for the shortcomings inherent. Thanks very much.
Our next speaker is Barbara O'Donnell, then Doug Henchen, then Barry Nolan.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My study tonight is on agenda item 12F6, controversial issues and your equity assessment meld together. CRT and SEL are evil and destructive programs not representative of the values of this nation and pushed on students through the equity survey. A reminder, Dr. Parrott, Dr. Spence, and all on the equity committee that education in core subjects, not CRT, built dams, railroads, canals, rocket to the moon, and created miracles of the cure for polio and treatment for HIV. Your own survey indicates that this is correct. The non-scientific equity survey findings are based on the absence of statistics and facts. Your interviews and focus groups included only 366 participants. In your tour of findings webinar, of the 100,000 individuals eligible, only 415 participated. That is 1/4,000th of 1%. Thus, your findings have no basis and should never be used for policy. It was snuck in tonight so its weakness might not be noticed. Its purpose is political and pedagogical gobbledygook. The survey highlights the decline in student performance, particularly amongst African American students, since 2015, when Dr. Spence and Parrott became leaders here and began pushing equity and core subjects. Survey pages 23 and 24 display the declining SOL scores in the schools between 2015 and 2019. African American students showed no improvement in math, SOL scores, and a decline in history and geography, as well as a consistent gap in AP exams for these students versus other groups. As the grandmother of 2 African American grandchildren, I am thoroughly appalled. Teach children what they need to succeed. Stop pushing racial politics. You pay tens of thousands of dollars to quality measures for a useless survey
30 seconds.
designed as an excuse to teach SEL and CRT. You waste tax money on empty surveys on hiring PhDs. Schools need to focus on teaching children factual subjects, not personal beliefs. It's the only way to offer all students the same opportunities and resources. That is equality and equity defined, not PhDs, just simple common sense. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Doug Henchen, then Barry Nolan, then Diana Howard.
Welcome.
Thank you. Geez, tough crowd tonight, Mayor. So I'm here to speak just in opposition to item F, or 12F7, which would otherwise prohibit lawful gun owners from exercising their Second Amendment rights. So we've heard talk tonight, about the gun-free zones, and it sounds good, but as we all know, it's only prohibitions against lawful gun owners. It's not going to prevent those seeking to do you harm from carrying guns. We know this. They will not abide by your rules. It's not going to make you any safer. It's just going to be a neon sign, an advertisement that a bad guy with a gun will meet no resistance. It will not be a deterrent, and we unfortunately know how that can end, as so eloquently spoken earlier this evening. So this policy will, however, be a violation of our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. This is a basic fundamental right as important as any other enshrined in the Constitution. I don't think you would consider totally restricting any other of our basic fundamental rights. Nobody would stand for that, and you wouldn't stand for that either. So the framers said that Congress shall pass no law respecting an establishment of religion, and they meant that. They said no quartering of troops, and they meant that. They said no unreasonable search and seizures. They meant that. They said shall not be infringed, and they meant that too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barry Nolan, then Diana Howard, and then Joseph Fitzgerald.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was born and raised in Virginia and attended Virginia public schools from grades 1 through 12. And in all that time, through all those formative years, I never had one black person in any of my classes, in any school, in any year, ever. But oddly, Virginia public schools never taught me anything about why that was. They didn't teach us about current events, about the historic Brown versus Board of Education ruling by the Supreme Court, or about the Loving versus Virginia decision. Nothing about the call for Virginia to engage in an act of massive resistance to avoid equal rights, or about the counties that totally shut down public schools just to avoid desegregation. We didn't read a word about the freedom riders and the civil rights activists who were facing dogs, fire hoses, brutality, and murder, while my friends and I were mostly worried about who we'd be taking to the prom. And they certainly didn't teach us about the brutal history behind all those atrocities. We never debated the import of slaves to the land of the free, the Three-Fifth Compromise, or the cruelties of the Fugitive Slave Act. We never read historic works like The Diary of a Slave or The Narrative of Sojourner Truth. Naturally, there was nothing allowed by such literary giants as James Baldwin, just happy, glowing stories about white guys like me who invented penicillin. Because I find it the height of irony that some of my white brethren are complaining these days about identity politics, because we invented it. We white people invented the race laws, the anti-miscegenation laws, the Jim Crow laws. We invented poll taxes and the group that wore white shirts during the night while night riding. And now we don't want to look at our own history. But all those things our people did reverberates to this day, and we want to ban books and avoid questions about why things are the way they are today. There is a famous quote about that by the esteemed historian George Santayana. Those who don't know their own history are condemned to repeat it. Madam Chair, that would appear to be the goal, the very hope of some, to repeat it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diana Howard, then Joseph Fitzgerald.
Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Diane Howard. I'm the chair of the Virginia Beach Tea Party, and so it should be no surprise to you that we oppose you restricting our Second Amendment rights. As we, support all of our inalienable rights given to us by God, and you as elected officials are supposed to uphold and protect those rights. While I appreciate the police officer here to protect me, I can't carry him around. He's not coming with me to the car or taking me home or going shopping with me, right? And if we learned nothing from Building 2, it's that, you know, you can put any policy you want in place. That doesn't mean that somebody's not going to disobey it and break the law. And that's what he did. Remember, he was an employee. He had key access codes. He was able to get in and do what he did. And nobody could stop him because they weren't armed. Had they been, and you heard from two people from Building 2, had they been there with their concealed weapon, they could have saved some of their friends and employees, their coworkers. And so I'm wondering why you feel so threatened by parents coming here to voice their opinions and their concerns about their children and what they feel is hurting them, whether it's masking or vaccination mandates or what they're learning in school, that you feel that you need to do this, that you need to fear them to protect yourselves against them by restricting yet another thing, the Second Amendment. And I'm sorry, I'm getting asphyxiated here with this mask on. So when the General Assembly passed this bill to allow you to restrict guns in school buildings, it didn't say school-sponsored events except
30
but
seconds.
on the agenda, it says weapons on school property or at school-sponsored events. So I'm wondering, how is a law-abiding person to know when there is a school event in their proximity? If there's a Virginia Beach sports team playing in Chesapeake Arena, right? Is that arena, because of Virginia Beach schools there, a gun-free zone? Is there gonna be a sign up to warn
And that
them?
is time. Our next speaker is Joseph Fitzgerald.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello again. You are welcome for me coming and fulfilling my civic duty yet again. I, for the life of me, do not understand the negligence and disregard the board majority continues to show the Constitution of the United States. You have continually infringed upon our First Amendment with limiting speech, as well as your right to peacefully assemble outside this building. This perfectly written, divinely inspired document is one of the greatest experiments of mankind. It lays out the true fabric of our existence with the rights and responsibilities that come with being made in God's image. This country is made to be free and to have no ruler other than God. If you don't respect, understand, or appreciate this idea, take a good look at Australia. You're sadly mistaken if you believe we would not be in concentration camps right here in America, if not for the Second Amendment. Yet you guys are trying to infringe upon it. It's not that I wish to carry a gun here myself at a school board meeting or any property that you may claim. The problem is your reckless disregard for our country's greatest protection. I have a feeling the reason why is because of the lack of understanding and the true meaning of the Constitution. I don't think it's being taught with the proper zealousness that we should all have for it. Under the guise and safety is how everything is being eroded right now. Fear is becoming king. Fear works hand in hand with hate, using the same logic that you all have so foolishly used to handle this city's non-issue with hate by putting it front and center in the classroom and taking it in every direction in every activity. It would only make sense to add more guns to the school as opposed to limiting them. This is not my suggestion, just my observation on how the board handles issues. Reading through the agenda today, I noticed the advanced PE, unified physical education. Having a disabled brother growing up, this really warmed my heart until I read the subsection on social development. There is no limit to your push with your agendas. Reminds me of a quote from James Madison. Crisis is the rallying cry of the tyrant. Ever since the China virus attack was launched on America, the board majority has launched its attack on our parental rights and has pushed its agenda on everyone. Again, under the guise of safety. Why are the children still wearing masks? You have had multiple studies sent to you and published and peer-reviewed that prove the continual mask wearing, especially in children, does more harm than good. We know children have the lowest risk with the China virus, and the teachers that want the jab have it. Science is the study of
30
all
seconds.
evidence. Science objective is to doubt. We make a hypothesis. Masks prevent the spread of COVID. Then we collect all the data and analyze all the evidence. Science is not something we believe. Religion is. Science is something we doubt until we can know more. There's an overwhelming evidence to disprove this hypothesis. It is time to end this nonsense for the safety of the children. Please remove the mask when they return back in January. Thank you.
Speaker number 27 had to cancel, so that is the end of our in-person speakers. We will move to our online speakers.
Welcome.
Our first speaker is Vic Nichols. Please unmute.
Policy 6-9, why get rid of U.S. and Virginia flag history in the pledge? People gave their lives for our flag. Policy 363, what hasn't been discussed is there's no definition of regularly present, of performing, what specific duties there are, requires no prior date time notice at places, and the school board hasn't assumed legal and financial responsibility for safety. HB 257 was passed and it led to multiple rapes of young girls. The same thing happens with gun-free or victim murder zones. Kate Nixon and 11 others were brutally murdered because of this policy. A speaker indicated that people were narcissistic for wanting to have a gun for protection. Are all that are against this policy willing to in person face the 12 murdered building to employees and families and friends saying what you said, that you knowingly condone and encourage the murder of innocents and Second Amendment rights infringements? A quote, I get a lot of crossing on my desk of employees who work in state or city governments who are upset that they can't bring a gun to work to protect themselves. Where is the consideration for their safety fears? Anyone reporting a crime? Well, then it has to be open to FOIA so we don't have another Kyle Rittenhouse where legitimate law-abiding folks are treated worse than criminals and child sex abusers get out with a slap on the wrist. Gun control equals race control. See Ida B. Wells, Carlos Cobb Jr., the Black Panthers, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. It is also pro-rape because in England, women have 3 times greater chances of getting raped because they're not allowed to carry guns. That's a fact. Let me address some speakers' no-fact comments. It is very easy to tell who is law-abiding and who isn't. That is why trained adults should make the decisions, not indoctrinated kids or non-fact-based adults. What are you afraid of? If you're not afraid of a car, you shouldn't be afraid of a gun. A previous speaker has absolutely zero clue the training and the practice that legal gun owners go through and who trains them. Since you have no idea of that, why in the world would you want to sit here and speak these things without checking your facts first? Let's face it, there have been a ton of people who are speaking against it that are not basing decisions based on facts, but they're basing it on fears or what they read. But if you go through, there is absolutely no fact-based points that show that gun-free zones are anything but victim murder zones. It is time to stop that. We've had 12 murdered already. Let's not see more. Vote this down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Sullivan. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Rye and the Virginia Beach School Board for this opportunity to speak. I come today in support of making all Virginia Beach public school property designated as gun-free zones and to support the adoption of bystander intervention training. In order for guns to be a deterrent, all parties need to be interpreting reality rationally. This is simply not the case in mass shooting events. The majority of shooters either shoot themselves or seek out suicide by cop. Clearly, reason has nothing to do with these shootings. I don't support allowing guns on any school property because guns kill. I do support everyone's right to feel safe and secure on school grounds. And to that end, I support bystander intervention training. According to the 2019 report of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the United States Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center, 93% of all school shootings were planned in advance. In 4 out of 5 cases, the shooter had shown recognizable signs as they were planning for the violence to another person. Unfortunately, that other person either did not know what to make of those signs or simply did not know what to do about them. The best form of prevention is to recognize these warning signs when you see them and to have a plan to act on it. This is called bystander intervention. Bystander intervention is evidence-based training on preventing, recognizing, and reacting responsibly to the targeted social concern. Bystander intervention trainings are accredited for continuing education and are a complement to social emotional learning. Sandy Hook Promise is a nationally recognized nonprofit created by the families of the victims of the Sandy Hook elementary school shootings in 2012. Sandy Hook Promise provides successful evidence-based bystander intervention training for active school shootings. This type of training empowers students, teachers, administrators, staff, and interested parents by teaching everyone to recognize the warning signs when you see them and to have a plan in place to pass that information along, creating an intervention that will save lives. This training is going on all over the country and is provided at no cost. Allowing guns on any school property is counterproductive. Just the presence of a gun can generate fear and anxiety in child and adult alike, which can adversely affect performance. Empowering everyone with bystander intervention training is the best way to keep everyone safe everywhere on school property. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
Is Sandra Jarvis. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm speaking regarding the issue of book banning in the schools. In particular, I want to speak about the book Good Trouble: Lessons from the Civil Rights Playbook. At a time when people of color are seeing their voting rights under attack, and where in so many communities we are the last to receive opportunities for advancement, it's imperative that every citizen of every race, of every age, be aware of how to advocate for their civil rights. This is an important topic to be addressed in our public schools, not suppressed there. Nonviolent, and I am stressing the word nonviolent public protests, are important tools for advocating for individuals and groups who are being treated unjustly. It stands in sharp contrast to the behavior seen in our Capitol on January 6th and to what was seen in Charlottesville about 2 years ago. So it's very important that books like Good Trouble be allowed to be accessible to children so that they learn at an early age how to advocate for themselves and for those around them. We'll have stronger communities, we'll have more just and equal communities if everyone knows how to speak up for themselves. I would also like to add my voice to the praise of the school board for considering not allowing guns in school board meetings. A few weeks ago, there was an incident where someone actually threatened one of the security guards at a school board meeting. It didn't lead to violence, but we must recognize that not everybody that has a gun is a level-headed person, and that if that person with the knife that threatened the security guard had had a gun instead, it would have been a much more dangerous situation. Also, if everyone in the room has a gun and there is someone shooting, when the police arrive, they don't know who's the shooter and who's the person trying to protect others. It would just turn into a melee. So the best thing that we can have is security guards protecting our school board meetings and everyone else not carrying a gun. Thank you.
Speaker number 4 was in person, so go to speaker number 5, Sarah Gerloff. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Let's talk about the increase in depression and suicide and the reasons, because you cannot fix something until you get to the root cause. We now have kids that cut themselves, do not know porn is porn, call themselves furries, they, thems, and them, zams. What are we in a Dr. Seuss book here?
These kids are calling for help. They are mentally upside down. They are shouting at us the only way they know how, with self-harming extremes, because nobody has been listening. These kids are divinely and uniquely created, yet some parents, schools, and social media put too much pressure on kids to be what they perceive as perfect. Transgender policies only add fuel to this fire. Trying harder to fix something that is broken with the wrong tools will never work. We should be talking to these kids and listening to them to help them find out who they are again. We are there as guides to help them grow into the butterflies they are to become, and not force them into a cookie cutter mold. Another cause for the uptick in depression and suicide are the draconian COVID measures: forced mask wearing, coerced vaccination, stressed out teachers bullying kids, all the doom and gloom over a virus these kids have a 99.9% chance of recovering from. All of this control and fear over something that has been blown out of perspective. Let's focus on those vaccine mandates for athletes for a moment. Mandating this unapproved so-called vaccine is unlawful. It is a form of coercion, since you are taking something kids want away unless they do as you say, you tyrants. By the way, forcing weekly tests is also unlawful. We know kids are being severely damaged by these so-called vaccines. Some have died. Don't you think it's unusual that young, healthy people are having heart attacks after vaccination? Those on this board that mandated kids get the jab will be held accountable for adverse reactions. And if death occurs, you will be held accountable for manslaughter. You see, there can never be consent when one is coerced, since the decision is made under duress. This board has committed serious crimes against humanity. Since we live in a Dr. Seuss world now, I am shouting out to every who in Whoville, please help me out. Start calling and emailing City Council to investigate this board and Spence, since City Council has the power to do so under the city charter. And let's not forget to contact the sheriff. Let him know there's a new sheriff in town, we the people. We want him to mosey on over yonder and arrest them there criminals on the school board who have violated our Constitution. We have had enough. You work for us. We pay taxes. We expect you to do your job. These women have committed trespasses against our children, and it's time for them to pay their debt.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Jeremy Dossel. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Can you hear me? Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to start with a quote. These cursed spirits torment me quite frequently, but they do not frighten me in the least, for I am convinced they cannot move except by God's permission. Let this be known well. Every time we make the demons the object of our contempt, they lose their strength, and the soul acquires a greater superiority over them. They have no power except cowardly souls who surrender their weapons. Saint Teresa of Avila. It's so easy to just bash the Second Amendment and bash guns. It's hard to look at all the facts. It's hard to realize that guns aren't the issue here. It's easy to regurgitate talking points. It's easy to do what your peers say. Those are the words of Kyle Kashuv, a survivor of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting in Parkland, Florida, February of 2018. I would dare say that most of you have never heard of him. While national news shamelessly lined up Kyle's peers to promote views on gun control, they denied any voice to Kyle and others like him. This is not a new argument, and the scenario has not changed. An individual choosing to act upon the evil in his heart ignores every policy and numerous laws to inflict his misery on so many others. Anyone willing to commit murder would care less about a misdemeanor trespassing charge, much less administrative policies. As it is known, criminals by definition do not obey laws. The real damage comes when law or policy denies law-abiding citizens their fundamental human right to self-preservation, and in turn creates a less safe environment. We can go over and over all the facts all night long, but they are only heard by those who listen. It has been proven by many of you that you are incapable of doing that should it not align with your own personal motives. That leaves the majority in this room without representation other than the minority that sits in front of us whom still do this for the children and us parents. Every citizen has the same opportunity to be here and speak our voice. Should you choose to stay quiet, you choose not to
You
have a voice.
hard-headed.
It is your position to listen to those who do show up and expect such from the entire board, not just the ones not in the back pocket of the machine. Research tells us that active shooting events occur predominantly in so-called gun-free zones, where firearms are banned either by law or administrative policy. All we want is to keep our kids happy, healthy, safe, and properly educated. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jerome Bell. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Yeah, hi. First of all, I want to say a couple of things. Columbine, Parkland, Sandy Hook. Okay, they all had the same thing exactly. They were all gun-free zones. So to the young ladies that were speaking earlier, not having guns around or being in a gun-free zone does not mean that you're safe. So don't get the false impression that you're safe because you're in a gun-free zone. And in 1867, Frederick Douglass said, a man's rights rest in three boxes: a ballot box, the jury box, and the cartridge box. Gun control regulations on the books right now across our nation were passed into law around the time the slaves were freed in the early 1865 and 1866, after the assassination of President Lincoln and under President Andrew Johnson. These laws were called Black Codes and Black Laws. Why were they called those? Because they didn't want armed blacks, armed freed people defending their newly given freedom with the passage of the 13th Amendment of the Constitution and the Civil Rights Act of 1866. So after 150 years of struggle, we've come a long, long way. And now here in Virginia Beach, we have a school board that believes it can override the Constitution of the United States of America. This began because for another month, thank God, we have a governor and his overseers in the General Assembly that tried to pass laws to attack free Americans, black, brown, white alike, pushing new and improved black codes masqueraded as red flag laws, magazine capacity laws, ammunition laws, and the gamut, all with the fear of prosecution if we don't comply. Now, here we are with 8 people. And I say 8 people because I know 3 of them will not vote for this. They feel that they are above the law of the land. We shouldn't even have to be here tonight and speaking on this, but since there's tyranny from the gang of 8, we must. We as free human beings have natural law, an inherent right, a God-given right that's enshrined to us in the Constitution of the United States of America and the Commonwealth of Virginia to protect ourselves as we see fit by bearing arms, and we the people are still sovereign. We will keep our arms, and we are not asking for your permission. Shall not be infringed was put in the language of the Second Amendment for a reason such as this. And I will leave you with this quote and statement. When people fear the government, there is tyranny. When government fear the people, there is liberty. And as I speak before you here tonight, I can assure you that we the people will have liberty at all costs. How we keep it is your choice. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Amy Morris. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Amy Morris, please unmute. We'll move on to our next speaker, Suzanne Saltesiak. Please unmute.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Suzanne and I am a parent and speaking as a representative of Moms Demand Action and SAFE. I want to speak about policy 3-63. I'm also a licensed clinician, and one of the things that we do regularly is assess what's referred to as access to lethal means. What this means in lay terms is that if someone were to become violent towards themselves or others, how lethal are the tools that they have available to them at the time where that urge has a possibility of happening? Studies on the lethality of guns, the likelihood of injury by weapon type, offender intent, and firearm availability provide considerable evidence that guns contribute to fatalities that would otherwise have been non-fatal assaults. So does that mean that we should never have guns available? No, this isn't about taking guns away. This means that we look to see when we have people or situations that are likely to have heightened emotions, increased volatility, increased importance of decisions. We know emotions become heightened, and as a result, decision-making capacity can be impacted. Basically, when we're mad, sad, or upset, we sometimes make poor decisions. I could explain what happens in the brain with the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex, but basically we become reactionary without thinking it through. And this happens with violent urges or perceptions of being threatened. We need to look no further than the news to understand that access to a gun during these times leads to an increased likelihood of people using that weapon and of a lethal outcome. Perhaps the best example is being discussed in a courtroom in Georgia this week. Had the people who killed Ahmaud Arbery not had a weapon in their possession, regardless of the reason that they perceived a threat, Mr. Arbery would not have been killed and his family would not be mourning. This is why courtrooms restrict those who can carry weapons into them. This is why the state of Texas and Florida prohibit guns at local government meetings. It's why open or concealed carry firearms are prohibited in every federal-owned building. Cities that allow firearms in sensitive or dangerous places are needlessly endangering the lives of their residents. We have seen in recent school board meetings here and across the state and country that people have become much more volatile. We have seen these threats directed at our own board members online. And now tonight we have a speaker screaming the names of our students and calling them names. To attack students online, to publicly bully them and call them names shows a stunning new low and exactly the poor judgment that is concerning at these meetings. I hope that whatever the vote on this policy, that all of our school board members will condemn any attacks and name calling of our students. Students, thank you for sharing your voices and perspectives. I believe you. And for any of those who doubt, the Screaming Lady tonight offered extra validation of what type of interaction those of you encountered on your previous visit thought was an acceptable way to treat students. I am sorry about that and the other experiences you had as you attempted to use your First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Coant. Please unmute.
Good evening. Can someone tell me a valid reason for designating this facility and its ground as gun-free zones? Do you fully understand the significance of that action? Do you think for a minute that doing so will keep someone who is determined to commit a crime from being stupid and breaking the law? Or do you really believe that adding that sentence to Policy 363 will make those who work here and those who attend meetings safer than they are today? And why is this action being suggested now? Let me address the last question first. If anyone on this board thinks that parents and concerned citizens who show up to oppose some of the policy decisions made here would wish them physical harm, that is just not so. I have been loud and passionate in disagreeing with keeping the schools closed, with masking children, with stepping on First Amendment rights, and so forth. But I never threatened nor desired that harm come to anyone on this board. I respect you as fellow human beings, and I love you as bearers of God's image. Yes, I disagree with you, but I would never wish you harm. And from what I have known of those with whom I have rallied, I believe they feel the same. We will never hurt you. We just want policies changed. But regarding the other questions, when you decide to regulate who can carry a weapon on this property, you're not making things safer. You're making them riskier. Listen, those who carry firearms legally have gone to great pains to ensure that they are lawful and safe in doing so. They're the ones who obey the laws and will certainly abide by this designation if it becomes policy. On the other hand, those who disobey the laws don't care one whit whether this is a gun-free zone. The irony is that when we try to control where guns can be carried, it is the victims, not the criminals, who obey the laws. Government data in Florida show that even off-duty police officers were convicted of violent crimes at a higher rate than those who legally carry weapons. Declaring any area a gun-free zone literally means it will be free of guns carried by law-abiding persons. A spokesman for the Illinois State Police stated, "You rarely hear an instance where a person who lawfully carries a firearm uses it in an unlawful manner. Generally, those who carry permits are law-abiding citizens who go to great lengths, get extensive training, and learn the requirements for using force to defend themselves. They will obey this policy. Will the criminals? The only way you can enforce this policy and guarantee absolute safety is to surround this area with a 30-foot wall with limited entry
30
points,
seconds.
guarded and equipped with metal detectors. Criminals will be criminals no matter what you say. Please honor the Second Amendment and resist the thought that anyone who disagrees with you intends to hurt you. Vote against this change to policy 363. Thank you for letting me change my speaking to Zoom as I've had a cold for about a week. God bless you all.
Madam Chair, that was our last speaker for this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us to the information section of our agenda, and we are beginning with the interim financial statements for the month of October. And we welcome you.
One second, Mr. Hobson, just put the microphone on.
Sorry
Thank
about that. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairman Melnick, school board members, Dr. Spence. As of October 30th, the overall revenue trend remains acceptable at this point in the fiscal year, as illustrated in the first graph. As reported last month, our September 30th ADM of 63,698 was lower than the ADM budgeted of 64,611. This reduction in enrollment would result in a projected shortfall of approximately $4.5 million. Federal revenues continue to show favorable trends as of the end of October. This is mainly due to impact aid payments. Other sources of revenue year-to-date through October are up from last year due to more events going on. The next graph shows the sales tax receipts at an acceptable level. Year-to-date through October, we were approximately $1.7 million higher than the same time last year. The last graph shows the expenditures and encumbrances trend continues to remain acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Colleagues? Mrs. Manning?
Thank you. I just had a couple questions on the report under technology category A6 and 7. It has quite a few items over obligated under technology category. Do we have reasons for that, and how are we addressing that?
A6 and 7. Do you mean the $4 million total?
Well, I'm just, for example, if we look at special ed classroom, it's 104% obligated. If we look at school leadership, it's 121.
Oh, all right, that's what you're talking about. Well, the way we do our budget, the cost center is budgeted, but we're spending a lot more in technology categories than regular categories. And the budget department will true that up in the end.
Okay. Do we have a reason for that? I mean, I'm just curious because there were a number of them.
Yeah, it's because when they do the budget, they don't get in that much detail. So a lot of it is in the, they put it in the 810 instruction category, but so many things are classified 850, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be using numbers, but in the technology category. And so they will move from cost center, special ed, instruction to technology. Did that make sense?
No. I mean, I assume that we budget for what we anticipate, and if we're
Yes.
already over obligated, then we
Yeah.
did not anticipate the spending.
But they will be under obligated in the instructional category. So if you look in the
Oh,
instructional
okay.
category, they're
Okay.
under, but they're going over in technology, and budget will true that up in the end to make sure.
Okay, I think I understand now.
All right,
Okay,
sorry
and then-
about that.
That's okay. And then one other question, on page B12, it says reserve for contingency, $5,625,000. I'm not familiar with that. What is?
All right, B12.
Yeah, reserve for contingency.
Oh, that's, because when this has to do with grants, and when we go through the budget process, we budget a reserve for contingency for grants that we don't know we're gonna get yet. So we don't have to
So you're
continually go to.
you're
yes.
anticipating $5 million in grants?
We aren't anticipating it, but if we do receive money, it's already been appropriated and there's a revenue that will come to it. If there's a grant that pops up, we already have a contingency to be able to get that grant up and going.
So we have appropriated $5 million, but we're not anticipating it?
Well, it depends if we get any grants for that $5 million. That is somewhat true, but a lot of it will be used up for
I mean,
grants.
how do we anticipate, I understand if we anticipate something that we've received in previous years, but, I mean, I don't understand.
I guess this is a practice we've done for a long time, and we can't anticipate what we're going to receive all the time. We just want to be ready if the state or federal government wants to give us money. We're ready to go and have a contingency to be able to budget the revenue and expenditures for any grant that the state or federal wants to give us.
Why did we choose $5,600,000?
That is just the base that we've been using for years, and it's a good thing we had it last year because we got so much CARES money, we were able to get that up and running. Normally, we don't go through the full 5 million.
Okay, I'm just, if maybe I could get some further explanation offline on how we figure, do you have an answer for me,
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Payton?
So what Dan's saying is correct. And also too, you have to realize when we do those budgets for some of those larger grants, they're done at level funding. So a lot of times when those actual grants get awarded, we budget for level funding, but we get more than that. So then we have that contingency to bounce off of that, in addition to any new grants that we may get. Otherwise, we'd have to go back to city council and ask for reappropriation of additional funding for those grants.
I guess my big question is, why 5 million? Why do you
But that's
anticipate?
probably a historical trend that was done.
Okay.
Many years ago, and usually by the end of the year, we're pretty close.
Okay.
And then like Dan mentioned that when CARES money came in, we cut it really close. So it's an historical trend that we look at to be able to, because we've done level funding on like Title I and Title II and Title III and Title 6B for years, and so we
Okay.
kind of know how that works out.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anybody else, colleagues? Okay, we thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait, Mrs.
I
Anderson.
just want to say thank you for clarifying that, Mrs. Pate. And also, I was going to ask, has this happened in the past? Have we utilized that money in the past? To give us the historical data that we need to.
We have, we usually have some left over in that reserve because it is an estimate. The only time that I recollect that we had to actually go to the city is when we had ARA funds back during the recession.
Right.
And when the budget department did the budget for carryover funds, which is where those grants have carryover language and they move from year to year,
Yes.
there was not enough budgeted and in the contingency to hold that. And so we did have to go back to city council and ask for additional funds to be reappropriated in the grant fund.
Thank you.
And I guess I want to make it clear that those funds do not get spent unless there's an actual grant we're getting, a revenue source. So it's not money we can actually spend until we actually have a revenue grant.
Right. But I can see where it would be necessary to hold those off, and you don't want to miss out on the opportunity if a grant comes up. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we are now going to hear our comprehensive evaluation of the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy. Welcome, ladies.
Good evening, Chair Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. I'm Dr. Noelle Williams, a program evaluation specialist in the Office of Research and Evaluation. Today, I will provide an overview of the key findings and recommendations from the comprehensive evaluation of the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy, or EBA. The evaluation report you received in your agenda materials provides additional details. In September 2016, the EBA opened as a school within a school design at Kempsville High School. The program began with grade 9 students and phased in a new cohort of students every year until it reached full implementation in 2019-2020 with students in grades 9 through 12. The The Academy offers a rigorous academic curricula with business-themed concepts integrated into a combination of core courses and specialized electives. The EBA is comprised of 3 major strands: entrepreneurship and innovation, business information and technology, and corporate finance. The courses within these strands are immersive, experiential opportunities. As displayed on the slide, based on end-of-year enrollment, the majority of the students selected the entrepreneurship and innovation strand. The program of studies culminates during senior year when students participate in an internship with a long-term project. The initial comprehensive evaluation was postponed due to the pandemic and impact on data availability. In 2020-2021, the comprehensive evaluation focused on the accomplishment of the program's goals and objectives and program effectiveness. Evaluation questions also address participant characteristics, stakeholder perceptions, and the additional cost to the school division. Information for the evaluation came from the program proposal and other programmatic documentation. Data also came from the VBCPS data warehouse, interviews, and surveys from students and parents. The table on the slide displays the number of respondents and survey response rates. Central to the program's success are the students that apply and enroll. In 2020-2021, the EBA received 340 grade 9 applications for 125 open seats. The program offered admission to 284 students and 104 enrolled in grade 9 at the beginning of the school year. Students in grade 10 also are able to apply to the EBA. In 2020-2021, 22 grade 10 students enrolled due to available space. The table displays enrollment for the EBA at the beginning of the 2020-2021 school year. The majority of EBA students were female. The racial ethnic composition mirrors that of the division percentages overall. There are 18 EBA teachers and 1 school counselor for EBA students. The majority of the staff were female or Caucasian, and the average teaching experience among them was 11 years. The EBA has one broad overarching goal of providing students the business skills and knowledge necessary to succeed in any career-related field of study in post-secondary education and in the workforce. It aims to reach this goal through 5 objectives listed on the slide, including completing the program of study, opportunities to earn an associate degree post-secondary credit, exceeding objectives of the curricula and SOL tests, participating in enrichment activities, and completing a long-term senior project. Finally, the program aims to establish collaborative agreements with institutions of higher education. The following slides will discuss the program's progress toward meeting these goals and objectives. Nearly all students, parents, and staff who responded to the survey agreed that the EBA provided opportunities to gain the various skills needed to be successful. Overall, students in the EBA were high achieving across courses. 94% or more of the students in grades 9 through 12 earned a C- or higher in core, academy, and elective courses. 94 EBA seniors graduated in the spring and 100% earned an advanced studies diploma. 65% of the graduates earned a governor's seal. The governor's seal is awarded to students who complete the requirements for an advanced studies diploma with an average of B or better and successfully complete college-level coursework that will earn the student at least 9 transferable college credits in AP, IB, or dual enrollment courses. Objective 2 focused on opportunities for students to earn post-secondary credit and an associate degree. 38% of students in grades 9 through 12 took at least 1 AP exam. 45% scored a 3 or higher on at least 1 AP exam, which provides students the potential to receive college credit. 45% of students in grades 10, 11, and 12 took dual enrollment courses. All students enrolled in a dual enrollment course passed and earned college credits. Of the seniors who graduated, 23% completed the requirements to earn an associate degree in science from TCC. Varying numbers of students in the EBA participated in SOL tests shown on the slide. In 2020-2021, Academy students took 8 SOL tests. Using a threshold of 400, EBA students averaged well above passing scores across all the assessments. Students scored highest in writing with an average scale score of 490 and lower in geometry with an average scale score of 426. Students within the academy are expected to complete VBCPS technical career education credentials. 71% of students attempted at least one industry certification. 87% of students who attempted were successful. The EBA had partnerships with 35 different individuals to participate in Job Shadow Day. However, due to the challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, Job Shadow Day did not occur in 2020-2021. But 91% of seniors who participated in previous years reported Job Shadow Day as providing a somewhat or very useful experience. In 2020-2021, all senior students were placed in internships, either virtual or face-to-face. 96% rated their mentorship and or internship as providing somewhat or very useful experience. All students within the academy complete a long-term project through an internship during their senior year. A total of 98 students were enrolled in the EBA senior internship course. Students performed well on this course, with 98% earning a C- or higher. Due to challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, the presentations were closed to the public. This year, students recorded their final presentations and then sent them to their mentors and EBA staff for review and feedback. The EBA consists of many enrichment activities which are highlighted on this slide. Pitch Night culminates a year of students' project planning and a design associated with the Academy's Incubator EDU program. 6 student teams presented their final business concept at Pitch Night. The event was not open to the public due to the pandemic. There were 3 winners with funding totaling $16,200 to fund their startup businesses. Students had the opportunity to attend 23 virtual guest speakers panels. Sample topics included market sizing and sales planning. Stakeholders expressed satisfaction with guest speakers ranging from 88 to 100%. The community service requirement of 100 hours continued in 2020-2021. Due to the pandemic, what qualified as community service was expanded to include helping their families. Stakeholders expressed satisfaction with this component ranging from 82 to 100%. EBA staff maintain the Academy's collaborative partnerships and agreements with a variety of post-secondary institutions, including Babson College, TCC, and ODU. Babson College and ODU provide professional learning to EBA staff, while ODU and TCC offer post-secondary credits to students. The Academy proposal also carved for the EBA to have an advisory committee. During the 2020-2021 school year, this committee consisted of 13 members. This committee supports the implementation of Job Shadow Day, the senior internship, and interactions with community partners. In addition, EBA's leadership has secured partnerships with over 60 community business partners. This slide provides a summary of overall stakeholder perceptions of the Academy. Satisfaction was high among all stakeholder groups, with at least 85% of survey respondents indicating they were satisfied with the EBA. On the senior exit survey, 89% of seniors indicated that they agreed or strongly agreed that the Academy helped them make decisions about their future education or employment. 84% of EBA seniors indicated that the Academy prepared them to enter the job market and pursue a business-related career. 89% of seniors indicated their primary focus was to further their education, and 11% indicated their primary focus was to seek employment following high school graduation. The final evaluation question about costs typically addresses how the actual costs of the Academy compare to the project costs specified in the Academy proposal. However, with the postponement of the comprehensive evaluation, there were no projected costs specifically identified for 2020-2021, which was the Academy's 5th year of operation. Therefore, the cost analysis summarized the total actual costs from the 2020-2021 fiscal year with the 2019-2020 proposed costs for references purposes. Overall, the actual costs in 2020-2021 totaled approximately $693,000. The largest cost was for staffing, with 4 additional full-time equivalent teacher allocations and coordinator totaling around $410,000. Transportation costs were the second largest expense at approximately $143,000, which was below the estimate for a typical year because the pandemic led to students learning in a virtual setting for a little over half the school year, and students did not require transportation. The next largest cost was approximately $74,500 for students to take dual enrollment courses at TCC and work toward earning an associate's degree. As a result of the comprehensive evaluation, we have one recommendation. Continue the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy within Kempsville High School without modifications. This is recommended because the operation of the EBA was found to correspond with what had been set forth in the proposal approved by the school board. Although the Academy's operation was impacted by the pandemic, data collected during the 2020-2021 school year related to the Academy's goals and objectives demonstrated favorable results. The Academy continued to successfully implement a rigorous and comprehensive program of study for students interested in entrepreneurship and innovation, business information technology, and corporate finance. At this time, the principal of Kempsville High School, Melissa George, will provide the administration's response.
Thank you and welcome.
Good evening. So we concur with the recommendation provided by the report and wanted to take this time to thank the school board for the opportunity to open the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy at Kempsville High School and for their continued support since its inception. The continued success is also attributed to the support of several individuals within the school division as well as our entire community and our staff. We also want to thank the business community in our region who have welcomed our program with open arms and allowed students to learn through doing in a variety of experiences throughout the area, both in person and virtually. We look forward to continuing the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy at Kempsville High School. And now I would like to invite our Academy Coordinator, Megan Timlin, to join me at the podium so we can take questions that you may have.
And welcome to you, Ms. Timlin.
Good evening.
All right, we're going to start with Mrs. Hughes.
So I'm really impressed with this. I think this is a great idea.
Thank you.
I have one question. A lot of the academies and programs are kind of narrowly focused, whereas entrepreneurship could be one of a lot. So I see where it says 71% of students attempted at least one industry certification. What kinds of certifications are they getting in this particular academy?
So in our program, they start, all of our ninth graders earn the Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint, and that would be 100% if we had been in school full-time last year, face-to-face. In obtaining those industry credentials in a virtual setting made it really difficult for our students because they take them on the computer and they learn them on the computer. But they also take customer service and sales, they take the workplace readiness certification, and then they go in depth. Our students who go to the ATC take those industry credentials there, like AutoCAD, the cybersecurity. So it just depends on our students, but all of them earn at least one by the time that they leave our program.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please add Ms. Franklin to the queue.
You're on, Mrs. Franklin.
I'm trying to control my excitement because I love this program. Again, I remember when we were so concerned about Kempsville losing students. So the fact that I just want to thank the board and its wisdom when they approved this back in 2016, and so excited about this and all the things that the positive things that they're doing for these kids, not only through giving them credits and associate's degrees, but also prepping them for real life. Marketing and sales skills are things that are skills that everybody can use. And the fact that they can go to higher education or go straight into the workforce is just so crucial to be able to provide these students. So great job, Ms. George. Great job, Ms. Timlin, and to all the students that are just doing amazing things over there. So I congratulate all of you. And I think I'm surprised that the cost is so low for all the amazing work that is happening there. So I think that this is a great investment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin.
Anybody else, colleagues? I'll share just my initial impression, just reinforced tonight when I first saw these numbers, and by numbers I mean the feedback, because here we're talking earlier about customer feedback. And I mean, these are numbers anybody would die for. There's certainly room for, we're always, and I'm sure you are too, looking for ways to get those levels up more. And are you finding just the feedback from your first 4 classes of students you know, how, to what extent has that been factored into as you evolve this program?
Oh, I think so. It's currently our 6th year that we've been operating with students, my 7th. And I would say that we have adjusted every step along the way. Our students are very open in sharing with us what has gone well and what has needed adjustment. And certainly our parents have had a voice, and we have a great staff who really deserve a lot of the credit for the high satisfaction on our surveys. And I would say that we constantly are looking to grow and improve. We have a great leader in Mrs. George who pushes us every day to grow and learn from feedback. So yes, I mean, I could give you specifics, but you're probably not looking for that. But yes, we are constantly working to improve our program. And entrepreneurship and business changes, right? Like, so we've had to innovate through the pandemic, and that's changed, you know, the way we do business. So all of those things, that means that has to change our instruction. So, and what we're teaching now is not the same as in 2016.
So it's an example of a perfect formula, which isn't that complicated, but you've mentioned supportive leadership, you've mentioned stakeholder input, you know, and I'm leaving out others, but it's just a good best practice for others to follow. Okay, I guess, oh, Mrs. Anderson, sorry.
So this is another one of those wonderful things that our VBCPS is doing. And we can't, you know, toot our horns enough about this. I think, I remember when I first heard about the pitch night, or when the students get to pitch their ideas. When I first heard about that and what could happen and how much money could be raised to help these students, I was like amazed. And so please don't forget to invite us for the next one when it comes up, because I think I missed this past one because of the pandemic. But yeah, I'm anxious to watch that and see that happen, and go Chiefs.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Pitch night is certainly entertaining, I will say. And we have great support from our business community to make that happen. So thank you.
That was very interesting to be in person for 1 year, going back a few years. And I did remember, I knew there was at least a third one I wanted to include when I mentioned the leadership support, the stakeholder input, and the community partnerships, which, I mean, I think from the get-go, this academy, and maybe it was the nature of the beast that it attracted more, you know, you didn't really have to go scrounging,
No,
as I recall. They were
came to
banging on
us.
the door,
They
right?
were, yes, and they still are. We get new ones. I get new ones in my email every day.
And Ms. Melnick has her hand raised.
Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Melnick.
When we hear so often about just sticking to reading, writing, and arithmetic, I think this is a perfect example of, again, how VBCPS shines. And I thank you all, our senior staff and the staff at Kempsville for their visionary leadership. And this is, like I said, truly another shining example of how we are preparing students for the real world and how we're doing right by every student every day. And I thank you again. I know how hard you work, and I am truly appreciative.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick.
Thank you.
Dr. Spence, do you want to add anything?
No, ma'am. We have the right leadership in the building and have had it since the beginning of that academy. Ms. Timlin does an incredible job. We've been fortunate to have her in that seat. So
Thank you,
great
Dr.
job,
Spence.
everybody.
Thank you.
We
Thank you,
thank
school
you.
board. Thank you for approving it and giving it to us. It's been such a blessing for our school and community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that leads us to item 12C, a topic that was raised earlier this evening, but it is positive behavioral intervention and supports, PBIS, year one evaluation. Year one T1, that's a tier one, that's a mouthful.
Yes. Good evening, Chair Rye, Vice Chair Melmick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. I'm Dr. Heidi Janicki, Director of Research and Evaluation. Today, I'll provide an overview of the key findings and recommendations from the Year 1, Tier 1 evaluation of the Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports, or PBIS initiative. The evaluation report you received in your agenda materials provides additional details.
As a brief background, PBIS is an implementation framework for selecting and using interventions within a tiered system of support. Tier 1 involves universal practices for all students across school-wide and classroom settings. Tier 2 is focused on students needing additional support, which can be provided through small group interventions, while Tier 3 is focused on providing personalized support to individual students. The current Virginia Beach PBIS model began in 2017-2018 and involves embedded school-level coaching from PBIS coaches. As of 2020-2021, schools in all cohorts noted on the slide had received training and implemented Tier 1 practices. An important note is that the majority of high schools began implementing PBIS in the last cohort during 2019-2020. The Year 1 evaluation focused on Tier 1 implementation of PBIS practices and the extent to which implementation goals were being met, the progress toward meeting outcome goals, and the additional cost of PBIS to the division. Both the implementation and outcome goals assessed as part of the evaluation were developed by the PBIS Evaluation Readiness Committee during the evaluation planning phase. Data collection included multiple measures. Data from the Division Capacity Assessment, or DCA, assessed conditions in the school division for building capacity to effectively implement PBIS. The Tiered Fidelity Inventory, or TFI, was used to assess the extent to which schools are implementing PBIS with fidelity and is completed by the school's PBIS team along with their division-wide coach each spring. There are 15 Tier 1 items on the TFI and scores on individual items, 3 subscales, and the overall total were gathered for the evaluation. Surveys were conducted for teachers, administrators, and other instructional staff, as well as students and parents. Over 27,000 students, 15,000 parents, and 2,500 teachers responded to the survey, and the parent response rate was higher than the typical parent response rate for division surveys. For this presentation, staff results focus on teacher perceptions because they were the largest staff group. Results for administrators and other instructional staff are provided in the report. Student attendance data were also collected. Although the evaluation plan included a longitudinal examination of academic and behavior data, complete academic and discipline data for the last 2 school years were not available due to the impact of the pandemic. This slide presents information about PBIS fidelity data. VBCPS has used the DCA to assess the extent to which conditions in the school division were optimal for building capacity to effectively implement PBIS. The 2021 overall score on the DCA was 98%, suggesting that nearly all conditions are in place within the division for building capacity to effectively implement PBIS. This was an increase from 81% in 2020. For the purpose of the evaluation, schools were grouped into one of 3 categories based on their 2020-2021 overall Tier 1 TFI fidelity score. The categories were determined following a review of PBIS literature during the evaluation planning phase. Overall, 74% of schools were in the high fidelity group with an overall TFI percentage from 80 to 100. 14% of schools were in the adequate fidelity group with an overall TFI percentage from 70 to 79, and 12% of schools were in the partial fidelity group with an overall TFI percentage of 69 or below. As shown in the table, 80% of elementary schools, 88% of middle schools, and 25% of high schools were in the high fidelity group with an aggregate TFI score of 80% or higher. On the staff survey, 2 items gauged familiarity and understanding of PBIS. Results showed that at least 89% of staff who responded in each staff group at all school levels indicated they were either very familiar or somewhat familiar with their school's PBIS implementation. In addition, all elementary school and 93% of middle school administrators who responded to the survey agreed their staff had a shared understanding of the PBIS framework. For high schools, 81% of administrators agreed. The chart provides an overall picture of implementation fidelity in 2020-2021 based on schools' TFI scores on each of the subscales and overall rating. The team subscale included 2 items that assessed the composition of the PBIS leadership team and the team operating procedures. The implementation subscale included 9 items that assessed core PBIS practices, including establishing policies and procedures at the school and classroom level, providing professional learning, and involving staff, students, family, and the community. The evaluation subscale included 4 items that assessed the leadership team reviewing data to inform decision-making about PBIS practices. As shown on the slide, there was little variation among the school levels on the team subscale. For the other subscales and overall fidelity, elementary and middle schools were implementing PBIS with the highest degree of fidelity in 2020-2021. High schools as a group had lower implementation fidelity. This pattern was likely related to schools' experience with PBIS, as 8 of the 12 high schools were only in their second year of implementation during 2020-2021, with the second year being impacted by the pandemic. When examining scores on individual TFI items, the classroom procedures item had the lowest average score division-wide and for all levels. The classroom procedures TFI item was part of the implementation subscale and assessed the extent to which Tier 1 features are implemented within classrooms and are consistent with school-wide systems. There were 4 implementation goals assessed as part of the Tier 1 evaluation. They focused on schools having policies and procedures to implement PBIS, professional learning opportunities, providing staff effective support to successfully implement PBIS, reviewing data to inform decision-making related to PBIS practices, and schools involving stakeholders during the school-wide Tier 1 implementation. Data related to each goal area by elementary, middle, and high school levels will be shown on the following slides. The first implementation goal was that schools have clearly defined behavioral expectations for students and staff and established procedures for staff to implement PBIS consistently within their schools and classrooms. To help support schools in this area for 2020-2021, the Office of Student Support Services provided schools information through a PBIS Virtual Resources Google site regarding PBIS practices, expectations, and Tier 1 supports during virtual instruction. Teacher agreement percentages for survey items related to this goal are shown on the slide by school level. With only 2 exceptions at the high school level, at least 80% of teachers at each level agreed that their school had established positively framed expectations for student behavior. Expectations for students and staff were implemented across the classrooms. Behavioral expectations were explicitly taught to students. Students knew what behavior is expected of them. Their school determined the student behaviors that interfered with academic and social success, and their school outlined procedures for staff to respond to student behaviors. Overall, teacher agreement was highest at the elementary school level and lowest at the high school level. Student agreement by level showed a consistent pattern on related items, with agreement percentages highest at elementary and middle schools and slightly lower at high schools. As shown by the stars on the slide, there was a relationship between a school's TFI scores and survey results. Schools with higher TFI scores on the related items also had higher staff agreement percentages, suggesting validity and reliability of the TFI and stakeholder perception data for measuring the level of PBIS implementation fidelity. These relationships will be noted on each implementation goal slide where applicable. The second implementation goal is that professional learning opportunities provide staff with effective support to successfully implement PBIS. In previous years, in-person 2-day trainings have been provided to each cohort. However, due to the pandemic, this was not feasible in 2020-2021. 3 professional learning webinars were provided in August 2020 through the PBIS Google site. As shown in the table, higher percentages of elementary school and middle school teachers agreed they received professional learning on various PBIS-related topics. In addition, as shown in the chart, at least 83% of teachers at each level agreed the professional learning provided them with the knowledge of classroom practices to manage behavior, that they felt confident applying instructional practices to address student behavior, and they could manage and respond to student behavior concerns when needed. There were somewhat higher percentages of agreement at elementary and middle schools regarding knowledge and application of practices. The third implementation goal is that data are reviewed and used regularly to inform decision-making related to PBIS practices. To support schools in this area, an optional webinar was offered to school teams in August 2020, focused on the types of data that could be collected during virtual instruction and the ways in which the data could be used to inform decision-making. The staff who indicated they were a member of their school's PBIS Tier 1 team were asked on the survey about their team's data review and use. As shown by the figure, at least 84% of team members at each level agreed that their team had access to student problem data through a discipline data system, that their team reviewed school-wide data at least monthly to inform decision-making, and that their team reviewed and used Tier 1 fidelity data yearly to inform decision-making. One exception was a slightly lower agreement percentage at high school about teams reviewing data at least monthly. In addition, teachers were asked about teachers reviewing and using data. 67% of middle school and 63% of high school teachers agreed that teachers reviewed school-wide data at least 4 times per year to inform decision-making about school-wide practices. 83% of elementary teachers agreed. The fourth implementation goal for Tier 1 is that schools involve students, families, and staff during the school-wide PBIS Tier 1 implementation. To support schools in this area, in preparation for virtual instruction, the division coaching team provided activities on the PBIS Virtual Resources site to encourage and support connection, community, and relationship building in the virtual environment. Based on survey items about awareness of PBIS practices, at least 80% of students and parents at each level agreed that their school had a system to positively recognize student behavior, with highest agreement at elementary schools. At all levels, 98% of parents agreed that they were aware of student behavior expectations at their child's school. Additionally, at least 88% of teachers at each school agreed they supported their school's PBIS implementation. There were 4 outcome goals focused on student engagement, positive perceptions of school safety and discipline procedures, students' social and emotional skills, and positive perceptions of school climate. Data for each of these goal areas by implementation fidelity group will be shown on the following slides. The first outcome goal is that when PBIS is implemented with fidelity, students will be engaged at school. Related student survey data showed that higher percentages of students at schools in the high fidelity group agreed that they were engaged in their learning by participating and working hard in school, and that they were engaged in classroom lessons compared to students at schools in the other fidelity groups. Teacher agreement by implementation fidelity group showed a consistent pattern on similar items, with agreement percentages highest at schools in the high fidelity group and lower at schools in the partial fidelity group. Student attendance data showed that schools implementing PBIS with high fidelity had a slightly higher attendance rate than schools implementing PBIS with adequate or partial fidelity. The second outcome goal is that students and teachers will have positive perceptions of school safety and discipline procedures when PBIS is implemented with fidelity. Related student survey data showed that although agreement was high across all fidelity groups for the school being a safe and orderly place to learn and having high expectations for behavior, there was slightly lower agreement in the partial fidelity group. Student agreement about knowing consequences for misbehaving was high for all groups. Teacher agreement percentages about having high expectations for behavior were highest at schools in the high fidelity group and lowest at schools in the partial fidelity group, but there was little variability in teacher agreement for the other items. When surveyed about bullying, the majority of students indicated they were not sure whether bullying was a problem, while the majority of teachers indicated bullying was not a problem at their school. A slightly higher percentage of students at schools with high implementation fidelity indicated bullying was a problem, while higher percentages of teachers at schools with high or adequate fidelity indicated bullying was not a problem. Perceptions about the effectiveness of rules for student behavior showed that teachers at schools with high and adequate implementation fidelity had slightly higher agreement percentages than teachers at schools with partial fidelity. The third outcome goal is that students will learn to regulate their emotions and demonstrate social emotional competence in the areas noted on the slide. For self-management, self-awareness, social awareness, and relationship skills items, there was little variability in the percentage of student agreement responses. For responsible decision-making, a higher percentage of responses were agreement responses in schools with partial implementation fidelity, which could have been due to more high schools being in this group. The fourth outcome goal is that students and teachers will have positive perceptions of school climate. Teacher survey data related to school climate showed little variability in the agreement percentages by implementation fidelity group for students treating teachers with respect, feeling supported by school administrators, and teachers and other adults supporting one another to meet student needs. All percentages were high. Student agreement by implementation fidelity group also showed little variability regarding having positive relationships with other students, with 87 to 88% agreement. The total additional cost to the division for PBIS during 2020-2021 was approximately $436,000. Staffing, including a PBIS specialist and 4 PBIS coaches, accounted for most of the initiative's cost. Based on the results of the evaluation, it is recommended that PBIS continue with modifications noted in the following recommendations. The second recommendation is to continue to support high schools in implementing core Tier 1 PBIS practices, including providing professional learning on PBIS topics and ensuring students are taught expectations. The third recommendation is to ensure schools are implementing PBIS practices and procedures consistently across classrooms. The fourth recommendation is to provide protocols for and encourage time allocation for staff to review school-wide data to inform decision-making at the secondary levels. It is recognized that due to challenges and priorities associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, these recommendations may not be fully feasible until conditions improve. At this time, Dr. Karen DiMaggio from the Office of Student Support Services will share the administration's response.
Good evening, Chairman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. My name is Karen DiMaggio, and I am the Coordinator of Psychological Services, and I oversee the implementation and sustainment of PBIS for Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I'm here with Dr. Alveda Green, Executive Director of Student Support Services, and Ms. Dayla Brown, PBIS Specialist. I will provide the administrative response for the PBIS Year 1, Tier 1 evaluation. To begin, Dr. Green, Ms. Brown, and I are all appreciative of the work of the Office of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability has done for the evaluation update. We are also very appreciative of the almost 28,000 students, 16,000 parents, and 2,500 teachers who completed a survey for the evaluation. We are supportive of the findings and concur with the recommendation of the report. I will share our responses and the plan for moving forward. In response to recommendation 1, the work of PBIS will continue. We know in moving forward it will require adjustments. The PBIS coaching team will continue to be responsive to the needs of schools, particularly as we help schools and school teams navigate this challenging year. In response to recommendation 2, the PBIS coaching team will remain focused on our work with high schools. We will continue to collaborate with the Executive Director of High Schools to plan future professional development. Currently, we are scheduled to provide a training for our high schools on February 22nd, 2022. The PBIS team will work with the Department of School Leadership to ensure this plan is realistic, aligned with expectation, and responds to current data and the needs of our high schools. The PBIS Learning Series is also being developed to provide ongoing professional learning to all staff, including new teachers, school staff, PBIS teams, and administrators. The Learning Series is a collection of short webinars that staff can choose to access through Frontline in a manner that based on their needs. Webinars include setting and teaching expectations, creating routines and procedures, and data-based decision-making. Staff can also find training specifically designed for new teachers and staff that are wanting to know more about implementing PBIS. In response to recommendation 3, our team of 5 PBIS coaches will continue to meet with PBIS school teams to provide support and resources to help strengthen PBIS practices on a school and classroom level. These resources have been developed in response to the needs and requests of secondary schools and include a one-pager of the classroom practices and a Tier 1 PBIS roadmap. Also, the updated PBIS classroom practices walkthrough tool will again be shared with school teams. This tool helps administrators identify look-fors and provide specific feedback and support to teachers. It will also help school teams better respond to teacher needs. In response to recommendation 4, the PBS coaching team will be intentional in working with secondary school teams and administrators to more efficiently collect and analyze data with a focus on goal setting and action planning. This approach will help school teams identify decision rules and take steps to address the specific needs of their buildings. Thank you for allowing me to provide the administrative response today. Dr. Janicki, Ms. Brown, Dr. Green, and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, and we'll start with Mrs. Anderson.
So I can understand why the secondary schools had such a lower response in most of the areas, because they are further behind in the implementation of it, of PBIS. But my question is, were any of you surprised by any of the responses? And if so, what was your most surprised area? And then were the responses, you know, what you kind of thought they were going to be? I mean, was anybody really surprised at the results?
What I can speak to most specifically is the conversations that we have as a PBS coaching team when we review data each year. And the results of the report very much align with our conversations. We know that high school was the last, the large group of our high schools was the last to implement. So their progress has certainly, been behind other groups just because they started, and then we had the COVID happen for us. And certainly we continue to really focus on how we can provide the resources they need and that support. And that's what we were speaking to in our recommendation. So I think if I can speak with Ms. Brown, Ms. Brown can kind of nod her head at me, but I think it reflects the discussions that we have as a PBS coaching team because we were very much about data. And I also think it reflects the discussions we have with the division implementation team, which is that team that oversees the implementation that represents offices across our division.
Right. So do you talk primarily with the staff, like i.e. like pulling high school teachers together and have a conversation about what they suggest that we do?
Well, we do a number of things, but probably with the PBS coaching team, we work with the school teams right now. We work with teacher leaders and administrators on this team. We have structures in place where we meet with them monthly and they review data. We problem solve around that data. We set goals and action steps for the positive impact to address the needs of not only students, but also staff within that building.
I see. Okay.
Can you please add Ms. Melnick to the queue?
Will do. Mrs. Manning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mrs. Melnick.
Dr. Tomaggio, I am like cheering from home. I'm just so happy to see these survey results. I am a huge fan of PBIS. So many of us in the years that we spent in our classroom had these types of practices many years ago, but I'm just so happy to see that that it's being embraced and that from kindergarten through 12th grade, we will have clearly defined practices in all of our schools. I'm just so excited. I mean, teaching's hard and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to plan and, behavior creeps up sometimes. This is just proof positive that that things are moving forward and that we're seeing great results from this. And so I'm just really happy. And I as a teacher, just every school day should be a good day. And this is what I see happening from PBIS. And I thank you for all of your hard work.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your support and back.
Thank you. And Mrs. Manning.
Thank you. When was the survey done? When was it given?
The survey was done last May. It was part of a larger division-wide survey, a spring survey where we had multiple topics on it. parents received an email with the topics that were included in the survey. Staff did as well, and students also took.
So this past May,
This
when we
past
only
May.
had, a portion of our students in school in person.
The survey was available on the ClassLink dashboard.
Yeah,
so,
but I'm saying, we had basically had a year of kids not being in school and misbehaving. I know
Right.
that we had a much lower rate of discipline issues last year.
That's
right?
correct. That's correct. And that's,
Okay.
we do have a 3-year evaluation plan for PBIS, and.
Because these
we'll
numbers
be
are very different than the numbers that I saw from the school climate surveys done at the state level the year before, I think it was. So
The-
I'm just wondering if the fact that students weren't in class
We will
had an
see,
impact.
we will
on
see
that.
this year, when we do the survey.
Okay.
I will say that the state climate survey, has, different items, as you know, but, they
It has
also have a
some
different.
similar ones.
Similar,
Yeah.
they also have a different response scale, which can impact percentages.
Okay. And was it anonymous for teachers?
Anonymous, yes.
Okay.
The surveys were all anonymous.
Okay. And then on page 46, it talks about the RI scores. But it doesn't give the number of students. I was under the impression that not all of our students were able to take the RI.
We included scores from students in grades 3 through 9 who are the groups who take the RI.
How many students took it last year though? Because with not all students being in school, it's my understanding that not everyone took that.
Virtual students did take the RI.
Oh, they did?
They did. So
Oh, okay.
it may not have been 100%, but it was a high percentage. We look at the percentages before we use the data. So
Okay.
if it's impacted by participation, we'll
Great.
either note it or not include it.
Great, thank you. And then I didn't see in here, did you ask any questions about, to teachers or students or parents, whether or not they felt PBIS, or do you have any data of whether or not they felt that PBIS was improving student behavior?
We asked very specific questions on the survey last spring because, based on discussions with the project team, our understanding is that each school refers to PBIS slightly differently. So we asked very specific questions about what PBIS was related to in terms of the goals. I don't recall a general question asking, do you feel like PBIS was effective in doing something or having an outcome? Because what one school, it was a question of whether the respondents would know what we were referring to if we used a general term like PBIS.
Okay. So based upon this information, we can't conclude that PBIS has improved student behavior. Is that correct?
I would prefer to look at the actual discipline behavior to look at that
Okay,
question.
so, but I'm just asking, that's not in this report,
I don't
correct?
know.
So we don't know if those correlate.
Perceptions, right? We have the
Perceptions or reality.
Yeah, we have the perceptions for the items that were specifically tied to the goals.
But I didn't see anything in there related to whether or not behavior improved.
Right, not improvement, but
Okay.
perceptions of safety and discipline procedures.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay, Miss, wait. Anybody else? I was ready to call on Mrs. Melnick again, remembering she already spoke. Mrs. Hughes?
So, you surveyed teachers only, not all staff, is that correct?
Administrators, teachers, and other instructional staff in the buildings. The PowerPoint focused on the teachers because they were our largest group, but we do have results for administrators and instructional staff,
And the
other instructional staff.
total number that responded was, you said about 2,500
Yes, I believe that's the case.
out of 14,000 employees?
But that would be all employees, so we were focused on school-based employees.
Teachers, about half them.
Yeah, the response rates for administrators specifically was 73% at the schools, elementary, middle, and high combined. Teachers was 56%, and other instructional staff in the buildings was 43%.
Okay, so yeah, it was still pretty low. Okay, and we have no comparison, to be clear, we have no comparison from before or after this was implemented whether or not anyone feels that behavior has improved.
That's right. We had an interruption in the data collection, like the data, climate survey data from before the pandemic to after for all of the schools. We don't have a complete data set from before and after for all of the schools.
Anybody else, colleagues? All right, we thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, I'd like to speak.
Yes?
Because I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that we have a survey with these kinds of results where it shows that 88%
Support PBIS implementation. So my question is, do all teachers really hate PBIS and think it makes discipline worse? And do 15,000 parents count as statistically significant? It's embarrassing. This is why our teachers are afraid to talk. Thank you for this fabulous report. Thank you to our teachers doing a wonderful job. And it is very difficult for me to sit and continue to listen to the systematic dismantling of everything good that goes on in our school division. Thank you.
Mrs. Anderson.
I agree with Mrs. Melnick. To even get 50% of teachers to respond to a survey in May, oh my goodness, that's fantastic. You hear about, teachers they get tired, and we heard about at the end of September they were May tired, they were June tired. May tired is a reality. I've been there. I've been there. I've lived through it, and I'll tell you what: if you get at least 50% or more teachers to respond to a survey, I believe it was more. Didn't you say it was 52% for teachers?
56% for teachers.
Right. We have a little over 5,000 teachers, and that's a fantastic response. So, yeah, thank you.
Oh, and I did think of a question, because with the 4 coaches, is it made clear to teachers who are in a place where they're just not, that they have concerns? How do we communicate to them how they can communicate that back?
We've been working directly with school teams on structures for teachers to seek assistance. We have structures that we share with school teams to encourage that within their building, so they can put it out to their teachers. The teachers can reach out with problems or concerns for their Tier 1 team to respond to. And it also provides that school data on the needs of their staff and what's going on within their building.
So you mentioned the coach would be?
The coach does that, yes. We've developed structures for that we've been coaching our school teams with, yes. Now, and Ms. Brown can add one more example too.
Just one other thing I can mention is that PBIS teams are set up to represent the staff. And so for elementary schools, that would be team representation across grade levels, middle school across teams, high school across departments. So the system is set up so that we can, in an ongoing basis, get feedback from those various PLCs to that PBIS team representative. So each month when they meet, they can bring that feedback from their PLC to that group to also get some of that feedback. So that's why that system is in place and the team is structured in that way.
All right, thank you again. Please thank all your team and representatives at our schools too. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. And we have now Dr. Rogers for Student Academic Performance Review.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Chairwoman Ryan, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. This evening, we will be providing you with a high-level overview of beginning of the year formative assessment data. This is data that we've shared and explained when reviewing the comprehensive assessment plan at the beginning of the school year. Formative assessment data that's shared this evening provides us with information about our students' progress in literacy and numeracy, and gives us information on how we're progressing with addressing unfinished learning as a result of the pandemic. So we're proud of the progress that we're making with our students, and thank all of our teachers, administrators, and instructional staff who work with their efforts in supporting our students and staff. To help paint context for the data that you'll see, As was shared at the beginning of the year, we are focusing our support on the respond components of the teaching and learning framework to support our students and teachers with unfinished learning. Timely, just-in-time assessments, small group instruction, and collaborative teamwork are being used to ensure barriers are removed from students as they are supported to move toward proficiency on grade level standards. Our tight focus on the respond aspect of our teaching and learning framework is intentional to address unfinished learning by leveraging our comprehensive assessment plan. We'll begin by sharing an elementary update with data and then secondary data, and then we'll provide you with an update on how our students are doing with Virtual Virginia. I've asked Dr. Lorena Kelly, who is our Executive Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning, Mrs. Angie Siders, our Executive Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning, followed by Mr. Joel Goldenshoe, who is our Principal of the Virtual Learning Center. They'll provide you with details on data that we're using to adjust our curriculum, instruction, and assessment to make decisions that are best made to support our students. So with that being said, Dr. Kelly.
Good evening. At the elementary level, one of our greatest responsibilities is to ensure our students acquire the early literacy skills necessary to meet educational goals and success. We use the Phonological Awareness Literacy Screening, or PALS, to assess our youngest learners and target each child's explicit instructional needs as related to literacy fundamentals: spelling, phonemic awareness, letter sound, word recognition, and fluency, which are most predictive of future reading success, and to identify students who are at most risk of experiencing reading difficulties and delays. We give this assessment or screening 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end of the year. And we use the scores and monitoring tools PALS offers to foster ongoing student progress. In addition, students who are identified as at risk, as measured by the screener, receive 2.5 hours of additional intervention services as mandated in the state's Early Intervention Reading Initiative, or ERIE grant. Before reviewing the data, I want to share that in 2019, not all third grade students were screened. Beginning the 2020 school year, all third grade students were screened, making the number of third grade students significantly larger than the 2019 school year. This slide shows the percent of K-3 students in Virginia Beach meeting the PALS benchmark in blue, and the percent of K-3 students in the state of Virginia meeting the PALS benchmark in red for the fall of this school year. As you can see, Virginia Beach has a higher percentage of students meeting the benchmark in all grade levels, with 6% higher in kindergarten and 10% or over in first, second, and third grade. The reading inventory is a formative reading assessment designed to evaluate students' reading abilities, monitor their reading progress throughout the course of the school year, set goals for their individual reading growth, and to match students to books at appropriate reading levels. We give the RI to students in grades 2 through 9 2 to 3 times a year. It's important to note that RI scores obtained at the beginning of the year communicate the percentage of students in that grade who've already met the end of the year benchmark for that school year. This slide shows the percent of students meeting the end of the year benchmark at the beginning of the school year for the past 3 years. As you can see, for our students in grades 3 through 9, 55% have already met the end of the year benchmark according to the fall assessment. This year, you'll notice that the grade 4 cohort from last year, the students who were in 3rd grade in 2019, are in 5th grade this year. And they experienced a 3% increase from 51% to 54% this year, noted in red. We will now move on to elementary mathematics. We will review the Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program data and the fall formative assessments administered in 1st and 2nd grade. The Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, or VKRP, is an initiative focused on building a more comprehensive understanding of school readiness and success. The VKRP adds measures of math, self-regulation, and social skills to complement Virginia's statewide literacy assessment, or PALS. The VKRP was administered to all kindergarten students this fall, and as you can see on the screen, Virginia Beach City fared well, with 80% of our students meeting the benchmark in mathematics. Oops. At the elementary level, we use locally created formative assessments in math for grades 1 and 2 to determine student understanding of numeracy and computation, and to identify instructional support required for all students.
These assessments are not meant to be high-stakes assessments and are intended to support teachers in identifying concepts students need additional time and instruction in to master before the end of the year during small group instruction. This slide shows the percent of first grade students who correctly answered a specific number of questions correctly. 51% of students understood at least 76% of the computation and numeracy content from last year, and over 80% answered at least half of the questions correctly. This slide shows the percent of second grade students who correctly answered a specific number of questions. 29% of students understood at least 78% of the computation and numeracy content from last year, and nearly 70% of students correctly answered at least half of the questions. At this time, Ms. Siders will share secondary data. Thank you. Good evening.
Welcome.
Now I will share the pre-assessment and unit assessment data for English. The unit assessment for English is a summative assessment that aligns with the focus standards for the unit. The Unit 1 assessment is between 10 to 15 questions and mirrors the SOL. Writing unit assessments are required for all middle schools this year. For the English 8 writing pre-assessment, the 2021 fall average is on target with the 3-year trend. We are above the 1920 average in all fields. Improvements have been made in student writing since last year. Students have also shown improvement in writing prior to the pandemic. This slide shows the 3-year trend data for the Unit 1 writing summative assessment in grades 6 through 8. While English 6 saw a small decrease from 2021 to 21-22, great gains have been made compared to 1920. English 7 has shown consistent growth in all fields. English 8 has a slight decrease compared to 1920, but considerable growth in comparison to 2021. This is the 3-year trend data for high school reading pre-assessment. The fields indicate the division averages for all students, for African American, and for students with disabilities. There is consistency among the 3-year trend data in all grade levels, with small growth for students with disabilities. This is a 3-year trend data for high school writing pre-assessments. The fields indicate the division averages for all students, for African American students, and for students with disabilities. There is consistency among the 3-year trend data in grades 9 and 10. English 11 has shown a steady increase each year in the division's average and all subgroups. Now I'll share the unit and pre-assessment data for math. The unit assessment for math is a summative assessment that assesses the SOL standards addressed in each unit of study. The purpose is to test for student mastery and to inform subsequent instruction. Unit assessments for math are required this year. This is a 3-year trend data for middle school math grade level classes Unit 1 assessment. The fields indicate the division averages for all students, for African American students, and students with disabilities. As you can see, there is consistency within a few percentage points in the average scores for the 3-year trend data in all grade levels. When you compare this year's data with the last time the students were in face-to-face setting, you can see that the averages indicate that the students are performing close to where they were prior to the pandemic. All averages have increased since last year, which is an indication that any learning loss is being addressed. This is the 3-year trend data for middle school math advanced level classes in Unit 1 assessment. The fields indicate the division averages for all students, for African American students, and students with disabilities. As you can see, there is consistency within a few percentage points in the average scores for the 3-year trend data in all grade levels. When you compare this year's data with the last time the students were in face-to-face setting, you can see that averages indicate that students are performing close to where they were prior to the pandemic. All averages have increased since last year, with the exception of pre-algebra students with disabilities, which is an indication that learning loss is being addressed. The data indicates a lower average compared to the Division for African Americans and Students with Disabilities. The pre-assessments for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 were modeled similarly to the growth assessments at the middle school level. Instead of testing on grade level content, the pre-assessments were developed to test prerequisite skills vital to the success within the course. Students' overall scores showed some relative strengths in solving equations and analyzing graphical representation. However, it was clear that many students have unfinished learning outcomes as it relates to more complex topics such as inequalities, transformation, and quadratics. One way we are responding is by using just-in-time assessments from the Virginia Department of Education to assist with flexibility and pacing and differentiated instruction to get our students to the mastery level. As we shared at the beginning, we are focusing our support on the RESPOND components of teaching and learning framework to support our students and teachers. Timely assessments, small group instruction, and teamwork are being used to ensure barriers are removed and students are supported as they move towards proficiency on grade level standards. The tight focus on RESPOND is intentional to ensure teachers are not overwhelmed by a variety of professional learning and multiple requests while they focus on meeting the needs of their students. Our response to teachers in service of our students is streamlined. Now, Dr. Kelly will review how we are responding to student and teacher needs. Thank you. Here we have highlighted a few ways we're responding. To ensure that teachers have access to coaches and support, the number of math coaches were increased at all levels this year using ESSER funds. And literacy coaches are resources in all elementary, middle, and high schools. Additionally, we were able to pay for a cohort of teachers and current math coaches to obtain their math specialist endorsement through Old Dominion University, and a cohort of teachers to obtain their reading specialist endorsement through William & Mary. The Department of Teaching and Learning and coaches are implementing coaching cycles to support teachers as they respond to the needs of their students and to provide additional support to new teachers. As you saw from the data presented, Virginia Beach City Public Schools has a high percentage of students who are beginning the year meeting proficiency standards. It is for this reason that Virginia Beach has and continues to implement a small group learning model and has focused professional learning for coaches on supporting teachers with analysis of data and responding to needs. Additionally, we were able to add a cohort of 200 kindergarten through 5th grade teachers and 40 pre-K teachers through LETRS training to support teachers in building students' foundational literacy skills. We have added ASAP tutoring opportunities, which Dr. Rogers has shared, and the use of ESSER 3 funds to support schools with interventions by providing math and literacy tutoring resources. Tutoring for students with disabilities is occurring before and after school, and the unique learning system is being used to support specially designed instruction aligned to the Virginia Essentialized Standards of Learning. Finally, each Title I school facilitates family engagement events where both students and their families are provided guidance on best practices, as well as instructional materials like math manipulatives and additional books. We just had an event with over 200 families participating. As we shared previously, we're streamlining our professional learning to support teachers. Each bullet included above is captured in a teacher's response to student data. Professional learning for administrators, coaches, and teachers has focused on using timely data to capture student understanding and to respond by delivering instruction that meets the student where he or she is and moves the student towards proficiency or advanced proficiency in a standard. As part of our response, we have made some adjustments to curriculum and assessment. As you know, we've shared the amazing summer learning opportunities provided to prepare students for this school year, and we're already brainstorming for the upcoming summer. Updates were made to the suggested daily schedule in grades K, 1, and 2 to include dedicated time for whole group alphabet instruction in kindergarten and phonics instructions in grades 1 and 2. And grade level phonics lessons have been provided to support this instructional block. In grades K through 5, units have been updated to reflect an increased emphasis on vocabulary through explicit instruction, and enhancements have been made to the small group site. Data from the fall formatives is used in addition to other data to support teachers in selecting and implementing powerful instructional opportunities for students. We will remind you that we've also added the Integrated Systems of Support academic site, which is available to coaches, administrators, and classroom teachers as they navigate the student response. In addition, at the secondary level, we focus on data analysis from formative and summative assessments to prioritize standards. This way, we can strategically pair skills together that need to be taught. We are ensuring reading and writing are integrated within the focused units. Standards have been identified in each high school math course that can be removed from the pacing if more time is needed to focus on essential standards in the course. Leveraging data to inform instruction is the key to ensuring students are met where they are in the learning process through scaffolding, differentiation, and personalization. To support that work, PLCs are reviewing their pre-assessments, formative checks, using just-in-time checks in math and summative assessments to determine students' strengths and modify instruction to ensure the best outcomes for our students. Now, Joel Goldenshoe will provide an update on our Virtual Virginia students' progress.
Thank you and welcome to you, sir.
Hi. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. I'm Joel Goldenshoe, Principal of Virtual Learning for Virginia Beach. I'm going to provide an update on student progress for all of our students attending school virtually through Virtual Virginia. So first, I wanted to take a moment to share our total number of students enrolled currently in Virtual Virginia. The second column you'll see are semester 2 requests that we received from their home school for students to enroll that second semester. And that final column represents the combined total of our current students and then our requests that we received for semester 2. In terms of student progress, for all students enrolled in Virtual Virginia, we've identified pass rates by level. And students enrolled K-12 in Virtual Virginia, they receive an overall pass rate for any course they're enrolled in. For elementary students, this represents just one single course, but for our middle and high school students, they're enrolled in 5 or more courses. Worth noting also for our Virtual Virginia students, we had 25% of our Virtual Virginia students achieve principals list or honor roll for the first quarter. So worth celebrating for everybody. In terms of supports and interventions, in response to the needs of students enrolled in Virtual Virginia, the administration and staff at the Virtual Learning Center have developed a set of supports and interventions. The school-wide supports contain information sources and stakeholder resources designed to support student success. The handbook and family newsletters are all available to parents in our weekly newsletters and hyperlinked in hyperlinked on our site. In addition, our VLC staff work with all students to provide social and emotional support outside of their class time. The targeted interventions are in place for students who are identified as not meeting with success. All of the processes and resources outlined serve to support virtual learners. For our secondary students not meeting with success, our VLC staff collaborate with Virtual Virginia to hold reinstatement conferences and develop PACE recovery plans. In addition, our VLC staff is providing targeted mentoring services, special education tutoring, and additional tutoring resources for all of our virtual families. The goal of all of our supports and interventions is to supplement the instruction that our students are being provided through Virtual Virginia, and by developing a positive relationship with all of our VLC staff in promoting student success.
Okay, colleagues. Beginning with Mrs. Anderson.
So we'd be entertaining questions.
One of the things that we've heard from teachers is they were concerned about pacing. Have we made adjustments in pacing? You kind of went over that, and I'm assuming that yes, you have made adjustments for
Yes,
that?
we have at all levels. Of course, at the elementary level, we're down to pretty much bare bones and making sure that we teach exactly what is supposed to be taught. And as Mrs. Sider shared, as well as Dr. Kelly shared,
Right.
we have made adjustments to our curriculum instruction. And just know that The staff at the Department of Teaching and Learning stand ready at PLCs to assist any teachers who are having difficulty or challenges, and our instructional specialists as well as coordinators work very closely with our school-based staff on pacing.
Right, because some of the teachers have indicated that there are some students who, who have fallen behind and they really needed some help and some guidance on meeting the needs of those students. So that pacing part was the biggest thing. But I just want to, hats off to virtual learning, for the virtual learning. And I'm going to refer to Mrs. Rye on this, but basically, we were told at the VSBA conference that Virginia Beach is doing virtual learning the right way, and that we are kind of like the role model for the state. So, Ms. Rye, I know that you actually attended that portion, so if you want to just reiterate on that a little bit.
I was waiting to. But, yes, a smaller group of us remained after the session. This was the VSBA conference in Williamsburg for the public, Virginia School Board Association. And I wish I had the names of the staff members, my folders at home. But, I mean, he just said, he spoke volumes of our division. And, I mean, he's speaking statewide, that we were far and away above in terms of what this administration has done, what you were mentioned by name, Dr. Rogers, and you, if I may call you Mr. G. and it really was prompted by my question about, our network of where we have a dedicated principal and counselors, and I asked, how much of a difference has it made? Well, he just lit up and he went on, and he feels it's a model for so many of the other districts. So it was a really proud moment, and
Well, thank you, Mr. Golden-Shoe and Dr. Shoebridge, who's not here today, have done a phenomenal job in leading that effort. So, well taken and appreciate it.
so do you need to continue?
No, I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you.
So we have Mrs. Manning and then Mrs. Holtz.
A couple questions. The Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, do all students take this, this benchmark test?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do we have any numbers of how many of those students were a part of our pre-K program, or I guess, and
So we
how
can
many
get-
were not?
We can get that data.
Okay.
How many, but, yeah.
Okay.
Any student who was here with
80% of kids coming into our kindergarten program at 80% meeting benchmarks. That's pretty impressive. Go parents,
Yes,
teaching their kids, getting them ready for kindergarten. And our pre-K teachers. I mean, obviously it's both, because we do have some pre-K students. So, and then on slide number 20, the high school pre-assessments SOL tested subjects. I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking at. What, for example, division under Algebra 150, what does 50 tell me?
that 50% of those students met what we would refer to as the benchmark of meeting expectations for the course.
Okay, so for the fall,
Yes.
50%, and then you reassess at the end of the year and compare that, or?
Well, not necessarily a comparison, but it just gives teachers the data that they need to identify
Know
where
who's
students
ready.
are. Exactly.
Okay. And then just one other question. I don't know if and when we're going to be getting AP test results, but that's my first question.
Yeah. When
will
do
we
they
get?
come? I don't know the date when they come. Soon. Yeah.
I was wondering if we could get some comparisons with those, and kind of break them out, compare them with Virtual Virginia students and students, in our classrooms.
Sure.
Kind of break that out.
Mhm.
And then also, I don't know how difficult this would be, if we could get what the student's grade was for the class compared
compared to
to
what their
how they
score is.
did on the test. If we could get that data, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Great presentation.
All right, Mrs. Holtz.
Thank you. For Virtual Virginia, it's easier for me to look at elementary because it's 333. Who exactly are teaching these classes?
So Virtual Virginia, they hire their own teachers. So the teachers come from all across the state of Virginia to teach students in
So
Virtual Virginia.
excuse me, I didn't hear that.
They come from all
they
across the
all-
state of Virginia. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so do they also teach in person, face to face?
So they do not teach face-to-face. All of the Virtual Virginia courses are online, so they utilize virtual. They do teach synchronously, though. They have synchronous opportunities.
Oh, okay. And when you're talking about the next semester, that's the end of January?
Yes, ma'am.
2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mrs. Weems?
Yes, excuse me, thank you. I have a couple questions about PALS that you need to just educate me in.
Okay, I'll do
so
my
we
best.
So we moved to, testing all third grade students, and why did we do that? I'm assuming it had something to do with either school COVID, or just people were behind, kids were behind, or
So I don't want to botch this up, and I know I have my pals experts here. Danielle Colucci is absolutely one of them because she was part of the decision to move to do that. But it was to allow us better opportunity to serve those students in grade 3 because we saw that there was a need. So we had the option to do so, and therefore we did.
do you know, like, what percentage, like, have we seen a lot of third graders then be, qualify for PALS?
Be identified in 3rd grade.
The numbers from last year and this year are very similar. So we cannot compare it with the 2019 data because we do not have, the number of students were much lower. So in 3rd grade this year in Virginia Beach, we had 73% of our 3rd graders met the benchmark total. So all of our 3rd graders were tested and 73% of them met the benchmark.
So meaning that they did not need the extra resource of PALS?
Correct.
Okay. So the benchmark, is it the reading level of that grade? Because I know the Lexile scores are at the end of the grade for that year, correct? Is the PALS benchmark that they need to meet or not meet to qualify, is it reading level for that grade?
It's broken down into components. So students, it's based on the phonological awareness.
Yeah,
So-
I meant that, yeah.
Yes, so it's different components, the spelling component, fluency component, word recognition, rhyme.
Okay, so it's all for that grade level, though? It's
Yes.
not like advanced toward the end, it's just right there at that time?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's an at-risk score that they're meeting. So
Okay.
students who do not meet the benchmark are identified as at risk. So we still look at all the components very specifically because really it's used to drive instruction. So teachers don't look just at that at-risk score, but they look to see where students fall in each component, and then that drives their instruction. So they use that information for small group instruction to move all students further ahead in their reading.
Okay, PALS is just wonderful. That's what I want to do in my next career change. I want to be a PALS teacher. Just putting it out there. So many success stories. I was just talking to a youngster's mom just the other day who was doing so well in 6th grade, way advanced in reading, and she attributed it to PALS when he was in 2nd grade. So that's great. I love that program. Okay, and then the math assessments on page 9, secondary math. So these are unit assessments that are local assessments. It's not state. It's our own locally written assessments, correct? Okay. Okay, so if I'm in 9th grade at one school, am I getting the same assessment as if I'm in 9th grade at the other school? Because it's basically on the standards that they have covered thus far.
Yes,
in
ma'am.
in that subject, okay.
And that's so that we can have an opportunity centrally to identify what supports are needed in terms of resources as well as professional development, whereas in previous years, we had not had that as an expectation.
Okay. And so I'm assuming these assessments reflect, obviously, the pacing changes that we've made.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And one more thing. The before and after school tutoring for students with disabilities, can you just kind of brief me on that again, how that works and how they're made aware of that, or how they're considered for that, and the transportation and all that stuff?
So the tutoring that we have for students with disabilities is very much like the tutoring that we offer all of our students, whereas we certainly notify parents if there's a need for students to participate in the tutoring opportunity. Our case managers work very closely with families as well as with teachers. Our teachers communicate that with our families. As was shared at the last board meeting or the meeting before that, we have a very comprehensive tutoring program, ASAP tutoring, that does include tutoring for all students, including our students with disabilities.
Okay.
Certainly.
Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you for this. This is a great report. Good news, and continue to keep working hard, teachers and parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Holtz?
Yeah, excuse me. I want to get you back to my original question. I'm trying to wrap my head around how this works, because people ask me questions. So we have 333 elementary kids. They may have a teacher in Richmond, right? Because you said the teacher could be from. Are these kids grouped according to Virginia Beach? Would they be in a class with all Virginia Beach kids? How's that
No,
work?
ma'am. No, they could be in a class with any student from across the state of Virginia.
So
They're
if
not
there's
cohorted.
25 kids in a class, maybe 2 would be from Virginia Beach and the others
Potentially.
could be elsewhere?
Yes, ma'am, potentially. I'm not sure of the total number of students that are enrolled in virtual Virginia across the state, but ours are not cohorted together.
But wouldn't it be easier to group them according to the district?
I don't know whether it would be easier because I'm not familiar with the process that Virtual Virginia used, but I do know that because they have most, if not all, representation from all of the 140 plus school districts, that it may not be as easy because they have a different number of students who participate in the program across the state from each division.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
And my final word on, just a reminder that we do have students taking these are the full-time students, but that we do have Virtual Virginia has a number of students, including ours, who take a single course.
Yes, ma'am, and we've been doing that for decades.
And
at
they
least
were
2 or 3
sharing what's
decades.
on the horizon for next year, and I hope I got this right from memory, but they're adding Japanese, Arabic, and German in terms of world languages as one example of the extended offerings. And so I just want to say again, I mean, when I think of how hard our teachers toiled last year, and this is just such a testament to, the fruits of those labors, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Textbook adoption. AP Chemistry, 3 AP courses on tap here.
Yes, good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. I'm here this evening to provide you with information regarding the Textbook Adoption Committee's selection for multiple secondary science courses. The textbooks recommended for consideration are scheduled for implementation in the fall of 2022. Before presenting our recommendations, I would like to thank Keith Goodman, Secondary Science Coordinator, and committee members for dedicating their time and efforts in choosing the best textbook for our students. The 3 courses presented to you this evening for textbook adoption are AP Chemistry, AP Physics C, and AP Environmental Science. Before we discuss each of these 3 courses, I would like to briefly review the textbook adoption process, which is modeled after the Virginia Department of Education's textbook procurement process. The first step in the process is to research open education resources, OER, to see if there are any out there for use, and if so, if they're aligned to the standards. Comprehensive to serve as a primary resources and of high quality. We also research what other school divisions across the state are using as part of this initial step. If a suitable OER is found and the committee agrees that this is the best resource for the course, the text is put out for public and teacher review and then brought before the school board for approval. If a suitable OER is not found, the committee proceeds with a request for a proposal or bid for textbooks from additional textbook companies if the cost is over $30,000. Once the RFP bid time period has expired, the committee proceeds with reviewing textbooks for alignment and quality. At this point, the committee narrows its choices to 2 to present to the school board. The top 2 choices are put out for public and teacher review and then brought before the school board for approval. OERs are fairly common in the natural sciences. They can be improved quickly through direct editing by users. Instructors can take an existing OER, adapt it for a class, and make the modified OER available for students to use. In this case, OERs were found to be viable options for 2 of the 3 courses. The OERs found are aligned to the College Board curriculum framework. For one course, a properly aligned OER option could not be located and a request for a proposal was issued. The following are the committee's recommendation for secondary science textbook adoption. The AP Chemistry Committee has selected OPEX Stacks Chemistry 2E. The textbook is an OER and is aligned to the curricular requirements and skills set forth by College Board. It also has a large number of real-world applications and concepts are presented in a clear, concise manner. The current book for this course has been in use for 6 years. The initial cost of the textbook for the 305 students enrolled in AP Chemistry is 0 cost, with a total implementation cost for 6 years of approximately $0. The AP Physics C Committee has selected OPEX Stacks University Physics Volume 1 as its first choice. This text is an OER and aligns to the curricular requirements and skills set forth by College Board. It also has a large number of real-world applications, and it includes web-based activities and enhanced interactivity. The current book for this course has been in use for 6 years. The initial cost of this textbook is for 60 students enrolled in AP Physics C is $0, with the implementation cost for 6 years of approximately no cost. The AP Environmental Science Committee has selected Environment, the Science Behind the Stories AP Edition, 7th edition, Pearson Education, as its first choice. The text also is aligned to the curricular requirements and skills set forth by College Board. It includes a robust online learning platform that includes graphs and data activities, ready-to-go teaching modules, and student study modules. The current book for this course has been in use for 6 years. The initial implementation cost for this textbook is $123,048 for 900 enrolled students. The total implementation cost over 6 years is $141,505.20. The total cost for this adoption of secondary science will be $123,048 for the first year and $141,505.20 for a total for the 6-year adoption. Thank you for your consideration of the committee's recommendations. We will join you again on December 7th when these books will be in consent agenda. I have with me this evening Keith Goodman, Secondary Science Coordinator. We welcome any questions you may have.
Colleagues? Mrs. Holtz?
I wonder, what does that mean, the 5-year additional cost? What is that for? Additional supplements to the book or something?
It's additional cost
Right.
for each year for the supplemental.
What does that mean?
It means it comes, and if you want to help, it comes with activities and modules. Oh,
Sure.
go ahead.
Just if we need to then buy additional books, for instance, it just gives us some additional leeway there.
Do they also come with software?
Yes.
And that might change, or links might change? Is that what you mean?
Not in terms of your question. However, each one comes like an online platform. So for example, the AP Environmental Science book, students have an online platform that they can use for like homework. Same thing with teachers, where they have access to the book digitally as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Mrs. Manning?
Well, thank you for saving us some money on the first two books. Appreciate that. And you answered my question on there. I just wanted to make sure our OER resources are still being vetted by the public as well, and I see that you noted that here. My one question about the OER ones is they're all online. If someone wants to request a hard copy, can we get that?
Yes, what we try to do is students have access to like individual PDFs that we can first print
Oh, okay.
as a alternative as well.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you very much.
All right, I think that does it. Thank you
Thank you.
for all the work.
Thank you.
Brings us to Policy Review Committee recommendations, and we have Mrs. Linetti approaching the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, and Dr. Spence. I'm Cammie Linetti, School Board Legal Counsel, and on behalf of the Policy Review Committee, I will be presenting for information the recommendations coming out of the November 10th Policy Review Committee meeting. The first up would be Policy 6-3, which is accreditation. Do we need to have, this is just information, so I don't need a motion. We're just going to go through these. Accreditation, this comes out of Section 6, which is your instruction. These were remaining policies that we were following up with Section 6, and the departments referred them back. There are only minor scrivener changes that are being recommended to Policy 6-3, which has to do with accreditation. In particular, we're just aligning some words in the first sentence to match our current mission goals and some corrections to typographical issues or the legal references. Those are the only recommendations we're having right now for Policy 6-3, accreditation. Can I answer any questions for you on this? If there are no questions, we'll move on to Policy 6-6. 6-6 is your kindergarten program. Again, the only changes we're recommending here are basically scrivener's changes, some capitalization, clarifying a word or two here, there, and a clarification in the legal references. Other than that, we are recommending no changes to Policy 6-6 kindergarten program. Are there any questions I can answer about 6-6? Hearing no questions on 6-6, we'll move on to 6-7, which is access to programs. There are some minor changes in here. The paragraph will now read in the first sentence, access to and participation in course offerings, extracurricular activities, school organizations, and competitive athletics shall be open to all students required by applicable law and regulation. Then we cross out the rest of that sentence. There are some minor changes after that and some corrections to the legal references. Those are the only recommendations on Policy 6-6, 6-7, access to programs. So are there any questions on policy recommendations for 6-7? Hearing no questions, I'm going to move on to Policy 6-8. 6-8, also in the instruction section, has to do with instructional issues. The only recommended changes in this particular policy are a minor scrivener change under Section B and the crossing out of the editor's notes, which are now listed as related links at the end of the policy. Are there any questions about Policy 6-8? Hearing no questions on 6-8. We will move on to Policy 6-9, which is religion in the curriculum. The only changes to this would be in the legal reference. We're updating the current statutes. Some have been repealed, and there are newer statutes that apply. So we're asking for minor scrivener changes and changes to the legal references. Are there any questions having to do with Policy 6-9? Hearing no questions on Policy 6-9, I will move on to Policy 4-75. This came back to us from the Human Resources Department asking for minor changes. The first change, Policy 475 has to do with conditions of employment. Under Section A, they're just clarifying that the first paragraph will read, all applicants and employees must meet or exceed the necessary knowledge, skills, essential functions, which is an important term for us under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and ability to perform the functions of the jobs sought or hired for. That's the only change in paragraph A. There are no recommended changes on B or C, and a minor change under D, which is some scrivener changes clarifying the superintendent designating applicable laws. There are significant changes, I think we've seen this before, is on policy G, background required checks. There were significant changes in the Virginia General Assembly during the 2021 term, in particular with having to do with Virginia Code 19.2392.02, having to do with background checks and those types of offenses or findings under Child Protective Services statutes that might prevent you from getting a job. So we have made those corrections so they now match with the current law. Those are just reflecting exactly what the statute says. You will see significant changes to the fourth paragraph in G. Again, that just simply reflects what the current law is on what background issues we have to look at for employment with the school division. Moving on to section I is probationary periods. Under section I-1, under instructional personnel, the first paragraph is where the change is. It will now read, although contracts for probationary instructional personnel are issued for 1 year only, the first 3 years of a person's employment shall be considered a probationary period for new personnel. In calculating a probationary year of service, the first year is defined as 160 or more actual days worked. The remaining probationary period of service shall be defined as 180 or more actual days worked during the school year. That's the clarification that's been in the statute. And again, we're taking out the last sentence, which is also a change in the General Assembly, which had to do with up to a 5-year period of probation that is no longer in effect in the law. So that would be removed from that particular paragraph. After that, there are some minor changes that you'll see also reflecting probationary periods in probationary periods I-2, there's minor changes, and there are some significant changes to the legal references because some of the statutes are no longer applicable and they're changed in the General Assembly. That's a lot of information. However, all this is doing is bringing it consistent with changes that happened during the General Assembly session having to do with employment issues. Are there any questions about the changes proposed for policy 4-75? Again, that's a fairly long policy. If you do have questions, feel free to contact me during that time period or Edie Rogan, and we'll clarify for you. The last one we have on is policy 363. This currently reads as safety weapons on school property is in your business and non-instructional operations section. The reason we're bringing this forward was, again, there was a change in the law in the General Assembly that happened during the 2021 term. In particular, they enacted a new statute, Code of Virginia 22.1, 131.1, which is listed as certain school board property establishment of gun-free school zones. I want to give you a little bit of history because there seems to be a lot of confusion on this particular topic. The Gun-Free Schools Act is a federal act that came into effect in 1990. It designated that schools that are used or locations that are used for elementary or secondary schools, this is public and private, are designated as gun-free school zones, and also within 1,000 feet of those particular properties are listed as gun-free school zones. You are required to implement that law. Virginia actually implemented a law, 18.2, 308.1. It talks about possession of firearms, stun guns, or stun weapon or other weapons on school property. This seems to be some confusion as what we were doing with this particular statute. I do want to read you this first section so you understand it. And I left a copy for those of you who are in the room. I left a copy so that you could read along with me. 18.2, 308.1, Section A. If any person knowingly possesses any small I in parentheses, stun gun, or as defined in the section, 2, knife, except a pocket knife having a folding metal blade of less than 3 inches, or 3 weapon, including a weapon of like kind designated subsection A of 18.2308, which is a concealed weapons statute, other than a firearm, upon A, the property of a child daycare center or public, private, or religious preschool, elementary, middle, or high school, including buildings and grounds. B, that portion of any property open to the public and then exclusively used for school-sponsored functions or extracurricular activities while such functions or activities are taking place, or C, on a school bus owned or operated by any school, is guilty of a Class 1 misdemeanor. So going back, I want to point to why I'm pointing that particular statute out to you. When I recommended the change to the title, Safety Weapons on School Property, it was not because I was matching it up with 22.1131, which is going to be the next paragraph I'm going to show you. It was because I wanted to clarify when people are looking at this policy, it's not just school property. At school-sponsored events, where you are exclusively using the property for a school-sponsored event, the gun-free school zones apply, and they apply because of 18.2308.1. So that's why that particular sentence is up there, just to clarify for people. Now, if you're looking at the first paragraph of Policy 363, we're acknowledging that there are multiple laws that apply to weapons, and those are recognized. Our proposal was that we put in the following sentence. The school board designates any building or property that the school board owns or leases where employees are regularly present for the purpose of performance of their duties outside of school zones as gun-free school zones. That matches up with the changes you see in 22.1131. And again, 22.1131 is an education statute, and it specifically notes that notwithstanding the provisions of the Code of Virginia 15.2915, that is a statute which tells municipal bodies that they cannot enact certain types of restrictions on guns in there. You are now allowed under the federal, and in compliance with the federal gun-free school zones, you can now deem buildings or properties that are leased or owned where employees of such school boards are regularly present for the purpose of performing their official duties outside of school zones. The outside of school zones means your elementary and secondary schools, in accordance with the gun-free school zones, and you can prohibit those individuals from having weapons on there. Essentially what this is saying is you own buildings or lease buildings that are not elementary or secondary schools. You now have the ability, unlike a municipality, you have the ability to put gun-free school zones in place. So that will now apply to your administrative buildings. This, as proposed in the language that we're putting through for you in Policy 363, it doesn't say just this building. Any building that you own or lease that you are using for a school purpose where your employees regularly report to work now would be covered under this particular policy, allows you to do that. I've heard a lot of talk about, oh my gosh, you're now not allowing employees to have weapons at school in this building. Our employees are not authorized to have weapons unless the superintendent is granted that. That's Regulation 428.1, which makes it very clear unless the superintendent or designee has authorized employees, agents, or volunteers of the school board to possess a firearm or weapon on school premises, they cannot have them. So you're not taking away a right from anybody in an administrative building to have a weapon because they're not allowed to have them. Your students cannot have them. They're prohibited by other laws from having them in there. So all this would do is people coming into our buildings who are not our employees or students, this would limit their ability to bring a weapon into your buildings. And again, it's not just this building. It's your buildings where you have at Corporate Landing, where you have your supplies, your facility services, your new Holland Road annex that you have, your plaza annex that you have, your bus depots that you have out there. This allows you to limit the presence of weapons that meet the statutory requirements by this sentence. The bit about school-sponsored events, that has nothing to do with what's the addition in here. That's just recognizing what the law has always been under 18.2308.1. Again, so the only difference you would be doing with the addition to 3-63 is allow you to limit weapons on school administrative properties who otherwise have not been allowed to be part of the gun-free school zones. It's a lot of information I'm giving to you at this time. I will tell you the Policy Review Committee, you've got two of your members in presence, and I don't know that Mrs. Riggs is here. They did not completely agree on this, and the decision was to bring it up to the school board to have a discussion on it. Allows you to look at it, make determination. This was not a unanimous decision coming out of the Policy Review Committee. So at this time, if you want to answer questions, I'd like to ask questions, or the Policy Review members can discuss their concerns about this particular recommended amendment.
Okay, start with Mrs. Hughes.
Yeah, I have many concerns about this. One is there are people who lawfully carry, they're law-abiding citizens, and they may come here straight from somewhere else. They would not even be allowed to lock their firearms up in their cars outside, would they, if this passes?
On this property, I'm not gonna talk about schools, because they're.
No, not schools,
We're
I'm
just
talking
talking about this
about-
property. 22.1, 131, which is what would allow you to do that. The following exceptions are allowed. It would not, this statute would not apply to these people. Would be law enforcement officers. 2, any retired law enforcement officer qualified to carry a firearm under the necessary statutes. Or 3, any individual who possesses an unloaded firearm that is in a closed container in or upon a motor vehicle or on an unloaded shotgun or rifle in a firearm rack in or upon a motor vehicle. Or 4, any individual who has a valid concealed handgun permit and possesses a concealed handgun while in a motor vehicle, in a parking lot, traffic circle, or other means of vehicular ingress to or egress from a school board property. Those are the only exceptions to this if you adopt this exact wording from the statute.
So someone could unload it, lock it up in their vehicle, and they would be fine? Yes or no?
Okay, let's see. Any individual who possesses an unloaded firearm that is in a closed container in or upon a motor vehicle, or an unloaded shotgun or rifle in a firearms rack in or upon a motor vehicle. That this statute does not apply to them.
So when this board votes, and it will, when this board votes to strip law-abiding citizens of their ability to lawfully carry, who is responsible for their security when they leave the building? Are we liable now? Because we should be.
Outside of the building?
Mhm.
To those portions of the property that you would be responsible for, you would have the same liability that you would normally have in any other circumstance.
I mean, the claim is that we're making people safer, except that people will not be able to protect themselves the same as they otherwise would.
Without knowing a fact pattern, I could not tell you what the liability would be. Again, you're subject to sovereign immunity. A random individual shoots you in the parking lot and you were not able to get to your weapon. You would have to argue as to when the school board was responsible for that.
And who was it that suggested that we add this?
It was my suggestion coming out of the legislative committee as one of the remaining bills that we take a look at it. If this is something you wanted to consider, because it has never been an option before this time.
Right, but it was an option. It was nothing that was required. So this wasn't anything that came to the policy review committee or the board at large to say, is this something you want to consider? This was something that you wrote up, I mean, it was already written up as a suggestion for us, correct?
Yes, after coming out of the legislative committee, what we normally do is we look at the bills that would go into effect in July 1. And we said, are you interested in this? I had mentioned to some school board members. They said draft it and put it in. And then it's policy review committee's determination as to whether you're going to forward on to the school board. So much like other legislation that comes through, we draft something up for you to look at.
So you don't ask the full policy review committee if this is something that you want to look at? They were just select board members?
I don't ask you when we looked at section 6, we didn't say, would you like us to bring this or not? We look at it, we make a draft based on what we're seeing in the law where we think it is, and it's up to you, policy review, to decide whether you're going to forward it on to the school board or not.
Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Manning?
So I'm on the legislative committee, and we never discussed this in any of our meetings, nor was I ever consulted. So I don't know how it came out of the legislative committee if we never discussed it.
The discussion is that Mr. Sutton and I will work with the staff with the policies, the new laws that have come in, and then get it out to the departments to look at, is it relevant to the departments?
You said the legislative committee, though.
In the
And so
sense
it did not come from the legislative committee.
Only in
I
the
never
sense that
discussed it.
one of the duties of the legislative committee is to take the current legislation and inform the necessary departments that they need to look at it.
Right, but I was never a part of that conversation. Was there a meeting that happened that I didn't know about?
We didn't talk about this particular one. We talked about, okay, now that we know that the General Assembly term is over, which again was extended this year, whose responsibility is it to do that?
I just want to clarify, this did not come from the legislative committee. This was never discussed in
This
any of our.
particular bill was not talked about specifically.
Okay, but you said that it did come from the legislative committee and it did not, so I just want to clarify that. Do we have a current lease on this building?
The city attorney's office has looked at this and advised, and as this discussion came up when we were talking about some of the outside things, they've determined that because of the amount of time you've had in your control of the building, that you have exclusive control over this building. You have the right to make the determination of this building because you've put all expenses, you've paid for all upgrades, you've had exclusive control over the building for 30, 40 years now.
So this policy says that the school board owns or leases. So I'm hearing we don't own it and we don't have a valid lease. Is that what I'm hearing?
What I believe is that you have exclusive control over that, and I think that would meet the conditions for
This doesn't say exclusive control. It says owns or leases.
And my argument to you would be you have exclusive control over this building. You effectively have ownership, temporary ownership lease, unless it's turned back over to the city.
Okay, I think we need to get clarity on that. It says owns or leases in the law, and that's what it says in our policy. And we don't own or nor lease. So I think that's a huge problem there.
And I will, if you'd like to direct me back, I will go back to the attorney's office and we will get the information for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely like to have that clarified. And, you know, looking at the 18.2-308, I'm trying to see, because I see where there's confusion in this policy. It says weapons on school property or at school-sponsored events. So the law, the 18.2308 that was already on the books, says that portion of any property open to the public and then exclusively used for school-sponsored events. I'm concerned that there's so much vagueness in that. It could be, you know, does this apply to, like one of the speakers said, if we're having a prom at the Westin? Does it apply at the convention center where we don't own or lease that building? I have some concerns with the lack of clarity there.
There are attorney general opinions in some cases have decided that the interpretation of 18.2308.1 is that you do have the ability, if you've got exclusive use of that property, that area you have exclusive use of the property for, that you can control as a gun-free school zone. So if you're at the convention center, you wouldn't, the whole building might not be, but in the room that you're using for that event, you could. If you're out renting a facility for sports meet, you can put those rules in place.
Okay, so it would have to be exclusive use. So if it was at the Westin, we'd have to have the entire Westin.
No, the portion that you are exclusively using, if you have the I don't know, the ballroom or whatever you're using.
Wow. Okay, you know, maybe we need some clarifying language in that, because honestly, I didn't read the title here. So I was like, where is he talking about school sponsor events? So I didn't even see that because I didn't read the title. Perhaps we need something down below that elaborates and explains the school sponsored event, the portion that's exclusively used. Because I didn't.
You want that written into the policy?
Well, I mean, I don't want any of this policy, but I think that it needs to be clarified.
We can send it back for the redraft if that's what you want.
And then again, just to clarify, this is not something that the board has to do.
Correct.
This is something that the General Assembly, and I question whether or not they have the authority to do, to allow, because we're not a legislative body. So I think that is just very odd that we're not a legislative body, but yet we're making legislation. So I think that yet again, the General Assembly, you know, really opened a can of worms here where things, I mean, who enforces this?
Enforcing in the sense of, all right, let's do an example. Somebody shows up at the New Holland Road Annex and has a weapon there, and they're not an employee, so we can't tell them that, they're just dependent on the public. And we know that they have a weapon, then we would say to them, you're not authorized to be here with this weapon. And if you don't leave the property, then you would be disturbing the peace, trespassing, asking them to leave the property. You have control of the property, so you can tell them you cannot be on this property, so you need to leave. And then if they refuse to leave, then you're doing a trespassing charge on them.
Okay, so, because I'm looking in this new law that the General Assembly passed, and does it say punishment for 22.1-131.1 if it's adopted?
No.
So there's no remedy? There's a law with
No,
no
it's
remedy?
unlike 18.2308.1, which that's clearly a class 1 misdemeanor. Now, I will say, if the property you're going to perhaps has a school-sponsored event at, it might fall under 18.2308.1. What this allows you to do is, let's say you're at the Holland Road Annex, we're asking you to leave. You're not authorized to be on our property. You're trespassing on our property. And we're going to say, because we have a policy that says you can't have a weapon, and then you add.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a weapons charge, there would be a trespassing charge.
Let me clarify this. We're not bringing a weapon. If you start brandishing a weapon, if you were to shoot off or something, that's a criminal charge. Just possessing it there, possessing it on the property would not necessarily be charged. But we're not going to find the criminal charge. We're asking you to leave the property.
Okay, so if policy 3-63 gets passed, and I bring a weapon, I have a concealed carry permit, I bring a weapon in, and somebody happens to know that I have a weapon, and they say, oh, Miss Manning has a weapon on her, I can't be charged with any crime of having a weapon. Is that accurate?
Just possessing it. Again, if you're brandishing or something that violates another law,
I
that's
have
an
it
issue.
concealed and nobody even knows
Then
I
we're
have
just
it.
going to say, you're in violation of our policy, we're asking you to leave.
Okay.
If you leave, that's all we're doing is you've left on there. If you do anything involving a different statute, you could possibly, but that would be the police enforcing that.
Okay, so there's no remedy, basically.
No, it
to
just
this.
allows you to say, please, you can't come in here.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting. All right. You know, I completely am against this. I think for a public meeting, city council allows people to bring weapons into their meetings.
But they can't, they're prohibited by law from preventing, they cannot do it. That 15.2, 915 statute prohibits them from putting that in place.
What?
Virginia Code 15.2, 915 prohibits city council from making a law that would prohibit a lawful weapon in their
They can't
property.
prohibit it.
Correct.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They can't prohibit it. The public's allowed to carry, and just like the public can do a lot of things in city council meetings that they can't do here. And I just think that's a huge issue in our city. We've got two different sets of rules for public bodies that are a block away. So I
And
think
I'll
it's
point
going to
out
be
the courthouse is
confusing.
also a block away. You can't bring a weapon in there. You can't bring it to the jail, which is less than a block away.
Well,
There-
that's not a public meeting. City council is. So I just, different sets of rules is confusing. I think that if we adopt this policy, we're gonna say to criminals, it's okay for you to bring guns in, but the law-abiding citizens aren't. And then we're not gonna have, it's gonna be less safe. We have weapons in this room at every single meeting, multiple weapons in this room. I can guarantee you there were a ton of them in here tonight. And people didn't think twice. People are afraid of what they don't know. I grew up with weapons all around me. People brought weapons to school because they were going hunting after school. I feel safer with weapons around me. That 50,000 person rally that Mr. Van Cleve talked about, I was there. There were weapons all around us. There was no violence. Actually, Richmond was left cleaner than when we came. There were no arrests except one person was arrested for wearing a mask, which was interesting. So I just don't, I mean, I understand people fear what they don't understand. But guns don't kill people, people kill people. And is a police officer going to go with me home and protect me or another citizen if they're not allowed to bring a weapon in, which is their natural right to protect themselves? I mean, I'm concerned, like Ms. Hughes said, about the liability that the school board's bringing on itself here. So that's all I have to say.
Can you please add Ms. Franklin to the queue?
All right, and Mrs. Hughes, I understand? Did you want to speak? Oh, Mrs. Franklin, I'm sorry. Mrs. Franklin?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I wasn't sure if that was my turn. So, Ms. Linetti, I just wanted to ask you, has there ever been a situation on the school grounds, I guess, or wherever this would cover, where there has been a situation where there has been a problem with somebody having a weapon?
Yeah, so I don't know all of them, obviously, because I'm not security. I can tell you, I was in this building many years ago where we had an applicant for a position who came into the building, dropped off a note saying, I have a gun, sat on our front steps with a gun in his mouth, and we had a hostage situation. Well, he was there, and the rest of us were in a lockdown situation. I'm aware of that situation. That was an individual, he was an applicant, so he wasn't an employee. He was looking for a job, and it resolved itself, fortunately. We did not have an incident, but he literally sat on our front steps with a gun in his mouth, and it took us a while to deal with that situation. If there are other ones, there may be other ones, I just don't know all of them.
Well, okay, so I just want to talk through this. So in that situation, do you think that this being labeled a gun-free zone would have deterred that person from doing that same act? And I'm just trying to think of this. You know, I served, many years in the military, and one of the things that they actually teach you is SA, which is situational awareness. And basically, I still can't help but look around when I walk into a room and, look for the exits and have a plan in case of emergency. And if you just take the board chambers, for example, there are 2 exits leaving the chambers, the main double doors and the side door where we, will have dinner served. And in either case, they're going to lead to a hallway where the potential threat might be. And it creates a situation where we are a soft target. And then, we would have no means of defending ourselves except maybe like throwing pencils, microphones, whatever, which usually are not effective. And so it just, I do have to say that I agree with the fact that most criminals or violent offenders have said that they're looking for the soft targets. And I just don't know in the situation that you had mentioned that would have actually having this in place because, for example, schools are considered gun-free zones. Bus stops are considered gun-free zones. Yet we still have some cases where students will bring weapons, even though it's labeled a gun-free zone. And I just feel like that is going to be the same situation if we label, those buildings like the school board administration building a gun-free zone. Even though it's labeled a gun-free zone, the only people that are going to comply are the ones that are already responsible people and not the people that are going to be in a situation where they're just not willing to comply in either way. I have a feeling that person who was doing that act in front of the building, whether it was going to be labeled a gun-free zone or not, they would have still done that, regardless of whether we put that label on there. And, I have talked to many people about this. Obviously, being prior military, I am very much in support of people being able to defend themselves. And I just want to be careful that we do not put ourselves in a position, because every single one of us and our families want us to go home safely every night. And I just want to be careful that we don't put ourselves in a position where we are creating, a situation where we are creating a soft target here. And just like, building 2, we've had a couple people, and they had differing opinions about this, but, building 2 was a gun-free zone. And look what happened there. And we even had somebody who said that they own it, that they are a concealed carry permit person. And they wish that they would have been able to protect themselves that day. And I just feel like, we talked about equity tonight, not discriminated against groups of people. I don't think it's fair to lump responsible gun owners with others that don't act responsibly. We just can't create equitable outcomes for all, but responsible gun owners can't control those who are not responsible. And I just feel like putting them in a stereotype that everybody who gets angry might, cause a situation where they fire a weapon is just a little bit over the top for me. And I just feel like we have to be very careful, because I know that we think that this makes sense, But after serving, I can tell you that bad people are going to do bad things regardless of what you try and do and what you try to implement. And the more that you can do to create proactive responses is very important when it comes to security. So I just I'm really struggling with this one because I agree that we have to um, not create a soft target for ourselves, and I think that was just proven last May that just because you label something a gun-free zone does not mean that somebody who's going to do an act anyway is going to listen to that or comply with that, and it just puts other people in danger. So I just wanted to ask questions, if there had been incidents before where I think personally that it would have made a difference, and I don't think it would have. I think that person again, and in most cases, would have still acted irresponsibly, even if there was a label. So thank you for your time and
Ms.
for
Franklin, I will remind you that you have a regulation 428.1, which prohibits your employees unless otherwise authorized to have it. So it would only be somebody who's not an employee or student who is in this building who would be authorized to have a weapon if you don't implement this. This doesn't, you have to fix that if you want the employees to be able to defend themselves in this building, you would have to fix that part also.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Chairwoman Wright, Ms. Melnick has her hand raised also.
Go ahead, Mrs. Melnick.
So just a couple of things. So I thought it was
we had over our building, and that came up recently, did it not?
Yes, ma'am. When I was last discussing it with you, it had to do with your ability to control the property for speakers or demonstrations outside. And the determination was made. But I think the question that Mrs. Manny has asked me is, does that specifically include if you have exclusive control of the building, is that the same as having ownership or a lease? And I can
okay.
go.
Well, that aside.
But we also we determined that this school administration building was deemed a school building, which is why we wear masks in there. We follow the rules when we walk in there, and we wear a mask because we classify this as a school building. And the other thing is we have police presence in our building. We never have a meeting without a police officer present. And so perhaps we need to look at a second officer if that's possible. But at some point, there has been some fear in this building because bulletproof glass was installed on that dais. And so if you could address that too.
Are you talking that the front desk, the areas you're coming in, that the barrier? I don't know if we have glass at the dais.
Oh, on the dais.
It may have, I don't think it's glass. I'm not sure if I can answer if there's the material up there.
Material on the dais. Just look down there.
Anyone sitting there, you can see it. It was installed when I think Dr. Merrill was superintendent.
I'm not sure I can answer that. I will say there's no glass. There might be other material that's bulletproof up there.
Okay. So,
I don't understand. I mean, we're a school building. School buildings are gun-free zones. As you pointed out, you cannot take a gun into the courthouse. You cannot take a gun into wherever else you said. And we have police presence. I don't know. I don't have a problem with guns. I just want to have common sense when it comes to our school buildings.
Okay, Mrs. Hughes?
Yeah, well, this is not an instructional building. This is a municipal building, and that kind of distinguishes it from the school buildings. Those are covered under federal law. We did hear people talk tonight about, they said less than 1% of firearms are used for protection during a mass shooting. that could possibly be because those mass shootings always happen in gun-free zones, and so the good guys are unarmed, so that statistic would bear out. We hear people that are building to survivors and family members that are left behind from loved ones who weren't, that they wish they had carried in there that day. And I know a lot of people are using the building to shooting to try to push this policy, except that the people who are actually survivors or the loved ones who are left behind don't seem to feel that way. They wish they'd have been protected. Some of this is being driven by the narrative that everything, parents have become dangerous, but our own Virginia School Board Association has separated from the national organization. It was emailed to us, and that was due in part to calling parents domestic terrorists. They did not want to be associated with that. I have also learned and spoken with someone, typically when there are gatherings in the parking lot, there are also undercover policemen who have stated they have seen none of the behaviors that have been described in here from the dais or from the podium. So I think that the need for this, or the perceived need for this, has been overstated. Also, I just wanted to ask Ms. Linetti, you said that city council is not allowed to make this kind of rule for their
That's
building?
15.2915, which is cited in 22.1131. And what this law does is specifically recognize that notwithstanding that limitation on local governments, you are now authorized by the General Assembly to do that for buildings that you use that are not designated as a school zone under the Gun-Free Schools Act.
But city council can make the same rule for their buildings. They can decide that people cannot carry firearms in there to their city council meetings. They cannot decide that? I'm pretty sure that the municipalities can decide now.
I don't think, I'm not
It's
aware.
only school board.
Are you positive?
Yes. And that's why it says notwithstanding the provisions of 15.2. 15.2 deals with city, counties, and towns, and the Virginia Code 915.
Mrs.
Okay.
Weems, is this you? Yep. Okay. And then we'll try to wrap this up for now.
Yes, I appreciate Ms. Franklin's comments. I agree with most everything she said, except for the part that says, this looks like it all makes sense, but we better be careful. To me, this doesn't make any sense. We are not a school building. We do not have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of children in here in classes. Statistically, most of these shootings happen in gun-free zones. The policy is very, very vague, in my opinion, especially the part that says, the activities that may be exclusively used for school-sponsored events. I can only imagine the complications of what we're going to do at Mount Trashmore when the cross-country teams meet there for a meet. I question the legalities of this, whether we own this or lease this building, again, very vague. There's no enforcement of this, there's no consequences. It's very odd that it's come up. Again, we're meddling with constitutional issues that really have nothing to do with educational excellence. So I don't think any of it makes sense.
So as I perceive all of this, we've landed with that we're asking that it comes down to the owns or leases.
Do you want it to go back to policy review? And then one question I can ask, is your concern specifically this building? Would you want us to look at allowing it for those administrative buildings, as I mentioned, like Plaza Annex, Holland Road Annex, and bus things? Do you want those employees to have this in place? Because they don't currently have it because those aren't designated school things. Is your concern just this building, or you don't want any of your administrative buildings to have
does
this?
Personally would like to see it at the Plaza Annex because that is where we have students coming now for their first discipline hearing and their parents?
Yeah, I'd have to look at it. Plaza Annex might fall under gun-free school zones because it's within 1,000 feet of Brookwood, so that might make
Right.
the requirements on there. But yeah, some of your buildings do have students in them periodically.
But that's my main concern and why I really wanted to address this, because there are a lot of students that go into Plaza Annex and teachers as well, so.
So it seems that by the time you'll do your fact-finding and then meet with policy and report back to them first? Is that how you envision doing this?
I think it this way, if you have significant concerns, it probably needs to go back to policy review.
But the owns or leases, you indicated you would go back to the city attorney's office.
Correct. I get that information for you if you want to redraft or relook
I
at
just
this.
wanted to double check that the policy committee could expect that you would come back with that
Yes.
clarifying information, whatever it would be.
And you've asked some questions, can we spell out more about how it applies to extracurricular activities and things like that? That's a longer draft of information I'd have to do. That I did think would definitely have to go back to policy review.
And Ms. Franklin has her hand raised.
Yes, Mrs. Franklin?
And also, I would like to just address that if we are going to look at possibly doing this, then I think that we should take the recommendation of that person that spoke and said, then we should look into putting a metal detector and ensure that nobody's bringing guns in to make sure that that there is some compliance from everybody and not just from the people that are responsible gun owners. So, I'm very concerned that we are putting ourselves in a position where we become that soft target. And, from a security standpoint, that is very concerning to me.
Okay, so we'll move forward here. You have.
That
you-
would be
PRC,
best.
you and PRC have
We'll
next
take that
steps.
with PRC.
Okay. So we have, allow me to read, announce items presented as part of tonight's consent agenda. We have textbook adoption, practical nursing, anatomy and physiology, and new courses. We have one, parenting and early learning center careers. 2, photography and communications technology. 3, Art 2, digital media and design. And Art 4 is Art 3, digital media and design. And we have 5 is AP digital art. 6, advanced PE, United Health and Physical Education. 7 is veterinary assistant. 8 is Newport News Shipbuilding Early Apprentice Program. A motion to approve. Mrs. Hughes and a second, Mrs. Holtz. All in favor, show a raised hand, please.
Ms. Franklin, how do you vote?
Approve.
Ms. Owens, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Ms. Melnick, how do you vote?
yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Thank you. So our first action item is the personnel report, administrative appointments. Motion to approve. Mrs. Holtz, a second. Mrs. Anderson, any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Oh, did we? Please show a raised hand. I didn't realize. Okay. This is the personnel appointments, Mrs. Weems, sorry.
Ms. Franklin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Owens, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Ms. Melnick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 10 ayes. The motion passed.
Thank you. And Dr. Spence, do you have something to share with us? With
I do,
respect-
yes, ma'am. Very excited this evening to recommend, to recognize Stephanie Marshall. Mrs. Marshall has served since 2013 with distinction as a teacher at Glenwood Elementary School. Most recently has been working as an administrative assistant at Bayside and Luxford Elementary Schools. We're very pleased this evening that you have accepted our recommendation for Ms. Marshall to serve as the next assistant principal at Thalia Elementary School. I'd also like to recognize Bradley Boynton. Mr. Boynton has served in a number of roles, including the valet manager in a casino in Las Vegas, but also most recently as a teacher assistant at Princess Anne High School and a teacher at Green Run High School. And we're pleased this evening you've accepted our recommendation for him to serve as the next Dean of Students at the Bayside sixth grade campus. So congratulations to both of those new administrators.
And as always, we want to convey that we wish them well. Second action item is the school board legislative agenda for the 2022 General Assembly session that was presented to us last meeting. I'll take motions before any further discussion. Motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson, a second. Mrs. Holtz. All right. Questions, comments, discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, show a raised hand, please.
Ms. Holtz, how was your vote? Ms. Franklin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Owens, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Ms. Melnick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, and all opposed, show a raised hand, please.
Madam Chair, we have 7 ayes and we have 3 nays with Ms. Manning, Ms. Hughes, and Ms. Weems, so the motion did pass.
Thank you. And final action item of the evening is the resolution regarding reversion and revenue actual over budget. So to open this up for discussion, I'm going to ask Mrs. Felton in her role as performance monitoring chair to even though we read the resolution last time, I think it's prudent to read it again so it's all fresh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Budget resolution regarding FY fiscal year 2020-2021 reversions and revenue sharing formulas reconciliation. Whereas on September 28, 2021, the school board was presented with a summary of the unaudited financial statements for FY 2020 and 2021 year ending June 30, 2021, showing the reversion amount to the city general fund. And whereas the amount of fiscal year 2020-2021 school operating reversion funds available, excluding revenues over or under budget, is $14,463,778, and whereas $10,131,688 came in as additional revenue over the appropriate budget, increasing the school operation reversion amount to $24,595,466, and whereas $401,878 reverted from the athletics fund, and $711,334 reverted from the Green Run Collegiate Charter School Fund. And whereas the estimated total amount available for reappropriation is $25,780,678. And whereas the city is currently indicating a FY 2020-21 revenue actual over budget of $29,230,144 based on the revenue sharing formula. And whereas the net revenue reversion funding available for reappropriation is $54,938,822, And whereas the administration recommends the following for the available funds in the amount of $54,938,822, $11,000 to be reappropriated to the school reserve special revenues funds to be set aside for use in the fiscal year 2021, 2022, 2023 capital improvement program. $34,432,182 to be reappropriated to the CIP fund. Project 1-017, renovation and replacement grounds. 3, synthetic turf at Kinsfield High School and Ocean Lake High School at $3,500. $3,500,000. Again, Project 1-018, renovation and replacement HVAC 3, $2,986,775. Project 1-020, renovation and replacement various 3, locker renovation removal, renovation at First Colonial High School, and classroom furniture replacement at various schools, $6,250,000. Project 1-022, elementary school playground equipment replacement at $1 million. Project 1-026, Lynn Haven Middle expansion, achievable dream, $1,100,000. Project 1-028, Betty F. Williams, Bayside, 6th grade, and grades 4 through 6 replacement, $7,500,000. Project 1-030, replacement payroll system, $4,382,407. Project 1-01, school bus and fleet replacement, $7,007,013. And $900,000 to be reappropriated to the Athletic Fund 204 startup costs for lacrosse program. $8,606,640 to be reappropriated to the school operating fund 115 access layer switches and points, $1,221,000. Interactive whiteboard replacement, $882,000. Electronic perimeters, access control doors, $645,000. Data center firewall upgrade, $566,125. Instructional supplies, $151,515. Contracted services to pressure wash building exteriors and courtyards, $130,000. Maintenance and repair projects and equipment, $5,011,000. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Virginia Beach approves the recommended use of the FY 2020-21 reversions and revenue sharing formula reconciliation funds as presented by the administration, and be it further resolved that the school board requests that the city council approve the reappropriation of FY 2020-21 reversions and revenue sharing formula reconciliation fund is shown above. And be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, and the clerk of the board is directed to deliver a copy of this resolution to the mayor, each member of city council, the city manager, and the city clerk, adopted by the school board of the city of Virginia Beach this 23rd day of November 2021.
Thank you, Mrs. Felton. Motion to approve. Again, this is to open up for discussion. Mrs. Holtz, second. Mrs. Anderson. So we have some information to be presented to us first.
We do. Ms. Woodhouse and Ms. Pate.
And you all have a handout for this.
You do, and I'll just introduce it as, when we brought this up for discussion 2 weeks ago, there was raised some questions about potential for some additional compensation incentives for employees, retention, and that sort of thing. And I indicated at that time that we had been working on that we were working through the grant funding scenarios. And so we have information, as I signaled, to talk about that tonight, which should answer those questions. So, Mrs. Woodhouse.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Spence. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. As you may recall from the previous school board meeting on November 9th, Dr. Saltner was unable to share with the board that senior leadership was working to prepare a presentation around retention and incentive recommendations until well into the discussion on reversion funds. And Dr. Spence echoed that same sentiment. Well, this evening, on behalf of senior leadership, I am pleased to share recommendations regarding staffing and retention incentives for our employees. The incentives were developed based on recognizing the hard work and dedication of our staff, as well as hard-to-staff positions. Our employees have expressed being June tired early in this school year and listed a number of challenges leading to this feeling. We want our employees to know we hear you loud and clear. We want to express our sincere gratitude to all of our employees. Therefore, the first recommendation for your consideration is a $1,000 bonus for all employees in an allocated, benefited position. The bonus would be calculated based on an employee's allocated FTE and would be paid in one lump sum amount appearing in the employee's December 15th paycheck using division operating funds. During the August 10th school board workshop, the Department of Human Resources presented a staffing and recruitment update that included the difficulty we were experiencing with hiring and retaining staff. During the presentation, we reported having 138 instructional vacancies, and as of November 21st, we still have 111 instructional vacancies. During that same August presentation, we shared having 374 non-instructional vacancies, and currently that number is 295. Although we have made progress, we continue to find challenges in certain areas, which led us to recommendation number 2. Over the past few months, we have heard school divisions across the nation experiencing difficulty with staffing certain positions. Virginia Beach City Public Schools is no exception. In addition to the teacher shortage, starting hourly wages sweeping across the Commonwealth have resulted in school divisions competing for employees who can now earn anywhere between $12 to upwards of $18 an hour, if not more. Therefore, in an effort to retain hard-to-staff employees, in addition to the $1,000 bonus for all staff, we recommend providing a $2,500 hard-to-staff retention incentive to groups we have identified as being difficult to staff with Virginia Beach City Public Schools. As shown on the slide, these groups include our teachers on the instructional pay scale, which includes classroom teachers, school counselors, instructional technology specialists, gifted resource teachers, library media specialists, etc. Our instructional teacher assistants that include general assistants, special education assistants, library media specialists, pre-K assistants, distant learning assistants, PE assistants, kindergarten assistants, etc. Our bus drivers and assistants, our custodians, and our cafeteria assistants, baker cooks, and assistant managers in training, as well as our security assistants and security officers. employees would receive the $2,500 bonus spread out equally over 12 payments, beginning in January, extended through June. Our school board and Dr. Spence are committed to 5 days a week of in-person instruction. With this commitment, senior leadership quickly realized the demand for teacher substitutes was a challenge. Therefore, our third recommendation includes increasing the daily rate for all instructional substitutes by $30 a day effective January 1st, 2022. This includes our daily substitutes, site-assigned substitutes, as well as our long-term substitute teachers. For example, this will increase our daily rate for non-licensed substitute teachers from $95 a day to $125 a day, and licensed and site-assigned substitutes from $105 to $135 a day. The increased rate of $30 would begin after the winter break, January 3rd, and first appear in the January 30th paychecks. In addition, many of our classroom teachers are stepping up to fill vacancies during the day for their colleagues. Last year, we began offering additional compensation in the amount of $25 per class to those teachers who covered their colleagues' classes during their personal planning time and/or lunch bell. Effective December 1st, 2021, we recommend increasing the pay for teachers who cover a colleague's class from $25 to $35. This increase would begin December 1st and be reflected in the December 31st paycheck. All of the above substitute pay change recommendations would be funded using ESSER grant funding. Now that all recommendations have been presented, the estimate cost to implement is as follows. Providing the $1,000 bonus to all eligible staff is approximately $10.8 million to be paid from the operating fund. Providing a $2,500 staff and retention incentive for teachers is approximately $12.7 million to be paid using grant funds. Providing a $2,500 staffing and retention incentive for bus drivers and assistants, cafeteria assistants, baker cooks, assistant managers in training, custodians, security assistants and officers, and instructional teacher assistants is approximately $7.4 million to also be paid using grant funds. Lastly, increasing the daily rate for teacher substitutes by $30 a day is approximately $11.1 million using grant funds. The cost estimate for substitutes was developed using an average of 600 subs a day, and if all positions are filled daily, which for us has been quite a challenge. The total amount, inclusive of FICA, is approximately $42 million, with $10.8 million from the operating fund and the additional $31.2 million from grant funds. Finally, we will be increasing the pay for teachers covering a class by $10 from $25 to $35 per class. A cost estimate was not included as we felt the cost would be absorbed in our inability to secure a substitute teacher in the first place. Based on the approximate cost of all three recommendations and the fact our CFO felt funding could be covered from the operating fund as well as ESSER grants, was the reason why there was not an item outlined using reversion funds. And so this concludes the staffing and retention incentives recommendation presentation. And we are available, both Ms. Payton and I stand ready to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
I think we're absorbing this. This is, this is good news.
Yes, ma'am.
Great news.
We agree.
Mrs. Anderson.
So just to be clear, so that the public understands, we're not using the reversion funds for this awesome proposal.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. We'll be
Okay.
using operating
Because I
funds
know
and
that
ESSER
we
grant
were,
funds.
it was something that was questioned by some city council people who questioned, they knew we had a need. And so, I knew that this was in the works, but I wasn't sure where we were gonna find the money. And so I guess you used a lot of ESSER funds and, grants. So, this is the best news that I've heard all night. So thank you very much.
Please add Ms. Melnick and Ms. Owens to the queue.
Okay, Ms. Melnick, followed by Ms. Owens.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, that was just an old raised hand.
All right, Ms. Owens. Oh, and then Mrs. Manning. Yep.
Okay. I wanted to, I guess, start out by thanking Ms. Woodhouse and the administrative team. I know that
Wait, hold on, Jessica. We got
a lot of different options on how we could find and
Now, Ms. Owens, you were getting very garbled there for a few moments.
okay, hopefully it's coming in clear now.
This is good, yes.
Okay. That wanted to thank admin and Ms. Woodhouse specifically for finding some ways that we could help incentivize employees and these show appreciation in these difficult to staff positions without creating new issues of compression by just raising the hiring point for some without acknowledging the ones who are staying in those positions and who have been with us and loyal to those positions. And so I know it was a difficult task and I just really appreciate that. I just wanted to clarify that the increases are going to be only through the end of this school year, or is this a permanent increase in these numbers?
Yes, ma'am. The proposal that you have in front of you is through June 30th of the current school year.
Okay. Okay, and it looked like that first bonus will go into effect almost kind of immediately, and people will see that on this, well, that December 15th paycheck, that's correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Perfect. That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mrs. Manning, then Mrs. Weems.
Okay, so I really like the incentives for our existing employees for the hard-to-fill positions. I think that that's very good. My concern is whether or not this is going to attract new people. And I just, $200 a month, if someone sees that, I just don't know. I'm concerned about that. I mean, what I'd thrown out there before was maybe a signing bonus that they get, as an amount, after a month, and then maybe after 6 months, a large sum saying, hey, you're going to get $2,000 if you stay with us for 6 months or whatever. I'm just concerned that this proposal isn't going to get those new people. So did you talk about that?
Actually, we did. We had a team meet to have a conversation around an offering that would be comparable to other divisions. And so first, let me clarify. The $2,500 would be broken out over 12 pay periods, which basically means it will be an additional $208 per pay period, so $400+ a month.
Okay.
Also, when looking at what other divisions offered, the fact that we are doing a one-time bonus to recognize those who have been with us all year, and then still giving an additional $2,500 for a retention incentive, actually is larger than all that I've investigated from other divisions. I call it on this side of the water and on the other side. So it's a total of $3,500 for our hard-to-fill positions. Lastly, I'm sure we will have a conversation during the budget season to take a look at what we can do potentially for next year for these same employee groups. As an HR team, we definitely felt that this incentive would not only incentivize our current employees to stay, I'd like to go on record as saying for those who left for other career enhancement opportunities and left on good standing, we definitely welcome you back, because I do believe the benefits of working for Virginia Beach, along with the bonus and incentives, will draw back some of our other employees who felt the need to leave for various reasons.
Okay, so it's
So, yes, ma'am.
roughly
Yes, ma'am.
400 a month.
It's about
and s-
416 and some change.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully that'll help our bus driver situation.
Yes, yes.
And how is that gonna be communicated? How are we gonna get that out there?
I'll let
Yeah,
Dr.
so
Spence
we've been
respond to
working
that.
on a communication plan with that. That goes along with our generally big hiring communication plan that we've already got out there. And so we'll be adding out that if you join, and this addresses a concern that I think we shared earlier, which is how do you honor the people who are here and who are staying and get new people to join. But if you join now, you will also get this retention incentive for $400 a month. And we think that that will help bring some other people in.
Okay, so are we having a time limit where they have to kind of sign on in order to get this?
Well, whenever they would come on board, they would start seeing it in their paycheck. They just wouldn't
Okay.
get the full amount. They would only get it in
Okay.
their pay period through the remainder of the year. So the earlier they sign on with us, the more of those pay periods they would get.
Okay, okay.
And that's one of the reasons why, to add to Dr. Spence, that we wanted to break it out over pay periods, because the largest concern divisions are seeing is that folks are signing up for the bonuses, they're getting their CDLs, and then they're leaving.
Yeah, I don't want that.
And taking it elsewhere. So we felt by breaking it up over 12 periods, you can get the full bonus if you're here now, but even if you start in March or April, you still qualify for the additional monies, whatever is left through June 30th.
Okay, great, thank
Yeah,
you.
And one of the reasons to your, how do we get the word out, that we, starting it in January, is it gives us a time to do a blitz right now. We'll, through the month of December, do a hiring blitz that, hey, we've got this new recruitment incentive,
Yes.
as well as a retention incentive that obviously we'll let our employees know about, who will be we think, very pleased.
Okay. And then, so on that, I'm pleased with that side of things. Now back to the reversion money. And again, thank you for bringing that. I kind of wish we had had it sooner, but thank you for bringing that. You know, just with everything going on in this world right now, inflation is skyrocketing, costs are going up. The public is hurting, our taxpayers are hurting. And I just don't know how I, as an elected representative of those people, can say, you know, I'm okay with spending your tax dollars on these things when you're hurting. And I honestly would like to see some of this money go back to the taxpayer. I know we also have problems. A lot of people were talking about this, and it's a big deal. We can't provide childcare in our Parks and Recs department right now. And maybe some of this money should go toward that. That's a huge issue that's impacting the families of our students. So I you know, for that reason, I just can't support the reversion part. I can support the other part, but not the reversion part. Thank you.
So, can I just speak to that for a few minutes, or maybe, hopefully not a few minutes? I certainly understand the sentiment, but I think it's really important that we're all clear about the money and where it came from and what it is. And first of all, there's $14 million in there that, as we know, is kind of the bit we didn't spend in the actual budget, right? So that is if you took what we budgeted for the year, we spent to within $14 million of what we budgeted for the year. So about 1.5% of the budget, really closer than we like to spend down on based on good accounting practices. There are $10,131 that come from various state and federal sources. I would suspect the public would understand and would have no interest in taking federal and state dollars that were allocated to the school division to spend locally. And I think it would also be inappropriate, quite frankly, to suggest that we should do that. And then the biggest amount of money, which is, probably where this conversation would go, is in the reappropriation of $25 million, which is the city's true up after they looked at the revenue sharing formula. The only advocacy I'm going to do here, it's a twofold advocacy. First of all, we have a revenue sharing formula for a reason, that when the revenues go up, we partake in those revenues to address needs that we have as a school division. When the revenues go down, in theory, we should also partake in the loss of revenues, and that happens. We have seen over the past year a set aside out of the revenue sharing formula that was unexpected, that there was no opportunity for this school board to discuss or have input on, or the public to have any input on. And so a decision was made to do a set aside from the revenue sharing formula already after we had worked to get the revenue sharing formula leveled out with all the set asides out of it, so that there was kind of a clear understanding from the community when this is the proportion of the city revenues that will go to the school division. So I actually think the community understands there is a proportion of the city's revenues that will go to the school division. And the expectation then is that the school division wisely spend those dollars on needs within the school. And I understand people are hurting, but here's my advocacy. What on here is not necessary? Every single thing on here is something that has been in a capital improvement need. There is a reappropriation to the special revenue fund to be set aside in the capital improvement program that the board has already looked at and approved. That $11 million was in the revenue from the last capital improvement program that you approved. The athletic funds we've talked about relative to the lacrosse program, and the board approved lacrosse, so frankly those funds need to stay in at this point. And then if you look at all of those other costs, I mean, we could, if we wanted to argue about $130,000 for pressure washing, okay. But if you look at the remainder of that, I mean, these are significant investments and upgrades to technology that have to occur. So if you look, and Mr. Den could come and talk to you about the need to continue to invest in access layer switches and points, the need to look at the data center firewall upgrades. We talk a lot about safety and security. These are safety and security investments with the electronic perimeter access controls. So I guess my point is, I have two concerns. Concern number one is that we keep getting accused of under-executing our budget, which is absolutely false. We don't under-execute our budget. $14 million out of the budget that we had, our operating budget of over $800 million, our total budget of over $1 billion, to have a 1.5%, $14 million remaining is not an under-execution of a budget. It's a wholly appropriate. In fact, in some states, we would be out of compliance with the law because most states actually require you to keep more than that in your reserve fund. And I haven't heard the city, when they accuse us, and in fairness, it's not the whole city, but when we get accused of under-executing our budget, talk about what they put in their reserve fund every year. And so we don't under-execute our budget. And so I get concerned that we get accused of that and that's the reason we should give money back. And I don't think that's fair to the school division. I think it's an inappropriate representation of the good work of our budget and finance team and what we do to make sure that the funding is appropriately spent. And then two, I think if you have a revenue sharing formula, you ought to acknowledge that it's there for a reason. And you ought to acknowledge that these are important costs that do need to get addressed. There isn't anything in here that doesn't need to get addressed. And it is not the revelry of a drunken sailor, as one email told us, that, this looks like a drunken sailor wrote this. I'm like, I mean, these are really significant and important costs for the school division. And for anybody to suggest otherwise tells me they don't understand how our budget works and the things that we have to have in our budget. So again, if I sound passionate about it, it's because I am. And it isn't that I don't understand that there are other ways these funds could be used. I also, by the way, don't think it would be appropriate for the city to take this and put it into salaries for staff that are not, I mean, this is one-time spending, right? So they take it now and put it into salaries for staff. That would be an issue for them, but I guess they'd have to sort out how they would handle that. But again, I think it's the city's obligation to figure out Parks and Recreation costs and staffing. I think that's their job. The schools don't provide Parks and Recreation childcare. That's the city's responsibility. And then to say, well, we're going to take money from the schools to do something that's the city's responsibility also doesn't make sense to me. And it was almost stated at the last meeting when we were together at the joint meeting of council and the school board that somehow we created that problem. We didn't create that problem. We shouldn't have to solve that problem. That we work in partnership with them. We've done a lot of good things. We have actually begun to staff it with our own people to help our teachers who don't have that child care. But I think to take then school funds and say, well, okay, we're going to just pull that back so that we can handle our challenges, our staffing challenges on the city side when we know we've got all these other challenges, doesn't really make sense to me.
Okay,
Thank you.
if I could please respond, because I want to clarify, I want to make it very clear. I've never criticized our budget department for under executing anything. I've not criticized them at all. I think they do a fantastic job. So I hope that
No,
those
I was
comments
speaking
were not
about the
directed at me.
specific comment that was made by Mr. Moss at the joint meeting.
Okay, well,
and who's made it.
you were addressing the comments that I made. So
No,
I
I was
to
saying that we
clarify
have been accused of under executing our budget by the city, on the city side, and actually it's specific to Mr. Moss's comments, which he's made for about 3 years in a row now, that we under execute
I
our
have
budget.
never made that
It
comment.
wasn't about
so-
you, Mrs. Manning. I didn't
Okay.
mean for it to be taken that way.
And while I think that, there's items on here that could be very helpful to us, if they were necessary, they would have been in the operating budget. And I'm not saying they're not important. I'm just saying that I have a different philosophy right now with everything that's going on in our community, that I think it would be, my priority would be to give some of this money back to the taxpayer.
Mrs. Weems.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Woodhouse, I'm totally confused.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, $2,500.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm not gonna rely on my own math, because it's late. 2,500 divided by 12 pay period, 12 times they're gonna get the money.
Yes, ma'am.
That equals $208.
Correct.
Our pay
It's two-
periods are 2 times per
2
month,
times
Mrs.
a month.
Weems.
Okay, okay, they're getting $2,500, and they're getting it 12 different times.
Yes, ma'am.
Twice a month.
Yes, ma'am.
At
It's about
$200 a pop,
208.
just a little bit over $200.
Yes, because, yeah, exactly. With the $1,000 bonus, with the $1,000 bonus being issued in December, the $2,500 additional would begin in January. The first time it would be seen in their paychecks is January 15th. So when you count out the pay periods from January 15th to June 30th, is 12 pay periods.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know, I was like, wait, I know it's late. I know I can do fifth grade math. I am smarter than a fifth grader.
And just so you know, several of us had the same thing. We
I
were
know,
like,
it's like, wait a
$200
minute,
is not
I'm so-
a lot. And I'm like, wait, it's per pay period. But we had to double
good.
check a
Okay,
few
thank
times
you.
too,
I was
so
like,
you're okay.
wait, something's wrong here. Okay, and so that is, and just let me clarify again. So that's the hard to staff incentive, but it doesn't go to just certain teachers and certain subjects. It's going to all teachers.
All teachers.
And all of all bus drivers, all instructional assistants, all
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And not just teachers, all classified on the teacher pay scale, which includes your school counselors,
Right.
ITSs,
Everything
and
is
stuff.
listed here. Okay, I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to just, science teachers
Or math teachers,
special
yes,
education
ma'am.
teachers or whatever. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm so glad that y'all did this because I think it's very needed. Thank you. But I totally support this. Maybe even a little bit more on this page, but I totally support that. I have the same reservations with the reversion funds, and again, I think that our staff does a phenomenal job, and I agree with Dr. Spence. I think that some cases we almost don't save enough because we're at that 1.5%, which, Farrell and Crystal, it's usually we try to save about 2 to 2.5%. Yeah, some of the things on that list, I know they're all important, but some of those on the list, I would rather it go to more on this list, like the furniture. I know, I've gotten lots of comments from teachers, like, why are we spending $6.5 million on furniture? Is the furniture falling apart? Is it new furniture? But I mean, that's just a different philosophy, and that's why we're here to vote, and I appreciate your work, but, I definitely support these incentives. And I think that it'll really, really help, hopefully, in our bus driver situation. Thank you.
I'll just add, Mrs. Williams, I'll get you, sorry, I'll get you the numbers. We don't have a standing furniture item, and we have significant furniture needs, so I will be happy to pass to the board what those furniture needs look like so that you understand that.
Okay, Mrs. Felton?
Thank you, Chair Rye, and you answered half of my question because I did not see school counselors on there, and I want to make sure that they were in there this time. What about nurses? Does that include them in this packet?
So, as we also looked at incentives, we also focused on not just our hard-to-staff areas, but also some of our employees whose hourly rate is lower. We felt with our nursing staff and the fact that we've been able to staff our vacancies, we have just, I think, 1 or 2 current vacancies. They were not included in the additional 2,500, but they are included in the $1,000 bonus with all other employees.
Okay. And just to clarify, when your language that you used, you said all eligible staff.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you use that particular language for that?
Yes,
And that's
ma'am.
why I was gonna ask you about the school counselors and the nurses.
Right. We indicate all eligible benefited employees because those are contracted employees. We do have some employees that work on a temporary agreement, and as well as our substitutes, which we took care of by increasing the substitute overall rate. So it is our contracted employees in a full-time position. Granted, some of those full-time positions could be part-time, and so that would be addressed and prorated for those individuals.
And let me go back and say, Ms. Woodhouse, thank you. This, I'm loving this. And I think that's why I'm asking you specifically those things, because the last one that took place, I was sort of let down because those were some of the positions that was not used or were not given the bonus. And I found that if you don't ask the right questions, you don't get the right answer.
Yes, ma'am.
So in asking you that, that's why I asked you that. So thank you so much for all that you do. You guys do exemplary work when it comes to budgeting, and I do appreciate you going this distance to get this done. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
ma'am. It was definitely a team effort, so.
And Mrs. Hughes?
We have discussed multiple times, budgeting, that you can't budget under a certain amount. And I understand that, and I don't take any issue with that whatsoever. In fact, as Ms. Weems pointed out, it's a little bit lower this year than it normally would be. And I'm thrilled with the incentives and bonuses that y'all came up with for the staff, which really doesn't have anything to do with the reversion funds, but I'm just happy about the job that y'all did there. And our teachers and staff do need help. We are struggling with staffing. We're struggling with morale. But government employees are some of the few people who didn't lose jobs, lose hours, lose businesses, lose benefits when there was a forced shutdown. And I don't think that we can ignore that. That bled into a lot of things where when our schools shut down, teachers were still teaching, but they were teaching virtually, and parents were pretty much co-teaching at home. The reality is, you can have a child who takes to virtual learning like a fish to water, best teacher ever. If he's 8 years old, you still can't leave the house because you need to be home with your child. And so even those people whose places of employment were not shut down, they were co-teaching with these teachers, and they were unable to leave and go to work. And they lost a lot of money. And I think, you know, if we're gonna all be in this together, we need to all be in this together all the time. And we do have a wish list on the reversion funds, but I think we need to bring the citizens back into that because they're the ones who support us. As far as Parks and Rec goes, while it's typically not our job to fund or staff other city entities outside of school, this ill-advised early release Wednesday helped cause the childcare shortage. I mean, we even have teachers that are struggling with this because they wanted this unencumbered planning time, but they have young children. And so they're teaching here and their child is there and they have to figure out something too. So the fact that we helped create this problem right now, I think we have a responsibility to help fix it.
Ms. Hughes, can I address that? Ms.
Certainly.
Hughes, that statement's not correct. We had nothing to do with this Parks and Rec situation. In fact, we were working with Parks and Recs under the assumption they were going to be able to assist us with our early release, only to find out that their funding did not come through, and they would, instead of assisting us, they would be cutting a number of positions. And it was because of Danielle Colucci, who's probably spent 40 hours over a week period, that we didn't lose more schools. It was not a Virginia Beach solution. In fact, it was her work is why we don't have as many places closed. That is not our problem, and that is not fair.
I'd like to speak to that as well. I sit on the Park and Rec Commission, and the Park and Rec Commission daycare entity structure began to crumble before the pandemic took place. They were losing positions and positions and workers before the pandemic really hit. What it did, it just created a perfect storm. During the time that we all had to give money back to the city, Park and Rec did the same thing, but they took a big chunk from Park and Rec and did not give that back. So they've been struggling long before even the after school programs were, because their people were coming out of their offices, their volunteers were let go. So they have been struggling already before they said it just created a perfect storm. So to say that we created this with Park and Rec will tell you that the school system is one of the greatest and more effective partner that they have in this city. And we've done a lot of collaborative things together to make sure things work well with Park and Rec. So as a commissioner, looking at what we had to do with our budget over there as well, and how monies were taken from them, from the city, I think it was already there before we even began to do what we were doing. We've all been trying to work together to get this done. And they did say, like you say, Mr. Robinson, that without the schools coming in to help to facilitate some of those centers that we had at the rec centers would not have been able to function without our help and assistance. I'm just saying, so I think that's a little bit unfair to say that we created it when it was already in process happening anyway.
So this has not been my understanding, and it sounds like if what you're saying is correct, these early dismissal Wednesdays exacerbated the situation. But I do appreciate you explaining that without screaming at me, so that was nice.
Mrs. Franklin?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something. So if the employees that are getting the $2,500 bonus start in December, do they also get the $1,000 bonus? Can you hear me?
Actually, I had to reflect on that. Because our pay period actually closes out 2 weeks prior, if an employee begins in December, they would not receive the $1,000 bonus, because literally when we come back on Monday, we will work with payroll for those individuals to receive the bonus. What they will receive, though, if they're in the hard to staff position, is the $2,500 beginning in January. And that's one of the reasons we did not want a large gap in time, because as Dr. Spence indicated, when we go on that media blitz, we want to be able to communicate clearly that opportunity will be there with the new year. I was really hoping the media crews were still here to help us out, but I see they packed up and left. But
Sorry about
so
that.
I know it. I was like, darn it, just stay 5 more minutes and get us some free press.
Well, and I want to just tell you, I think that that is such a great recommendation. Great job to all of you for putting this recommendation together. You know, and I think everybody is frustrated with the Parks and Rec situation, but I can tell you that they're struggling just to find, just like we are, they're struggling to find folks as well. And I think that they have been a great partner to us. And, you know, everybody has a simple solution. And sometimes, well, we just need to do this or this. But I mean, it's literally just trying to find people to fill these positions. That makes it very complex, because you can't force people to apply. So I think that is important to note that, you know, they no, this is just a tough, complex situation. And I think that we just are all trying to do everything we can to get through this craziness. And, you know, partly it is because, you know, we've had so many people that, have not decided to, you know, return to the workforce for whatever reason. And, you know, so I just applaud what we're doing on our end to try and to fix some of this shortage in our staff. So thank you to everybody that's part of that.
So back to our resolution. I want to recap.
Excuse me, Chairwoman Rye, Ms. Melnick has her hand raised.
Well, okay. Well, I'm trying to do, we're on the first round and I haven't spoken yet. So, for the record, okay.
Okay, Madam, and when you're ready, this question is for Mrs. Owens. She just doesn't want to come across, her Wi-Fi is spotty.
Okay. Okay, then go ahead, please.
Can you please let me know how this affects our part-time or less than full-time contract hour bus drivers?
Is it on the bonus or the $2,500 incentive?
However you want, however you can address that.
Right. The bonus of $1,000, that would be prorated based on the FTE status. So if an individual is part-time, then they would receive a prorated portion. With our bus drivers, we had established that working with transportation, majority of their drivers are full-time. They do have a handful of drivers for whatever reason chose to be part-time. So that $2,500 as well would be prorated. I will like to get in another plug, since we are on TV, that we are happy to move individuals from part-time positions to full-time positions. And all you would need to do is work with the hiring managers, and we will be glad to ensure that you receive the full $2,500 over 12 equal payments.
So now we have Mrs. Weems and then Mrs. Anderson.
Yeah, that was my exact question, except for, so I'm assuming that is the same with like music teachers that are teaching .8, and is that the same with our PALS instructors, because they're not a full, they're like, aren't they just like 32 hours a week or something?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I had to get clarification on that one. The PALS teachers are actually TEAs. So they are not in a allocated benefited position. So those individuals on a TEA do not qualify, as we wrote this proposal, for the bonus.
And what other groups are on that TEA?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and-
They're only so many hours a
Right,
day.
exactly. Our TEAs, the temporary employment contract employees, because they are non-allocated, meaning they're not in the standard operating budget, they are positions that are added to still address the needs, whether it be at any level, elementary, middle, or high. These individuals willingly accept these positions, recognizing that they're not allocated nor are they benefited positions. They typically work 29 hours or less in a week or any given time period. And that's pretty much
Okay,
what
great.
those positions are. There are not a whole lot of positions in terms of, TEAs. We have some, like you mentioned, PALs at the elementary level, but not a large number, but special projects or different things
right,
is when we
right.
bring those individuals back.
Okay, okay, great. Thanks for your clarification. Okay, you're on.
Mrs. Anderson.
So, just so the public knows this, that some of this revenue, some of this anticipated money, unanticipated money that we have in this resolution for the reversion money, some of that money came from the city because it was unanticipated funds because the city's revenue was higher than expected. And because of that, because the city actually did better than they anticipated they would. But also because of that, the city has more money in their coffers as well. So maybe we need to be asking the public to ask city council to appropriate more money for some of the recreation centers to be able to hire more people or possibly give some incentives for those recreation employees. I mean, to ask us to give our school money to the recreation center for that is the city's obligation. We have recreation centers in our city, and it's wonderful that we do. But the city needs to take care of their business. And as far as I'm concerned, the city needs to be the ones who needs to step up. The city council needs to step up and say, hey, we need to do incentives too, because we have workers as part of our recreation center who they can't get them to come to work. There's a reason. Maybe they're not paying them enough. Maybe they need to have a little incentive there themselves. So maybe our incentives could give city council an idea for what they need to do to get more people to work at the recreation centers so we can get those child care centers back up to running like they should be. It's just something that they need to do. And it was pointed out in a part of our 5-year forecast that not just our kids here locally, but all the children in the city, that one of the incentives for bringing businesses to our city is that businesses need, not just school people, but all businesses need to have childcare for their workers. So I think the city council needs to take note of that. And we brought that up and reiterated that when we had the 5-year forecast. So I'm just putting that out there. And, for those parents who are still listening, maybe you need to be writing letters to city council and asking them to step up.
Okay, Ms. Owens, then Mrs. Melnick. And then we'll try to wrap this up.
I'm sorry, you can ask mine for me. Thanks.
Okay, Mrs. Melnick.
That's why my hand was raised. Thank you.
Okay. So I just thought it was reiterating from 2 weeks ago that Ms. Pate, I believe it's somewhere between 60 and 70% of this resolution is capital improvement.
It's about 82.7%.
There you go. And in my view, these other matters are frankly are our unmet needs. We always publish some of them in our operating budget report when it comes out each spring, but not every single one. And I do feel that while the taxpayers, we all did get some relief last spring when the tax rate was reduced. So there's that. So I think, the taxpayers have gotten relief there. And so I'll just end it with that I just feel it's a very responsible request. And with that is last call before we put this up to a vote.
Clarification, Chair, we're just voting on the resolution. This incentive is already done. There's no vote on that.
Right, it was so
So
that you,
it's, yeah, there's no vote required. We have the funds within the operating budget due to vacancies, and we have, the ESSER grants, and we will need to amend those grants. We've already prepared those amendments and we'll send them to the state. We just wanted to have this conversation with you all, make sure you were comfortable with that before we made those moves.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Sounds
sir.
like you are.
and again,
That's a
just
done
to
deal. Thank
reiterate,
you.
everybody here knows our challenges with the capital improvement program and the lack of funding from the state since 2009. And so city council, I mean, our point is that we're following their lead. We're trying together to build up the capital budget. We've said all along, city council has done its share, the state has not. And so this is just another way, it's good faith on our part that we're recognizing what city council has communicated to us all previously, so.
I would address just one more quick thing, because I know it came up before about the school bus replacement. And there was that kind of disconnect between, well, you have fewer drivers, why are you buying new buses? And it's just a reminder that those are replacement buses for 15-year-old buses. And so they're not necessarily for new drivers, they're really to replace the equipment our current drivers already have out on the road. So I heard a couple of questions about that, and I know some of you got those questions, but if you get those, that's the answer.
And that's an incentive for a bus driver if you get a new bus.
And for our kids, because we're buying buses with air conditioning now.
Yes.
Ooh.
And Ms. Rye, before the vote, if I could put in one more shameless plea. DB Schools is hosting a virtual career fair on December 11th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. for both instructional and non-instructional candidates. So if you visit our website at vbschools.com and apply, we look forward to meeting you there.
Could you
Thank
send that
you.
information out to all the boards so that we can help disseminate that?
Most definitely. Thank you.
Great idea. All right.
And Chairwoman Rye, I just want to make a note that Ms. Riggs is now on Zoom.
Oh, yay.
All right, so the budget resolution regarding fiscal year 2021 reversion and revenue sharing formula reconciliation. All in favor of this document as presented, please show a raised hand.
Ms. Owens, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Ms. Franklin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Melnick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Riggs, how do you vote? Ms. Riggs, please unmute. How do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
And all opposed, please show a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes and we have 3 noes with Ms. Manning, Ms. Hughes, and Ms. Weems. The motion did pass.
Okay, thank you. We have a workshop item to get to, but we need to leapfrog quickly first through committee reports. So here's the chance, folks, before we end with our COVID update. Who would like to start, Mrs. Felton?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair Rye. I'd just like to say that the VSBA 2021 conference was a hybrid conference. But with that said, it was a great conference. It was many workshops that were introduced, and I would encourage you to take a minute to look at some of those that were presented. And if you ask me what was my favorite, it would be the task force group study that they did, and Mr. Rodney Joyner, the chair of the Norfolk City School Board, was one of the facilitators of that. Also, I would also ask you to take special attention at the Virginia STEM presentation that they did, and it covered a plethora of information concerning our students and what they're trying to do with STEM. It was real informative. So I went to many of the sessions, but those were the two. If you ask me what would I ask you to look at, it would be those two, to look at that task force presentation and the Virginia STEM. It was really great. It was mentioned that the VSBA has recommended that we pull from the NSBA, but it wasn't just concerning name calling, but it had a lot to do with the governance and the finance of that particular organization, and there's some things that we need to flesh out. But we are still members until 2022, at the end of 2022. So I would ask you to look at that letter again and make sure you get a thorough understanding. I will be getting more information on that at the next official meeting in November 30th. Thank you so much.
So just to clarify, we're still members until July of 2022.
Correct.
Correct.
Through June 30th of next year. Mrs. Felton, it's not June 30th of 2020. Oh, two, yes.
Yeah,
that's
2022. Yes.
I'm forgetting what year we're in. Okay. Anybody else? Mrs. Weems?
Yes, I attended the Special Education Advisory Committee meeting, and unfortunately, I left my SEAC notebook on my desk, so I will email y'all a quick summary of the meeting. But well attended, and thanks everybody on the SEAC committee.
Governance, I realized I didn't do this, so I will email you all proposed dates for retreat for next year, just so by the time of the next governance meeting, we can lock that in. And for the rest of us who attended the conference, we'll let you know when our comments or summaries are uploaded on the SharePoint site. That's it for now. All right, then we have our final workshop item, COVID update, Mr. Freeman.
All right. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the board, and Dr. Spence. Dr. Saltner and I will be providing tonight's update. I'll be updating you on contact tracing, community transmission, vaccination progress, and as I mentioned at the last meeting, we have a recommendation for modifying our quarantine layer of mitigation. This graph displays the weekly transmission in schools, the number of cases in the vertical, and they are brought up, and they're broken up by weeks in the horizontal. In light blue, you have the number of times that the disease was most likely transmitted in schools or as part of school-related activity like athletics. The number in dark blue shows the total number of people affected in school transmissions, by in-school transmissions. And you can see over the last 2 weeks, the average number of cases that resulted from an in-school transmission increased. For awareness, our most common connected cases are one-to-one transmissions. However, when we have situations where several transmissions come from one case, it tends to skew the average up. As of November 21st, 82 people have acquired COVID-19 due to in-school transmission this school year. You can see in the text underneath the graph that 58 of those were in elementary schools. Well over half of the transmissions are occurring in elementary schools. That being said, overall, we continue to see low numbers of connected cases. The decreasing trend in overall positive cases in schools has stabilized over the last few weeks. The green line represents cases at elementary schools. It still is relatively low, but it is no longer declining, and we're monitoring the trend line. On this slide, dark blue indicates the number of people who were required to quarantine. Light blue bars indicate the number who were exempt from quarantine because they were fully vaccinated and asymptomatic, or they had COVID within the last 90 days. It will take some time for our elementary school students to become fully vaccinated, which is why there's a low number where quarantine was not required. The percentage by category of those who were exempt from quarantine is essentially the same from the last brief. This is an updated slide showing the rate at which close contacts went on to test positive for COVID. For the group of students exempt from quarantine, only 5 of 980 went on to test positive for COVID, 0.51%. Of the 3,810 students quarantined, 67 students went on to test positive for COVID. That's a rate of 1.76%. Remember, these are averages for the entire division. In later slides, we will break out similar data for elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. We also have staff listed here. Vaccinated staff, close contacts went on to test positive 2.11% of the time, and unvaccinated staff, those who were required to quarantine, went on to test positive 1.65% of the time. Again, this continues to show that our mitigation plan and its implementation are working. Virginia Beach remains in the substantial category for level of transmission with 84.89 new cases per 100,000 in the last 7 days, and a percent positivity of 5.1%. Next to those numbers in gray, you can see what was reported at the last school board meeting. The downward trend has stabilized. Further, we're about to enter the holiday season. History tells us that community transmission is going to increase over the next month or two. The dates along the bottom are hard to read, but the highest peak you see occurred in January, last January, post-holidays, when the vaccine was in the early distribution phase. The next peak to the right was fueled by the Delta variant and topped out right as our students got back into in-person learning. We expect to see another spike as we proceed through the holiday season. Community transmission is expected to increase. What this all means is that we project that risk is about to increase. We just don't know how much. In our deliberations about layers of mitigation, we account for this expected increase. What is different now is that more of our population are eligible to be vaccinated, meaning the 5 to 11-year-old age group. The number of those who are fully vaccinated is slowly but steadily increased, and boosters are now broadly available to help prevent breakthrough infections. And here are the vaccination numbers for Virginia Beach. Slow, steady upward trend, a good start for our 5 to 11 population, with 13.8% receiving 1 dose according to yesterday's data. Here are the results from our elementary school clinic sites. These clinics were designed to deliver about 150 vaccines at our weekday clinics and 400 at our 2 Saturday clinics on the 13th and 20th. About half of our clinics were near capacity. We had 2 more clinics last night and 2 more were completed tonight. That data is not included here. All told, we project that a little over 3,000 have received their first dose of the vaccine at one of our clinics. At the last school board meeting, I told you that we were evaluating the next layer of prevention strategy that could potentially be safely removed. Our layered prevention strategy is intended to maximize 5 days of in-person learning where it is safe to do so, while safely offering a broad range of extracurriculars. As we continue to evaluate adjustments to our layered prevention strategy, we're focused on safely maximizing those 5 days of in-person learning and avoiding preventable disruption by making sound, evidence-based decisions. As I mentioned earlier, we know that we are entering a window of time during the holiday season where community transmission will increase. That increase will mean more cases in our buildings. And although the rate that COVID-19 has been transmitted in schools during the fall months has been low, we recognize and account for the increased risk that comes with the holiday season and activities moving indoors. Recommended modifications of layers of prevention are based upon an analysis of all current mitigations that we have in place. Those include providing opportunities to get vaccinated, masking, and distancing to the maximum extent practicable, and several other layers. This is a brief history of modification that we've made to our initial plan. We reduced quarantine time from 14 to 10 days. We monitored the data and did not see an additional case as a result. This safely enabled more in-person learning days for those who were required to quarantine. 3 weeks ago, we allowed volunteers and visitors into our schools and authorized local field trips. We monitored the data and have not seen an increase in cases as a result. We also implemented screening testing for winter athletics and conditioning. This will enable early identification of positive cases that will reduce the chance of spreading the disease during these high-risk indoor activities. This means that fewer students will be exposed to someone who is positive, therefore keeping more students in in-person learning environment. The next layer of mitigation that we've been evaluating is quarantine. As we all know, quarantine is in place to prevent close contacts, those who are at risk for developing COVID, from infecting others. Quarantine is a sound prevention layer to implement during a pandemic. It helps to ensure that the virus does not spread uncontrollably. It controls risk of spreading the disease. Quarantine does come with other risks. I'm not going to go into all of these, but in addition to lost days of instruction, there's an emotional toll that it takes on students and families when students cannot participate in their normal class and other activities, and the connection with others that comes from those activities. In consultation with the Virginia Beach Department of Public Health and in accordance with these guidelines, we will continue to balance those risks as we progress through this pandemic. With that risk balance as a background, important numbers to consider are the number of close contacts per positive case. When looking at data for our entire population, for every one positive case in our buildings, there are 5 close contacts. Each of those close contacts loses, on average, 4.5 days of in-person learning. So that means for each positive case in our building, 22.5 days of in-person learning, are missed. And the number of those close contacts who went on to develop COVID, which I shared earlier in an earlier slide, is 1.76%. This again is an average across the division. When just looking at that number, it's tempting to make the correlation that 98 out of 100 close contacts don't go on to test positive, so why even quarantine in the first place? There are more factors to be considered, and our Virginia Beach Department of Public Health team broke out the data by elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. When analyzing the effect of allowing students who are close contacts to remain in our buildings, we must understand how many additional positive cases will potentially result by keeping those close contacts in an in-person learning environment. This chart simplifies the consequences of close contacts remaining in schools. The data includes the average number of close contacts required to quarantine for each positive case, the observed rate of transmission, and includes an adjustment factor for asymptomatic students. With our current layers of mitigation, for every 3.7 positive cases at elementary schools, they result in 1 additional positive case. And with no quarantine, that positive student would be in a school with the potential to spread it to others. In middle schools, there would be 1 additional case for roughly every 10 cases, and at the high school level, it would take 26.3 cases to result in just 1 additional positive case. All right, this is new information. I'm going to let that sink in just a little bit. When considering removing quarantine as a layer of mitigation, the current risk at elementary schools is 7 times higher than it is at high schools. It takes less than 4 positive cases at the elementary school level to result in 1 additional case. At high schools, it takes 26 to result in 1 additional case. All right, so let's look at a graph to help understand that impact. This is intended to help project what might occur in the future based on our current data. Rather than providing random examples, let's view the consequences against our own relatively recent data on positive cases in our schools. This is the same slide that I showed you earlier. These are the positive cases by week since school started this year. We are confident that we will see some form of holiday spike. We can't anticipate how significant that spike will be. So let's look at the peak number of cases that we experienced during the first week of October and plug in the numbers. Starting with elementary schools in green. During that week, we had 62 positive cases. If quarantine was not in place, one additional positive case for every 3.7 cases would have resulted. That's 16.8 additional positive cases that would have resulted by not quarantining those students. That's a relatively high number. In contrast, at the high school level in blue, during the same week, if students were not quarantined, only 1.5 additional positive cases would have resulted. It's much lower risk at the high school. In middle schools, given 41 cases, the result would be 4 additional cases. You can pick any week and time and do a similar evaluation of the impact. Further, the math that we just did only shows 1 week in time. Additional cases would be added to our schools at the rate shown every week. So the numbers add up over time. Based upon this data, which reflect all of the current COVID prevention layers in place, we recommend suspending quarantine at high schools only starting December 6th. To be clear, contact tracing will continue. We need to understand how the disease is being spread in our schools, and contact tracing is how we do that. We recommend monitoring the data until January 24th. And our COVID prevention strategy includes monitoring the effects of changes for a minimum of 3 weeks. By monitoring the data until January 24th, we have 3 weeks during the post-holiday period to evaluate any potential negative consequences of this change. We could then use this data and updated data from middle schools and elementary schools to evaluate the potential to suspend quarantine there as well. A couple of final notes before I turn it over to Dr. Saltner. Last meeting, Ms. Weems asked about hospitalization data for our student-aged population, and we shared the location on VDH's website where that's retained. After that, Ms. Manning followed up with asking why the Eastern region data was higher compared to other regions. Our health professionals have acknowledged the difference and they're working to resolve the situation. Data challenges like this can be complex and it takes some time to be able to resolve. We can share that work is in progress right now. We'll update you when we get more information. Finally, at the next meeting, we intend to share information related to our masking layer of prevention with an intent of using data and benchmarks to define a way forward. So more on that at the next school board meeting. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sullivan.
Good evening and perhaps good morning before I am done. Chairwoman Rye, Melnick, Dr. Spence. Want to, at this time, update the board on the first week of testing for winter athletes conducted by Mako Medical Laboratories. In total, 426 athletes were tested over a 3-day period. On the slide, you'll see the numbers for each school. In addition, 77 athletes attended makeup testing on Wednesday at either Princess Anne High School or Lansdowne High School. Testing continues this week. However, there'll be no testing of athletes Wednesday as schools are closed in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. At the end of last week, we were also able to hire 2 mitigation specialists and 1 additional nurse. Testing coordinators are in the process of reviewing current practices, making any recommendations for possible adjustments that need to be made to testing. I'd also like to acknowledge at this time the school nurses, student activities coordinators, and building administrators for their efforts with this. I want to begin the school relief update with efforts to provide substitutes on the high volume absent days of Mondays and Fridays. In addition to the additional permanent sub, which we shared with you last time at each site, again, central support staff continues to make an impact through substituting in the building. As of day's end Monday, 200 instructional positions have been filled by central support staff, those who hold instructional licensure, and 55 classified positions ranging from office staff to teacher assistant and custodian have been filled by our classified folks. Please know that all who have been in the schoolhouse can attest to the need for relief and support. They report the challenges are real. That said, your actions to provide further relief resulted in the upcoming November 24 holiday for staff and students, previously an asynchronous learning day for students, and a staff day for teachers. Instructional staff have expressed great appreciation for this and for the 5 early release days, the first of which was November 12. On these early release days, know that the Department of School Leadership and site-based principals worked with staff members to provide childcare in those instances where, due to short notice of these release days, staff were unable to find childcare for their own. In doing so, we were able to preserve the planning time for teachers, which they so desperately needed. We'll do the same on the remaining 4 dates. Allow me very slightly to veer off topic and also note, as Dr. Robertson noted earlier, the Departments of School Leadership and the Department of Transportation worked in tandem with Parks and Recreation to ensure, with closures, that we were able to consolidate sites. Where a site was closed, we are transporting those students to other sites. As Dr. Robertson pointed out, Ms. Colucci worked with her elementary schools to make sure that the students where the schools were closed were being served. In essence, we are helping those families who were affected by this change. Back to relief efforts. I'm asking you at this time to consider, again, altering the approved calendar this time for December 22. Currently, the approved calendar is an asynchronous virtual learning day for students and an adjusted dismissal day for staff. I come to you on behalf of senior staff to ask you to provide relief for our teachers by making the date a flex day for school-based instructional staff. What do I mean? Allowing them to choose to flex the day and make up the time December 1 through 15 or January 3 through 15, or to choose to report to work. This would be the school-based employee option. All other non-instructional based employees would remain on the adjusted dismissal schedule, and students will still complete the asynchronous assignment, do 5 instructional days after the assignment. That would make it January 7. Know that in considering this proposal for a flex day for staff at the school base, Virginia Beach City Public Schools will meet the state's minimum clock requirement of 990 clock hours. Should you wish to consider this proposal, because you are altering the calendar as I know it, it would require action at your next meeting, and that would certainly be if the board wishes to take the path. I want to thank you for your consideration. I know that Central Support will continue to explore and rethink those areas where we might provide greater support and relief for our school-based staff. Ms. Cheryl Woodhouse, Chief Human Resources Officer, Cheryl went earlier. I will conclude by taking any questions that you may have of myself or of Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Melnick has her hand raised. Put her in the queue.
Okay, Mrs. Weems, then Mrs. Melnick. Mrs. Melnick, Mrs. Weems.
Dr. Saltner, will we still be able to meet the 990 hours? If we just make, if teachers do not have to report to work at all on the 22nd, since it's an asynchronous day?
You are correct. The 990 clock hours would be met if we had a holiday or if we had a flex day.
So I would like to propose to the board that we just make that just an asynchronous day, and that the teachers get that day off.
question related to that. How does that impact, because the hours are separate from the 180 days, so can somebody explain the distinction and if,
The requirement is 180 days or 990 hours to meet the SOQs for students, yes. And so we meet the 990 hours.
I think the question's for teachers though, not students.
So our teachers are on a 200-day contract, and there's 193 days assigned, whether it's through the 181-day calendar plus 12 professional learning days, staff days, etc.
So we'd be fine? I mean, if
Yes, the
teachers-
board sets the number of days that staff are contracted for. And what you would be doing is similar to what you did for tomorrow. You decided that it's going to be a holiday for everyone.
Okay.
You might note that many of the other school divisions have declared this week, the entire week, a holiday, and are doing similarly for that last week of December.
so obviously this would require a vote too. It's just a matter of what we would be voting on next time. Okay. Any comment or, oh, Mrs. Weems?
Yeah, this is for Mr. Freeman. And I'd like to just respectfully request that in the future, when we have COVID updates, if we could get that on the very first thing on the agenda, because it seems like we always do COVID updates at midnight or 1 in the morning. And these two guys are split, like COVID update, and then Dr. Saltner always comes up with some great stuff, but completely different than COVID update. And a lot of parents want to listen to this that we're doing at 12 midnight. So if we could have that first from now on, and we could get finished with the whole COVID update before we break. Okay, so can you clarify one more time? Because I've read emails and listened to all sorts of different stuff. The masks during PE or recess, inside or outside, and cover the social distancing or not social distancing, so we can just clarify that.
Dr. Robertson, you want to take this one? I know you've been intimately involved with this one recently.
So last Thursday, we had a meeting we meet with our health department every Monday and Thursday. And last Thursday, we posed the question to the health department that currently our mitigation strategies for indoor PE or recess is you are to maintain wearing a mask. You can take your mask off when exercising as long as you can maintain 6 feet, which was easier to do in the fall because most of our schools were taking their kids outside. So if you had a class in the gymnasium, you had a class. It was much easier for you with a class in the gymnasium to spread your students out and allow them to not be wearing a mask. When you look at the health order that was given August the 12th by the health commissioner, Dr. Oliver, it doesn't note that you have to, you are exempt if you are exercising when indoors. The Virginia Department of Health recommends masking K-12 at all times as a further mitigation, particularly when you're in an indoor setting and in close quarters. So we asked our health department to contact their counterparts at the state level to give us a recommendation on Monday, which was yesterday, as to whether or not we needed to adjust our current practice, which is if you are indoors exercising in PE or recess and you cannot maintain 6 feet distancing, you are keeping your mask on. Yesterday, we had our meeting at 4:30 with our health team, and the consensus of the health team was, given we are moving indoors, given we're projected to have a spike, they recommended we continue with the requiring the mask. If can't maintain 6 feet when exercising, that is what we are doing. We'll continue to talk with our health team. We've done this throughout. We've partnered with them, relied on them to provide us recommendations based upon their expertise. And, but it is something that we have checked with them on, and so that's where we are. And so I know some parents are disappointed that we are exceeding what is written into the health order, which is within our purview to do. Certainly, I responded to a parent, and the fact of the matter is, we are all ready for this thing to be over, without a doubt. And the difficulty is we have to make decisions. Sometimes they're going to be unpopular, but if they're based upon recommendations from our health team, which Dr. Welch would have talked about, Ms. Weems, if we would have done the COVID, because she was here, she was ready to talk about it, and she could have given you some more of the scientific lingo as to why. But of course, I can absolutely have her put something together for the board. If they'd like to see that, I can absolutely do that for you. But that is something we continue to do. Every Monday and Thursday, we meet with our health team. We talk about these mitigation layers and what we can remove.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that is very disappointing that these kiddos are gonna be masked while exercising, but I would love that additional information. And again, to have her here, that's another reason why I would like this COVID update, done all at one time at 4 o'clock. With the athletes, being vaccinated, the makeup vaccine day that you referenced,
It's Wednesday.
okay, it's Wednesday. So I'm an athlete. I missed the day. I have to go to makeup. Am I still practicing with the team? That's my first question, until I do this makeup. My second question is, I do the testing because I'm not vaccinated. Am I still practicing working out with the team until the results get back?
You are correct. On the second, yes, the students, once they test, they remain until there's a reason that they would not, that they have a positive test.
Okay, so for the makeup and or the testing.
Correct.
Okay, that's, yeah, a lot of it just is interesting how this is all working.
Before we get to Mrs. Manning, I would just like to address, because I respect your concern, but none of us by choice are meeting at midnight with the COVID update. And I'd remind my colleagues that 3 were tardy today, and so we didn't start till 4:15 or 4:20. So there's and each of the presentations had a guest. We had the consultant here and we had our health director. So and realistically, we should have been able to squeeze both in, and just sorry it didn't work out that way. But we will consider certainly that in most cases that's it can be worked out. I'm certain.
Because we haven't been late before, and this is a repeating pattern. Dr. Welch, we don't even get to ask her questions because she's no longer here.
And I just thought it needed to be restated that we started late because we had members who were late. So the end of that subject. Right, Mrs. Melnick. Mrs. Manning.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I don't support our children exercising and running around wearing masks. I think it's dangerous, and I would like the board to address that. I do not support that at all. This last meeting, we had so much confusion. We had board members telling speakers that they were lying, and then in emails saying, and we had staff confirm you do not have to wear a mask in PE. So that information all went out to parents. No, you don't have to wear a mask. I was telling people you don't have to wear a mask. Now you got to wear a mask again. I'm very disappointed with that, and I do think that it's unhealthy for our children to be wearing masks while they're exercising, especially if they're running around in PE. One other thing I just want to clarify, Mr. Freeman brought it up. Mr. Freeman gave us information based upon Ms. Weems asking how many hospitalizations, and Mr. Freeman got the data from the Virginia Department of Health. It's not his problem, his fault. They said 90 children under the age of 17 were hospitalized in Virginia Beach since July, and I thought that number is way off. That is not right. So I went and did my own digging, and I looked at Fairfax County, which is much larger than us, and they only had 4. And I'm like, this number is not right. And so that's why I went back to Mr. Freeman, and he agreed to look into it, and he did. And but I wanted to let you know, Dr. Welch acknowledged that they are potentially combining primary care visits as well as ER visits in the hospitalization numbers. So we need to be thoroughly looking and vetting these numbers that the VDH is giving us. Thanks.
Mrs. Melnick, then Mrs. Franklin.
No, ma'am, my hand is not raised.
Okay, Mrs. Franklin.
Sorry, my hand was not raised either. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Anderson.
So, at one point, we were told that children, when they were doing PE, would not be masked. I mean, that statement was made. And now we are saying that when they are indoors, if they cannot be 6 feet apart, but if they are indoors and they are 6 feet apart, then they would be able to take their mask off, correct? Okay. So that kind of falls on the PE teacher to maintain that they are, or assistant or whoever is doing that class, to maintain that those students are 6 feet apart. So let's just make it clear that the 6 feet apart rule is what we're enforcing to keep their mask on. It is difficult to exercise with a mask on indoors, especially indoors. Maybe not as much as, it's actually easier to go outside with a mask on and exercise than it is to, because indoors is hotter. So, you know, I know that our health department, is it our health department or a CDC who says they don't really have to be masked when they're exercising? Who says that they don't have to be masked?
The health order from August the 12th lists an exemption of you don't have to wear your mask indoors when exercising.
Okay. It's kind of strange, though, when you think about it. I know it's hard. It's very difficult to exercise that way, but, you know, I really would like to see, I'm anxious for that to be relaxed, because I do realize that it's more difficult for children to exercise with their mask on. So I'm anxious for that to be relaxed as well. But knowing that we are about ready to have, well, they're expecting that we will have a surge between now and Christmas.
I would tell you that Dr. Spence is equally anxious, and it was he who brought forward the proposal that we examine that issue. It was the health department that advised us to stay the course at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
And I also, let me point out that we surveyed our elementary, middle, and high school to see how much time the kids were removing the mask. It appears at the high school it's a very common practice. They have much larger facilities and much larger gyms and alternate facilities, from weight rooms to wrestling rooms, that are allowing them to get that 6 foot. Some of our middle schools, I would put it about a 50-50 basis, where they have the larger middle school gymnasiums. They're in squads with the masks off. They're able to exercise with them off because they can break off into the other parts of the gym or divided parts of the gym. At the elementary, we certainly are not seeing it, and that is because of the smaller gymnasiums and the large number of students who are in a gym class.
I mean, at the risk of it's not our role to micromanage PE teachers and their lesson plans, but is there any way to encourage them, like, to split it up half and half, so half at a time can be doing the exercise and be able to be further distanced apart? I mean, something.
Unfortunately, the elementary schools are very small gymnasiums with large number of kids. I don't see that occurring. The docile senior executive directors have on their checklist for principals next week to remind them to encourage their PE teachers to provide these opportunities. Frankly, I don't see it happening at the majority of elementary schools, based on having been in the gymnasiums and actually substituted in it elementary school gymnasium. There are 150 kids in a small gymnasium at one time when you bring a grade level in.
Well, I hope we can talk about this again after the holiday, see where we're at.
And that is our intent, to continue to
Just
revisit
ask
these.
parents to hang in there with us a little longer. All right, anything else, folks, to wrap this up? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So now, and I'll say ahead of time, we can abbreviate what's
Can I-
coming next, given the hour, but
Mrs. Rye, I apologize. There was a question that came up, and I don't know where we left it. I just want to make sure I know how I'm communicating that with our team about, we had suggested the potential for a flex day for staff, and then another conversation had come up about that day, about whether or not that should
yes,
become a
thank you.
holiday.
Thank you.
I will say to you, if it's a flex day, we need to, so the reason I'm asking, if it's a flex day, we need to put it on the action agenda for next time we're together, so we can get that done before the 22nd. And if it's to be a holiday, that, because as you heard, just about everybody is actually doing that week. In fact, most people are doing more days. Because of the policy that allows us to make those adjustments, we could do that without a vote. So I need a little direction from the board on where to go with
Okay.
that.
so but
Could you
without a,
explain that again? I'm lost. If it's a flex day, we have to put it on the
It's a
calendar, but if it's a
calendar
holiday?
adjustment. It's a calendar adjustment if it's a flex day. But you remember there's a policy which we put in place so that in cases where it appeared that there were going to be holidays where we were going to be way out of line with other people, that we could make an adjustment if we needed to. So the policy is already existing to allow us to do that without you having to vote on that. If it's a flex day, that policy does not apply. You all would need to take a vote and adjust your calendar.
So if you declare it's a holiday, we don't have to vote on it.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that without you all behind me. So that's why we're having this conversation.
Could we get HR's take on that? I mean, on
What exactly are you asking? I'm
on
sorry.
it being a holiday instead of a flex day. I mean, do you have any input on that?
Well, there are no objections from HR. The biggest piece is always around student seat time, and Dr. Robertson indicated that we would not have a conflict there.
There's no contractual issues as far as teacher contracts or anything like that?
No contractual issues because you established the contractual obligations of our teachers.
all right, so you said we don't need an official, or did you have another question?
I had a question for Dr. Spence, I guess, or
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Robertson. So why did this come up now? Like, why didn't y'all recommend that when we did the calendar or months ago? Is it just?
Well, it's that same issue. It's in that sort of how can we provide some just
Okay.
additional relief. And this day tomorrow, I will tell you, as I've been out in schools, has been incredibly well received. And so the team was just talking about other ways we might do it. So we talked about just making that a flex day for staff. And then somebody said, well, what if, I think it was Mrs. Melnick, what if it was a holiday? So I just wanted to make sure I'm leaving here with clear direction. Remember we said if we get to late in the night and sometimes we don't get the direction clear, so I want to make sure we get it clear before
So
we
let me
go.
just ask, if anybody objects, now's the time to say so, otherwise, because we're not doing a formal vote, so unless you object, the assumption is you approve of this, so.
I'd just like to say that I do approve of it being a holiday. I think we'd be more in line with other school divisions, or neighboring school divisions. I know Chesapeake has that day off, Norfolk has that day off. I think we're more in line with other school divisions by declaring it a holiday. That's just my opinion.
And our Zoom folks, are you okay with this?
Yes, I'm good. I'd like to get in line with the other divisions as well.
Same. I'm really excited for that opportunity.
Okay. Then it looks like, Dr. Spence, you have your
Okay, I
approval,
appreciate that. Thank you.
or your affirmation.
Direction.
So now, Mrs. Anderson, would you please read the motion to go into closed?
I move that the school board recess into closed session in accordance with the exemptions to open meetings law set forth in Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A 7 and 8 to deliberate on the following matters. A7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. For the purposes of this subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has a reasonable basis to believe will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit this closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. And A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter, namely to discuss one, pending or probable litigation matters and settlement authority for pending litigation.
Second.
We have a second. Mr.
All in
Manning.
favor, show a raised hand, please.
Zoom doesn't
And
count.
just
Zoom
to
can't
clarify,
participate.
right, Zoom. Zoom,
We have 9 ayes, including the Zoom, but if we're just counting here, we have 7 ayes to go into close.
And Bev, you have the other sheet for later, the certification of closed, okay.
Board members on Zoom, you will be disconnected.
All right, good night, ladies.
Of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Virginia Beach hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Seconded by Mrs. Manning.
All in favor, show a raised hand.
Have 7 ayes.
That
Who did the motion? Who did the first?
Beverly was sure.